LoveLore Library. Chapter 449, Stage 4 Inner Qi. The suspicion that his body contained a huge secret grew, but he had no other choice but to put his suspicion on the shelf because he didn't have 1,000,000 hedonist points. Feng moved on from the questions about the secrets of his body and moved on to check the concentration of inner qi in his dantian. However, much to his surprise, his inner qi had not improved at all even though he had devoured the 200 flavor grass that contained loads of dense spiritual essence of the heaven and earth raw. What is going on? Feng raised his brows slightly and tried to feel his inner qi, but the result was the same. His inner qi did not grow, and he was still stuck at stage 3 inner qi. Master, the spiritual essence of the 200 flavor grasses was consumed by the freezing seal, so Master won't be able to feel the spiritual essence in your body, Little Pig's voice resounded. Feng's mouth quivered, so all my efforts for the night have been in vain. However, Master, I found something interesting, Little Pig said with a smug look on his face. You stupid pig. Can't you finish your thoughts in one sentence? What is the thing that is so interesting? Little Pig was as happy as lark looking at Feng's dark as ink expression. Master, to my surprise, your body bears a great resemblance to a septic tank. You can absorb almost everything. Feng slipped and almost fell from the tree. Can't you say something a human would say? What do you mean by my body is similar to a septic tank? Little Pig shrugged his shoulders and replied unperturbed, I'm a pig. How can Master expect me to speak like a human? Okay, fine. Master's body is like a junkyard, so you can contain anything. Feng crushed all the branches around him and everything else he could reach in order to vent his anguish. He decided not to argue with Little Pig anymore. After all, what could you expect from the mouth of a pig? Flowery phrases. Make it clear. Feng rolled his eyes at Little Pig. Master's body was invaded by demon essence and evil energy at the same time. By right, the essence and the energy should have consumed Master's soul and body, but that's not the case for you, Master. The demon essence and evil energy are slowly merging with your inner qi. To put it simply, Master, you now can cultivate inner qi, demon essence, and evil energy. Feng was dumbstruck by Little Pig's explanation. He remained dazed for a few minutes before throwing his head behind and guffawed uproariously. Ah! This young master will be invincible. Little Pig, why can I cultivate all 3 inner qi, demon essence, and evil energy concurrently? The reason remains unknown, but I surmise that it's because of Master's body. This is the very reason why the system required 1,000,000 hedonist points to run a diagnosis on Master's body. Master's body is very different from others. Little Pig finally said something that Feng loved, and he grinned from ear to ear. Then, he regained his calmness soon after. In his body were powerful evil energy and devil essence that weren't inferior to the 200 flavor grass. If he could refine and merge the evil energy and devil essence into his own inner qi, Feng was certain that he would be able to break through to stage 4 inner qi. Phew! Feng took a deep breath, calmed his heart and began to cultivate. He pushed the demon essence and evil energy into his dantian. Then, he controlled his inner qi to devour the demon essence and evil energy. Slowly, Feng's mouth curled into a satisfied smile as the demon essence and evil energy began to merge with his inner qi. The inner qi in his dantian became denser, and it felt like it would explode at any moment. Rumble. A muffled explosion echoed in Feng's dantian as Feng felt something had exploded in his body, and the haunting repression was gone. The feeling of liberation after being suppressed so much was superb. It was 10 times better than a wedding night. I've succeeded in breaking through to stage 4 inner qi. Feng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes glowed like bright stars in the gloomy night. He had turned into a new leaf, and his essence was purer and more refined. His body glowed with great brilliancy like the sun. Shroom! Feng hopped lightly and turned into a streak of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he landed on another large tree 5 meters from the one he'd been standing on. Shroom! 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 He had become a lot faster. It was thrilling. He zigzagged nimbly from tree to tree in the green belt like a primate. It feels so good. So this is how it feels when you reach stage 4 inner chi. No wonder the rumors say that achieving stage 4 inner chi is a quantum leap for a cultivator. Feng felt his speed had doubled. Suddenly, his left hand glowed orange with tremendous force and smashed on a large tree trunk. Rumbles. The tree trunk shattered, and the towering tree slowly crumbled to the ground. Ha! Just you wait for me, people of the Sima family. After breaking through stage 4 inner chi, Feng's strength had catapulted to new heights, and he could easily defeat a stage 6 inner chi master. Master, let's give the wind blade technique a try. It's an earth-level martial skill. Little Pig reminded Feng. Feng's eyes glowed. Feng had used the earth-level wind blade technique before. However, he couldn't use it to its full potential when he was at stage 3 inner chi. Even so, with the wind blade technique, Feng had successfully fended off the Yin-Yang elders who were stage 6 inner chi masters. In a similar situation to Yin-Yang elder, Feng had staggered the verdant sex custodian Feng with the wind blade technique, took him by surprise, and killed him. Shroom! 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 Feng focused, and suddenly, 10 or so white flashes were thrown into the air. In the next second, a large tree about 10 meters from Feng fell to the ground. The wind blade technique, through concentrating the wind, it can morph into blades and kill a person in the dark. It's a must-have skill for quick assassinations. Feng tossed his head backward and laughed into the sky. Ha! The description is on point. It is indeed a great skill for assassinating a person. Ding! Congratulations, host Feng, for stepping into the realm of stage 4 inner chi. The system will reward host Feng 2,000 hedonist points. Host Feng has 11,500 hedonist points now. A reminder, host Feng has borrowed 20,000 hedonist points from the system. Today is the 6th day of the loan, and 120 hedonist points in interest has accumulated. The system hopes host Feng will work harder to complete more quests so that host Feng can finish the repayment as soon as possible. Feng was excited because he finally broke through into stage 4 inner chi and could use the wind blade technique to its full extent. However, the system notified Feng of his loan at the wrong moment and instantly iced his good mood. The most exclusive private clubhouse in Jindu was the Soaring Cloud Mansion. Yang can reserved a luxurious private room. The room looked dazzlingly brilliant and splendid in green and gold. On top of that, the room was fully equipped with a wide array of facilities such as a guest room, a tea parlor, a bar, a sauna room, and an in-room theater. Rao Sherman, Zhang Kuku, Big Sister Li, Yang Kan, and Lu Shu sat at a 3 meters long crystal dining table. Lu Shu and Yang Kan claimed the seat at each end, meanwhile Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku sat in the middle. Big Sister Li sat in front of Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku. Both Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku were superstars worth billions of yuan. They got invited to attend all kinds of grand feasts in Jindu, so both of them had become accustomed to European-style dining situation and dining etiquette. 2 medium-well steaks were placed in front of Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku. Aside from the steak, in front of them were 2 glasses of brandy which had a very high alcohol content and was many times higher on the shelves than the top wines of China. Without waiting for Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku, Lu Shu had raised his glass and guzzled down the brandy. Lu Shu cast a meaningful gaze at Big Sisterly after he placed down the glass. Accepting his cue, Big Sisterly said smiley, among the entertainment industry, the Young Family Star TV enterprise is the most influential and has the highest audience rating. Can Sherman and Cuckoo soar even higher into the sky, is all depend on your support, young Master Yang. I am a person who won't bow and scrape. Let me drink up. Big Sisterly has reigned freely among the upper-class world of Jindu for more than 30 years and had long trained to be a double-crosser. Lu Shu and Big Sisterly guzzled down their wine to return the salute. After that, everybody then looked at Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo. Sorry for the rudeness, young Master Yang. I believe that you understand that both Cuckoo and I don't drink alcohol. As such, to return your compliment, we substitute tea for wine. Even as a non-alcoholic drinker, Rao Sherman knew about brandy. It was a hard drink, and it would knock them out instantly, leaving them unconscious for hours with only a small cup. Rao Sherman was an old bird, and she knew she had to protect herself. If Sherman is not drinking, then so do I. Zhang Cuckoo was ignorant. She did not have the mind to beware of the drink. When Rao Sherman said she would not drink, she followed likewise. Both of them then took a sip of their teas. Yang Kan and Lu Shu expressions turned grim. Lu Shu played his eyes at Big Sisterly. Taking his cue, Big Sisterly chirped. Hee hee. Big Sisterly understands that Sherman and Cuckoo are teetotalers. However, since young Master Yang has toasted to both of you, you won't show your courtesy if you don't reply to his good intention. Sherman, Cuckoo, just take a sip, okay? Meanwhile, I wish for young Master Lu Yang and young Master Lu pay me respect and forget it. Yang Kan held a grave expression. He looked upset. Lu Shu joined Big Sisterly to smooth out the dispute. Don't push them too hard, young Master Yang. You know very well that Sherman and Cuckoo can't drink. We are all friends, why we have to make things so ugly? After that, Lu Shu plastered a smile while looking at Rao Sherman. Sherman, can you and Cuckoo pay me respect and take a sip? After that, I'll personally send you two back to the hotel. My heart ached when I think of you two have rehearsed for 5 hours. Chapter 450, In the Name of the Moon, I Shall Punish You. Chapter 450, In the Name of the Moon, I Shall Punish You. Rao Sherman raised her brows slightly. Since Lu Shu and Big Sisterly had said it like that, Rao Sherman had run out of excuses. Also, given the fact that Yang Kan was the chairman of the Star TV enterprise, it would hurt both Zhang Cuckoo and her career gravely in the long run if they enraged him. I'll take a sip then, young Master Yang. Rao Sherman raised her glass and took a sip from it. Cough. Cough. The brandy caused a burning sensation in Rao Sherman's throat. She coughed, and her tears almost dropped from her eyes. Are you okay, Sherman? Zhang Cuckoo quickly patted Rao Sherman's back and asked earnestly. Cough. Cough. I'm fine. Cuckoo, drink some and let's return to the hotel. Rao Sherman waved her hand at Zhang Cuckoo signaling that she was fine. Without considering the consequences, Zhang Cuckoo picked up the glass and guzzled it down. Cuckoo. That's enough. Why did you drink so much? Rao Sherman was shocked by Zhang Cuckoo. She quickly went forward and took Zhang Cuckoo's glass away from her hand. Zhang Cuckoo mischievously stuck her tongue and Rao Sherman and giggled. Don't worry about me, Sherman. I'm perfectly fine. I just wondered what the alcohol tasted like since I'm not an avid drinker. It tastes disgusting. I wonder why men love alcohol as much as their own life. Rao Sherman was speechless at Zhang Cuckoo's words. She ignored her, turned her head and looked at Lu Shu with her beautiful eyes. Young Master Lu, can we have the honor of you taking us back to the hotel? The eyes of Lu Shu and Yang Kan were veiled with banter when they saw Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku had drunk the brandy. Lu Shu quickly rose to his feet and walked to the two angels. He offered them a warm smile and said, "Sure. It'll be my pleasure. Let's go, our angels." Rao Sherman helped Zhang Kuku to her feet while Lu Shu gave them space to walk in front of him. They walked 3 steps and everything suddenly went black, and they fell to the snow-white wool carpet. Ha! As I expected. 3 steps down. Lu Shu burst into a great gale of laughter as he gazed at the beautiful long legs of the two angels. Yang Kan's face was full of joy as well. He went to Lu Shu's side and said, "How long will the effect last? Will they wake up in the middle of us having a sensational moment with their bodies?" "Ha! Rest assured, young Master Yang. The 3-step down is one of Verdant Sect's 7 wonder drugs. I've made many promises and had to ask my friends to get my hand on a single packet. The person who takes 3 steps down will fall unconscious in 3 steps and the drug will last for 12 hours, so we can play to our heart's content with these 2 pretties tonight." Yang Kan's final doubt was cleared by Lu Shu's explanation. While the two of them lewdly measured the 2 beautiful women, Big Sisterly stood at sideline calmly. As if all of this was not relevant to her. "You've played an important role in this plan, Big Sisterly. Rest assured, you'll be the leading role for the time travel drama that Star TV Enterprise has invested tens of millions of money to build. I believe that as soon as the drama is released you will make a name for yourself overnight and that your fame will not be any lower than these 2 girls. Ho ho ho. Thank you, young Master Yang and young Master Lu." Big Sisterly was so happy that she grinned from ear to ear. This plan had been staged by Yang Kan and Lu Shu for a long time. They bribed Big Sisterly and had her to put the 3 steps down in the women's glasses. Rao Sherman trusted Big Sisterly wholeheartedly, and this was the very reason for her downfall tonight. "Well, I'm going back. Have a good time." Big Sisterly felt that it was time for her to retreat. Behaving like 2 brutal beasts, Yang Kan and Lu Shu squatted beside Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku, and their fervent glares ran up and down the 2 beautiful women's incomparably nice bodies. "Young Master Yang, will we be fine afterward?" Lu Shu was worried. Rao Sherman was backed by the Dongfang family, and it would be bad for them if their actions tonight was exposed. Yang Kan scoffed, "Hee hee. Are you going to back down now, young Master Lu? I've prepared a full set of equipment to shoot an AV video featuring them. Big Sisterly has betrayed us." "Aw. Big Sisterly. Impossible. Arg. That bye. We treated her fairly and always think of her whenever we're having a something good. How could she betray us?" Rao Sherman felt hopeless at Zhang Kuku's words. How can she still have the mood to scold Big Sisterly in this dire situation? "I guess it's all up to me if I want to escape from here." Lu Shu stood behind them while making a threatening remark. "Sherman, Kuku, it's better if you surrender. I guess you 2 know our abilities and strength very well. We can dissolve any of your resistance easily with only a finger, and we won't show any pity for you. So, don't blame us if we accidentally screw your flawless faces and kill your future of being celebrities." They were cornered. Both of them were 2 feeble women without any offensive skills. Rao Sherman's heart burned with anxiety. Suddenly, Qin Feng's handsome face came into her mind. Rao Sherman thought, it would be good if Qin Feng was here. "What are you guys doing? Have you 2 forgotten that the Dongfang family supports me? If you dare do something bad to us, I swear the Dongfang family will not let you 2 off easily." The powerful Dongfang family was Rao Sherman's final resort. However, she realized that Lu Shu and Yang Kan were apparently not afraid at all. Both of them offered them sardonic smiles. Ha! The Dongfang family. If I was afraid of the Dongfang family, I wouldn't have wasted all my time and energy on setting up this trap. Rao Sherman, you think too highly of yourself. Above all, you're only an opera joke. An opera joke can only make a fortune after they've been fucked many times. Yang Kan's warm smile slowly turned into a cold one as he slowly walked toward Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku. Rao Sherman's last resort had failed, and she was anxious. Suddenly, Zhang Kuku, who had been ignored by everybody, pouted. She grabbed a handful of talismans from her pockets and stood between Yang Kan and Rao Sherman. Humph! You filthy trash with the heart of a beast. How dare you bully Sherman and I? In the name of the moon, I shall bring justice to you too. Yang Kan and Lu Shu were stunned before they laughed. What the fuck is this? Does she think she is Sailor Moon? Chapter 451, The Bastard Taoist and Qin Feng. Chapter 451, The Bastard Taoist and Qin Feng. Coco. Stop fooling around. Focus on the situation. Rao Sherman felt embarrassed and stopped Zhang Kuku from making a clown of herself. Sherman, please don't beg for these two beasts who are worse than monsters. In any case and at any rate, I must destroy them by the name of the moon. Ha ha ha. Lu Shu and Yang Kan laughed themselves to tears when they saw Zhang Kuku angrily free herself from Rao Sherman's clues and whining. Hey, you two, kneel down and apologize to us. I'm a kind-hearted woman, and if you're sincere enough to move this mistress, I might let you off the hook. Zhang Kuku was too naive to differentiate between sarcasm and reality. She held a serious expression and looked at the duo. Hugging her head in her arms, Rao Sherman curled herself into a ball to conceal her presence and acted as though she did not know Zhang Kuku. Ha ha ha. Yang Kan and Lu Shu's laughter intensified. After they laughed for a good while, Yang Kan slowed his breathing and panted, haha. What an empty-headed woman. Young Master Lu, isn't this kind of bimbo suitable for your tastes? Hurry up and take her away, or else, I might laugh to death just listening to her. Haha. You're right, young Master Yang. I'll show you how am I going to make this woman my woman. Lu Shu stopped laughing and plastered a smug look on his face as he slowly cornered Zhang Kuku. Rao Sherman was so nervous that her hands began to sweat. However, Zhang Kuku wasn't afraid in the slightest. Posing as a Sailor Scout form Sailor Moon, she exchanged glances with Lu Shu and said resolutely, I'm giving you the last chance, brat. Kneel and apologize to us. Otherwise, this mistress will not go easy on you. Lu Shu could not suppress his laughter any more this time as he was amused by Zhang Kuku. Hey, young Master Yang. Is the 3 steps down have side effect? Or did we overdose them, and the drug burned a fuse in this big busted woman's brain? That might be possible, Yang Kan nodded enthusiastically. Lu Shu smiled while stomped hard on the ground. He closed the gap between him and Zhang Kuku and moved as fast as lightning, merging himself with the wind, and completely vanished from Zhang Kuku's sight. Where is he? Zhang Kuku frowned. Even though Lu Shu was only a stage 2 inner chi expert, he was still quite formidable against non-martial artists like Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku. Both of them were not able to see a Lu Shu. Ha! Didn't you want to exterminate me in the name of the moon? Anything can come after I have a good taste of your body. Lu Shu's laugh suddenly sounded beside Zhang Kuku's ear, startling her. Zhang Kuku's expression turned vile. She nervously pulled out a yellow talisman from a stack of talismans and shoved it towards Lu Shu without considering the effect of the talisman. Feng is a handsome man. After Zhang Kuku enchanted the incantation, the yellow talisman burst into flame. Rumble. After the explosion, the yellow talisman burned into a 3-meter-tall tower of fire encasing Lu Shu. Lu Shu turned into a man on fire before he realized it. Yang Kan and Rao Sherman were dumbfounded. What happened? Ah! 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 Water! Young Master Yang, find water for me. Arg, it's so hot. It's burning me. The parlor was filled with Lu Shu's shrieking, which snapped Yang Kan out of his confusion. Holy fuck. Hurry up, go to the sauna room. There's a pool in there. Quick. Follow me. Yang Kan's face was blanched with fear as he lost his composure. He was scared by Zhang Kuku. The talisman she used was too powerful and strange. He could not fathom how she could execute a pyromantic attack with mere paper. Yang Kan felt that the flame would certainly destroy his handsome face if she set him on fire as well. Quick! Follow me. Yang Kan ran out of time. He quickly led Lu Shu to the sauna room. Zhang Kuku danced with joy after she defeated Yang Kan and Lu Shu. Hee hee. Sure man, I've defeated the villains. Let's return to our hotel now. Zhang Kuku waved her fist at Rao Sherman in a proud manner. Rao Sherman finally came back to her senses. She peered at Zhang Kuku before pulled her hands and escaped from the soaring cloud mansion. Sherman, are we not returning to the hotel? You're going the wrong way. No, we're not going back to the hotel. Yang Kan and Lu Shu are tenacious. They surely won't let us go so easily. They will see us if we return to the hotel. Let's go to Big Sister Qing Shue's house. Rao Sherman flagged down a cab and ordered the driver, brother, the Dongfang mansion please. The driver trembled when he heard the words Dongfang mansion. The Dongfang mansion was a famous place known to all. It was the ancestral home of the Dongfang family, one of the 4 largest familial clans of Jindu. The driver drove with extreme care on the journey. He dared not spark a conversation with his guests as he was afraid that he might offend Zhang Kuku and Rao Sherman if he said something wrong. What is that thing you threw at Lu Shu, Kuku? How can it blow fire? Rao Sherman asked Zhang Kuku. With a triumphant expression, Zhang Kuku waved her pinkish fists and revealed the truth to Rao Sherman. Hee hee. So that bastard Taoist is the real deal. I've made a fortune this time. That bastard Taoist demanded 2 million yuan for a few talismans before the city guard arrived and ruined his business, so I took all his talismans away. The talismans that saved us were drawn by that bastard Taoist. Zhang Kuku gesticulated with her arms happily. The driver took a peek at the 2 girls from the rearview mirror and felt that they looked like 2 celebrities. However, when he saw Zhang Kuku speaking like a psychopath, he shook his head and discarded his suspicions. Talisman. Fake Taoist. Rao Sherman murmured to herself. Suddenly, her eyes glowed. Kuku. When you threw the talisman at Lu Shu, you murmured something. What did you say? Rao Sherman clawed at Zhang Kuku's arms tightly and caused her to yell in pain. Ah! Sherman, let go of me. That hurts. Are you talking about the incantation? That bastard Taoist taught it to me. He said I needed to chant the incantation before using the talisman. The driver almost fainted. He could not fathom why the 2 beautiful young women behind him talked nonsense better than himself. What is the incantation, Kuku? Can you repeat it? Rao Sherman's heart raced. The suspicion of that Taoist being related to Qin Feng was getting stronger. Feng is a handsome man. Zhang Kuku pouted. How can that bastard Taoist set such an unruly incantation? I bet Feng is his nickname. What a narcissist. Rumble. Zhang Ke's reply exploded like a muffled thunder in Rao Sherman's mind. Her clear and bright eyes suddenly went blank as if her soul had been reaped. Feng is a handsome man. A narcissist. The talisman has the same effect as the soul-cleansing necklace. Was he really Qin Feng? What's wrong, Sherman? What is going on? Zhang Ke felt that there was something wrong with Rao Sherman. She pushed Rao Sherman to pull her back from her thought. Ke, can you recall the facial features of the Taoist? Rao Sherman finally snapped out. She tightly grabbed Zhang Ke's arms and pressed forward. Zhang Ke tried to free herself but to no avail. She then grumbled, "That was a long time ago. I've forgotten his face." On top of that bastard Taoist was dressed in a Taoist costume, and his face was hidden behind his mustache. I thought he was a cheater who was afraid of being caught by people, hence his outfit. Many people must have fallen for his crafty plot. But I might be wrong about him since the talismans I took from his stall are the real deal. It really blew fire after I enchanted the incantation. Zhang Ke's well-defined brows were stuck together. Her cherry lips pouted as her mind was filled with doubts. Rao Sherman heaved slightly. A myriad of feelings surged through her heart. She had obtained the intel from Han Ying and Li Yuchen that the Qin family of Acropolis City had fallen. After Qin Feng had gone missing, she made a frantic approach by calling his cell phone 100 times. First, his cell phone was off, and in the end, it turned into a blank number. Rao Sherman had a very special feeling toward Qin Feng. When she discovered that Qin Feng was that little boy 8 years ago that accompanied her at the Lotus Lake, she left a room for Qin Feng in her heart. However, her sweet feeling of being in love was short-lived after Qin Feng had gone missing. And now, she had finally found a clue to Qin Feng's whereabouts, but to her dismay, she had no idea where to start. Seeing that Rao Sherman was acting weird, Zhang Ke asked with a pout, "What happened, Sherman? You look somewhat unhinged, and why did you keep asking about that bastard Taoist?" "Aw. I am alright. Maybe I'm exhausted. It has been a crazy month. I guess I'll be taking a rest from working for the next month. Cuckoo, I heard that America's St. Medical Institute is going to have a study exchange with our alma mater. I plan to do a concert during my break at the university. What do you think? Do you want to join?" Rao Sherman quickly diverted Zhang Ke's attention. "Holding a concert at our old school? That's great. It's been such a long time since I last went back to the school. I wonder how my sisters are holding themselves." The driver had been listening to their nonsense on the journey. A fire-blowing talisman, an old bastard Taoist, and holding a concert at their alma mater. The driver's heart had completely shattered. The car stopped in front of the Dongfang mansion. The driver let out a long sigh as he saw Rao Sherman and Zhang Ke off. "Hi! What gorgeous women! Flawless faces, smoking hot bodies, but too bad that there's something wrong with their brains. It's such a waste." Chapter 452, Hitting Up Girls Under the Guise of a Lecturer. Chapter 452, Hitting Up Girls Under the Guise of a Lecturer. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He saw a pale streak over the treetops and knew the day was coming. After a night of cultivation, Qin Feng finally refined the evil energy and demon essence in his body into inner qi and successfully soared into stage 4 inner qi. He felt different now. Step. Qin Feng lightly hopped from the treetops onto the grassy field. He was wearing Hua Yan's white sleeping gown. Since dawn had arrived, he needed to return to his room and change clothes. He had a handful of Hua Yan's boobs last night, so Qin Feng knew that she was still angry. He tiptoed back to his room without awakening the two girls and swiftly changed into a well-pressed suit. Before he left the house, he threw Hua Yan's sleeping gown at her bedroom door. Jindu University's Medical College lecture hall was packed with students when Feng entered the class, and the scene was explosive. The big-headed fat-eared Xiaolei was standing at the podium. When he saw Feng, his expression turned grim as he looked at his Hua. "Humph. You are 10 minutes late, Professor Feng. Is this the way you teach? Do you think this is a general market that you can enter arbitrarily? You're not professional enough, and you're not a good teacher." Xiaolei hated Feng from the bottom of his heart after Feng had blackened his name multiple times. Hence, he'd savored every single chance he had to attack and humiliate Feng. Feng ignored Xiaolei and walked to the podium. He stared at Xiaolei's face and chirped, "Aya. What happened to your face, Director Xiao? Did you get beaten by someone? Your face was naturally born to be hit by other people. I think it would be better if Director Xiao stayed in the house and refrained from interacting with other people." Everybody understood the behind Xiaolei's injuries. All of them laughed and rolled in the aisles, which greatly infuriated Xiaolei. He opened his mouth to chastise the students, however, he accidentally pulled his wounds, and he yelled in pain. "Humph. What a hypocrite glib talker. To be honest, Director Xiao, I prefer to settle my problems with force. Why don't we give it a try?" Feng offered a fake smile to Xiaolei. His powerful aura further illuminated his presence. Xiaolei was scared. He stepped 3 paces back and stared at Feng warily, pathetic beast. Once again, the students were thrilled by Xiaolei's cowardly expression after Feng threatened him. Xiaolei almost cried. He yelled helplessly, "Keep quiet. Do you all want to fail your examination?" This time, the silence was complete. Xiaolei hastily added, "I have 3 important announcements to make this time. First thing is about the 5 students' representatives. We did not decide last time due to some interruptions, so we'll be doing the selection today. Anyone who wants to volunteer themselves, rise to your feet. We only have 5 spots. Be quick if you really want to participate in this unprecedented, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Xiaolei stood at the podium with his head held high as he fantasized about a scene where the 200 students pressed forward to take their places. He waited for more than 10 seconds, and nobody gave him a positive answer. Xiaolei could not hold his face anymore. He cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, ahem. I'll personally add another 5 points to the 5 representatives' final examination." Another 10 seconds passed, but the students remained silent. Adding 5 marks to their final exam grades was interesting, but nobody took the bait because those who were elected to be the representatives had to host the representatives from the St. Medic Institute and do a Western medicine information exchange with them. Under Feng's tutelage, the desire to protect and expand Chinese traditional medicine was deeply rooted in the heart of every student. Hence, they vowed not to be traitors and curry favors with the spearhead of Western medicine. The situation was getting out of Xiaolei's control. Cold sweat began to form on his back as it felt bad being blatantly ignored by everybody. Hee. Everybody is so active. It's a tough decision to make, and I'm afraid it might take more time than I expected. Then, let's leave this for the next time and move on to the second announcement. Xiaolei had to save himself as nobody would. He then said cheerfully, "I believe everybody will be happy to hear the second announcement. Our alumni, the famous Chinese celebrities Rao Sherman and Zhang Ku will hold a Thanksgiving concert in our stadium as a contribution to their alma mater." What? No way. Rao Sherman and Zhang Ku are going to hold a concert at Jindu University. When is it? Please give us the specific time. Have the tickets started selling? Where can we buy tickets? Oh my. I'm so nervous. Sherman and Ku are coming to our university. What if both of them fall in love with me? Who should I choose to be my girlfriend? Swoosh! The news dropped on the students like a bombshell. Even Feng stumbled on his feet and almost fell to the floor. Rao Sherman. So that girl was a graduate of Jindu University. That means I'm her teacher now. Then, I should take the opportunity to invite her to my office. She has lost sight of so much of her studies, and I must help her regain it all. Xiao Lei laughed after he had successfully invigorated the atmosphere. Ha! Calm down, everyone. The specific time and location of Rao Sherman and Zhang Ku concert will be published on our university forum. Please stay alert and do check the forum frequently to vie for the concert tickets. The students quickly pulled out their cell phones and began to scroll through the university's forum. Xiao Lei grinned from ear to ear. He cast a scornful yet provocative gaze at Feng, seemingly flaunting his ability to engage the students. After the students calmed themselves, Xiao Lei proceeded to make his third announcement. Dear students, please give me your attention. A new friend has joined our medical college. She is a drop-dead gorgeous beauty. Are you all excited to meet our new friend? All of the students had yet digested the news of Rao Sherman and Zhang Ku holding a concert at Jindu University when they were yet again left in awe at the idea of another beautiful woman joining them, especially the male students in the first row. They all craned their necks trying very hard to look outside. And this time, a beautiful woman walked into the lecture hall. The beautiful woman wore a pink blouse over her nice, curvy figure and a pair of black, tight-fitting trousers around her long, delicate legs. Her breasts were huge and jiggled whenever she moved. With her hair in a ponytail, she looked fresh and youthful. However, everybody knew this beautiful woman. She was Hua Yan, one of the Jindu University's belles. Her expression was gloomy and chilly. She seemed to be in a bad mood. Hua Yan stormed to her seat without paying attention to anybody, and her actions seemed unladylike in Xiao Lei's eyes. He felt disgraced. As such, he pointed at Hua Yan and ordered her to stand outside the lecture hall as a warning for other students who would bear the same fate as Hua Yan should they did not follow his instruction. No, no. She is not the new student. Hey you! Who gave you the permission to return to your seat? Get out and stand outside. Hua Yan continued to ignore Xiao Lei, sticking her butt into her own seat. Her eyes flamed with anger as she stared straight at Feng. She was incensed when she remembered what Feng had done to her. Hey! Can't you hear that I'm talking to you? Get out and stand outside. Xiao Lei's face sank when Hua Yan ignored him. Hua Yan was consumed by her anger and she exploded, keep your mouth shut. Go back home and wash your mouth before starting your lesson. Your nasty breath is killing us. Hua Yan was a stage 4 demon cultivator. When she released her aura, she silenced all those who were near her. The students in the last row were not affected, and they laughed their heads off. A bright red flush began to take over Xiao Lei's brown skin as a storm began to form in his soul. Humph. You've decided to be defiant, and you even insulted your lecturer. Well. I'll record a serious demerit on your profile. Don't you ever hope that you will pass your final examination. Xiao Lei planned to daunt Hua Yan as a lecturer, which proved to be insignificant in front of Hua Yan. She scoffed, "TSK. Kick me out from the university if you can. Don't ever try to threaten me with demerits or forbidding me from graduating. I'm not afraid of those things." Hua Yan stood straight like a pine with her chest puffed out, accentuating her gracefully rounded curves. Hua Yan and Qiao Shi were both university belles, but they were opposites in character. Hua Yan had a fiery temper just like a pepper. Qiao Shi was calm like a water. The students snickered when they saw Xiao Lei had enraged Hua Yan. You! Don't be so arrogant, young lady. Since you are not afraid of getting demerits or failing, fine then. I'll take down all your demerits. Xiao Lei burned with a frenzy of rage. He took out a paper and pen and prepared to jot down Hua Yan's student ID and name. It was just before his pen touched the paper that it was slapped away by Qin Feng. What are you doing, brat? Xiao Lei offered a fierce gaze at Qin Feng. Nothing. I just want to remind you that each and every student sitting in this lecture hall is my student, and this is my class. In my class, all responsible for everything my students have committed, should it be bad or good. You have no power here, and even if you have the authority, it won't be you to reprimand my students. Qin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the sun. His brows locked tightly as he glared menacingly at Xiao Lei. His remarks had aroused the students except for Hua Yan. Her expression darkened as she knew Qin Feng too well. He had to be up to no good. Moreover, in my honest opinion, Hua Yan is the most outstanding student I've ever seen. She is pretty, has a nice figure, hardworking, neither conceited nor rash. The phrase goes that a man can't spin and weave at the same time, a woman can't have a pretty face and wisdom in one body. I believed this phrase firmly before meeting Hua Yan. However, the truth that I have trusted shattered after I got to know Hua Yan. I'm proud to have Hua Yan as my student. Next time, you're allowed to do what you please in my class as long as you are happy with it. Everybody's expressions slowly darkened as Qin Feng talked. All of them felt that Professor Qin Feng was being too audacious. He hugged Xiao Shi during the last lesson, and now, he indirectly proposed to Hua Yan. Was he here to fulfill his obligation as a lecturer, or was he actually tried to hook up with girls under the guise of a lecturer? Chapter 453, Transfer Student. Chapter 453, Transfer Student. Clad in a well-pressed suit, Qin Feng stood straight like a pine with his hands clasped behind his back. He sparkled under the sunshine as he purposely tilted his head 45 degrees and looked into the blue sky. He held a melancholic expression, and his profile was tough and handsome, giving people an impression that he was a prince who had fallen from the celestial realm into the mortal realm. Qin Feng loved the movie directed by Stephen Chow. He believed that even with the combination of character and life experiences of Wei Xiaobao, Tang Bo Hu, and Jizun Bao, it was far from perfectly defining his life. To be honest, Qin Feng felt he outmade all three of them in acting. Last night, Qin Feng had stolen 200 flavor grass from Hua Yan. After that, Hua Yan cast away her chastity, made herself nude, and warmed him with her body just to save his life. Qin Feng was touched, however, he could not press down his desire to grab Hua Yan's large boobs. If he was given another chance, Qin Feng believed that he would still grope her breasts. If he had to term it, he hoped that it would be 1,000,000 years. Qin Feng knew he was wrong and that a hell had to be rioting in Hua Yan's heart. Hence, he planned to use his finely honed acting skills, coupled with some lover's prattle that could touch the chord of one's heart and smother the flame in Hua Yan's heart. It was not known whether or not he touched Hua Yan's heart. Nevertheless, the 200 students were moved by his words. Tears filled their eyes as the girls eagerly hoped that they were the subject of Qin Feng's proposal, while the boys wished to give Qin Feng a good beating for neglecting his duty as a lecturer and trying to hook up with a woman. Please have a seat, Ms. Hua Yan. As long as I'm here, nobody will hurt you. Qin Feng turned to Hua Yan and looked at her earnestly. At this moment, Hua Yan wanted to puke. Good day, sir. A clear sweet voice sounded outside the lecture hall. Then, a woman wearing a pair of black boots, a tight-fitting leather shirt and pants walked into the lecture hall. The black tight-fitting leather shirt and pants accentuated her perfect and flawless curvy figure. She sported a purplish bob haircut, and she had a fair skin. A pair of large sunglasses rested on her delicate face, veiling her expression from everyone. Xiao Lei's eyes glowed as soon as the woman walked into the lecture hall. She was the newcomer, and he heard the wind say that she was somebody important. Xiao Lei dare not offend her. Ha! Can I have your attention, please? This pretty is Ms. Yan Wu Shuang, the new transfer student that I mentioned just now. Everybody ignored Xiao Lei as they focused on Yan Wu Shuang, particularly her well-rounded bust. All of them felt that her breasts might pop out at any moment. Like everybody else did, Qin Feng stuck his gaze on Wu Shuang. However, he was not looking at her perfect figure. He was merely stunned by the face of the girl before him. Wasn't she the woman at Martial Artist Alliance? She is one of the Dragon Door. Qin Feng. Yan Wu Shuang yelled. Her eyes under the sunglasses glistened with a flick of shock. As far as she was concerned, Qin Feng had disappeared or was no longer alive on any corner of the planet. It was totally beyond her expectation that he would become a lecturer at Jindu University. Do you know me? Qin Feng was alarmed. How could she know me? Ah. Ha. I overheard that everybody called you that. Am I wrong? The sudden appearance of Qin Feng had unsettled Yan Wu Shuang, causing her to almost blow her disguise. She swiftly regained her calm composure, covered her little cherry mouth and chuckled coquettishly. Her laughter was too enticing, and her breasts bounced up and down when she laughed. Many people shamelessly got an erection. Qin Feng stood at the podium while Yan Wu Shuang stood at the door to the lecture hall. Both of them exchanged glances, trying very hard to figure out the true identity of their opponent. Qin Feng knew that Yan Wu Shuang was a member of Dragon Door, and he knew that Yan Wu Shuang had no idea that he was Green Wolf. On the other hand, Yan Wu Shuang knew Qin Feng was a hedonistic young master from Acropolis City and that he had no information about her. Ms. Wu Shuang, I warmly welcome you to join our big family. Qin Feng retracted his gaze. He offered her a warm smile and said, everybody, let us give Ms. Yan Wu Shuang a great round of applause for joining us. Clap. 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 In the next instance, a thunderous applause echoed incessantly in the lecture hall. A thought formed in Qin Feng's mind. He had to ride Yan Wu Shuang's coattails so as to balance the power gap between him and his enemies. Qin Feng swept across the lecture hall, and he noticed there were no seats left. He then set his eyes on Hua Yan, harumphed, you. How can you sit in the class after coming in late? Get out and stand outside. Qin Feng turned his expression faster than flipping a book and threw everybody off. Hua Yan rose to her feet. Her eyes spat fire, and she yelled at the top of her lungs, how could you? You. Latecomers have to be punished. This is the rule that all of us agreed on last time. Don't you ever think that I will spare you just because you're pretty. Let me tell you, Professor Qin Feng, am not that kind of shallow person. Qin Feng put on a serious look and peered straight back at Hua Yan. The other students were dumbfounded. They felt their Professor Qin Feng was beyond help. They had never seen a person who was as shameless as Qin Feng in their entire life. I'm not leaving out. What can you do to me? Hua Yan huffed. She retorted with a fierce gaze. Just now, she was angry because Qin Feng had molested her the night before. However, she was angry now because Qin Feng's attitude towards her had changed as soon as Yan Wu Shuang entered the class. Faking his anger, Qin Feng scoffed, ha! What a stubborn little girl. How can you not follow your lecturer's orders? Get out of the class now. Big brother. Professor Qin Feng. Was it not you who said that, Ms. Hua Yan was the most promising student you've ever met and that Ms. Hua Yan was a prodigy who had both wisdom and pretty face. How can you punish her now? Lu Jia, who was sitting in the last row, could not resist anymore. He stood up and stepped forward to remind Qin Feng of what he had said. Qin Feng scornfully stared at Lu Jia. He said, "Did I?" Then, Qin Feng swept a glance across the students and asked the same question, "Did you all hear that I mentioned something like that before?" Seeing some of the students were pulling out their cell phones, Qin Feng quickly added, "If I really mentioned that before, I hope that everyone can step forward and point out my mistake. For those good Samaritans, I'll personally deduct 100 marks from the final examination as your reward." As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, those who were pulling out their cell phones stopped. They bowed their heads and submissively returned their cell phones to their pockets. The crowd remained silent for 15 seconds. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. "That's right. I'd never be prejudiced against anybody. I will admit openly what I've said and what I have not. The fatty in the last row, get out with Ms. Hua Yan and stand outside the class." Crestfallen, Lu Jia exited the lecture hall with a darkened expression. Hua Yan had enough of Qin Feng. She quickly rose to her feet and stormed out of the lecture hall, otherwise, she might not know what she would do to Qin Feng if she remained in the class. As both of them walked out of the lecture hall, Qin Feng held a gleeful smile and walked towards Yan Wushuang. "Ms. Wushuang, please have a seat." The 200 students already knew what words would come out from Qin Feng's mouth next, judging from his wickedly lecherous smile. Yan Wushuang removed her sunglasses, exposing her delicate and flawless face. She stared indifferently at Qin Feng and sat down in Hua Yan's place. After Qin Feng returned to the podium, he offered Yan Wushuang a cheerful smile. "Wow! Ms. Wushuang is as pretty as a fairy. You are the most hardworking and richly endowed student by nature I've ever seen. I've always heard that a woman can't have pretty face and wisdom simultaneously. However, after meeting Ms. Wushuang, only did I realize." All of the students covered their ears with their hands. Only now did they realize Professor Qin Feng's shamelessness really had no boundaries. Meanwhile, Yan Wushuang studied Qin Feng with great interest. She had run an investigation on Qin Feng's background. She knew that he was a dissolute, talented in letters and unconventional in lifestyle hedonistic young master of Qin family in Acropolis City and very good with handling women. A martial arts muggle who had suddenly break through into stage 3 inner chi in half a year and successfully claimed himself a place as a subject worthy of study by Dragon Door. Ahem. Ahem. Professor Qin Feng, you should be teaching right now, but what are you doing? Xiao Lei could not listen to what Qin Feng was saying anymore. He felt he had honed his skill in acting pretentious to the finest. However, after meeting Qin Feng, Xiao Lei felt that he had met the very progenitor of acting pretentious. Ah! Wasn't this Director Xiao? When did you come? Qin Feng exhibited an expression that he just realized Xiao Lei's presence, causing Xiao Lei to almost fight with him. Humph. Xiao. Xiao Lei scoffed. Director Xiao, you can leave now if you don't have anything else to say. Don't stay here to interfere with me picking up women. Ahem. Ahem. Teaching. Xiao Lei huffed, staring at Qin Feng before leaving the lecture hall since he could not get the upper hand by staying here. He felt better after leaving the lecture hall. Ms. Wushuang, you have just transferred to our university, so you missed all my previous classes. I plan to have an extra class with you after this class has ended. What do you think? Qin Feng regained his gleeful expression after Xiao Lei had left. This afternoon. I'm afraid I can't. I don't have time. The students were excited after Yan Wushuang rejected Qin Feng directly without giving it a second thought. They felt Yen Wuxuang had very good vision. However, in the next second, all of them were shattered, but I have plenty of time at night after school has ended. I'm not sure if Professor Qin Feng has the time. Ahem. Ahem. I always revise the teaching material for the second day after I return home. I'll search for all kinds of information to demonstrate the teaching material, but since Ms. Wu Shuang has asked for it, I guess I'll have to spare my time to have an extra class with you tonight. I'll thank Professor Qin Feng first then. A flick of amusement ran across Yen Wuxuang's eyes. Qin Feng laughed, "Don't be so courteous, Ms. Wuxuang. We're a family after all, and a family has to help each other." Qin Feng had his eyes set on Yen Wuxuang since the first time he met her. He wasn't looking for her body, but her identity as a member of the Dragon Door. Previously at Martial Artist Town, even the Sima family, one of the 4 largest familial clans, had to be careful while treating Yen Wuxuang. Ding! A new quest from the Hedonist sovereign system, assist Yen Wuxuang in investigating the prime mover behind the William family. Quest time limit, 3 months. The system will reward host Qin Feng 10,000 hedonist points and a bottle of mutant elixir if the quest is completed. If the quest is failed, 20,000 hedonist points will be deducted. Chapter 454, Mario's Bar. Chapter 454, Mario's Bar. Qin Feng had made himself a name although he had only been at Jindu University a week. He had dominated first place and was several streets ahead of the runner-up as the most influential person on the campus. Qin Feng had brutally beaten Feng Ming, the little tyrant of the medical college, slapped the young master of the campus, Gao Tianyao, in public, hugged and teased Xiao Shishir in class, and saved Lin Qingyuan with silver needles. Qin Feng wanted to remain low profile, however, with his elegant appearance and scintillating talent, it was beyond his control that everybody would become inadvertently infatuated with him. The campus talked about Qin Feng all the time, and this gravely harmed the position of the other young masters. In normal circumstances, the young masters would never swallow this kind of humiliation. Regardless of how much anguish they were in, they could only suppress their rage and turn a blind eye to Qin Feng after knowing that Qin Feng had remained in one piece even after he slapped Gao Tianyao twice. In the Vice-Chancellor's office of Jindu University's Medical College, Gao Tianyao sulked in front of a working desk. On the other side of the working desk sat a 50-year-old man with a similar face to Gao Tianyao. "How many times have I told you, Tianyao? Don't come to me when we're on campus. You'll get me in trouble." The old man was Gao Hai, Gao Tianyao's second uncle. "Second uncle, you're the vice-chancellor of the medical college. Who the fuck has the nerve to talk bad about you?" Gao Tianyao grumbled. "How dare you utter such a vulgar syllable in front of me, you freaking idiot. Seems like I have to give you some punishment." Gao Hai chided Gao Tianyao for his impoliteness. Gao Tianyao realized that he was being nasty to his second uncle. However, he was at the end of his rope. He had been nursing a grievance for a long time, and he almost exploded from the pent-up anger. As one of the members of Jindu University's 4 young masters, Gao Tianyao had never been disgraced the way Qin Feng disgraced him ever since he enrolled at Jindu University. From the 2 slaps Qin Feng gave him, he discovered that Qin Feng was blocks ahead more powerful than him. As such, Gao Tianyao was clueless as to what to do with Qin Feng. After all, engaging a martial artist in Qin Feng's league was an impossible task for him. He had no other choice but to swallow his humiliation and walk away. However, as arrogant and prideful as he was, how could he swallow that kind of insult? Hence, he went to his second uncle to seek justice. "I'm sorry, second uncle. It's my fault for being rude at you. Please don't be angry. This nephew never wanted to bother you, but second uncle, you're my only way out." Somebody bullied me. Second uncle, you must help me. Gao Tianyao pulled a sad face at Gao Hai. Gao Hai remained silent for a moment before saying, "Are you talking about Qin Feng? I've heard of him. Did he really slap your face twice in front of everybody?" Qin Feng slapping Gao Tianyao caused a great deal of discussion on campus. The news drifted to Gao Hai's ear as well. Sadly, he thought it was a hoax, so he phoned it in. Now that Gao Tianyao had approached him about the matter, it was clear that it hadn't been a hoax after all. "Second uncle, it's true. That bastard is not an ordinary person. There is no point of looking to me for help then. I don't practice martial arts, and if even you cannot defeat him in a fight, it's impossible for me to defeat him." Gao Hai sighed. "You misunderstood me, second uncle. What I want you to do is to find whatever reason and sack him. I can't do anything to him when we're on campus, however, once he is outside, I'll have my way of dealing with him." Gao Tianyao proposed his suggestion. Gao Hai's brows frowned deeply as his expression turned serious. After a good while, Gao Hai sighed, "Hi. Nephew, why do you have to make things difficult for me? I'm pretty sure you know that the panel of representatives from the St. Medic Institute will be arriving at our university in no less than 10 days. The higher-ups are all highly strung, and I would alarm them if I suddenly fired a lecturer at this moment. Things will get ugly if something goes wrong. I hope you understand my situation, nephew." Seeing that his second uncle had made his point and rejected him, Gao Tianyao's heart sank. He yelled, "But I cannot swallow the ignominy, second uncle. That fucking bastard slapped my face twice in front of all the medical students in the lecture hall. If I can't get rid of him, where can I show my face on Jindu University campus anymore?" Gao Tianyao was anxious. This time, Gao Hai thought for a long period of time, and he still sighed and shook his head. "Tianyao, tolerate it for another half-month. After the representatives from the St. Medic Institute have returned to America, I will definitely fire Qin Feng. Now is not the perfect time. We'd get into trouble." Since his second uncle had rejected his suggestion, Gao Tianyao was only left with rage. "Humph. You're lucky this time, you bastard, Qin Feng. The day when the exchange study is over will be the day you leave Jindu University. Chancellor Gao, were you looking for me?" It was not long after Gao Tianyao left, Chang Axian went into Gao Hai's office. She wore her usual uniform and a pair of black pantyhose. Gao Hai ogled her long straight legs and her big breasts until his eyes almost popped out. "Hee. Welcome, welcome. Please have a seat, Director Chang." Gao Hai greeted Chang Axian with a smile. He even made her tea as if she was the vice-chancellor. "Chancellor Gao, please get to the point straight." "I still have many things to do," Chang Axian said indifferently. Gao Hai had his eyes set on Chang Axian, and he had made tons of attempts to invite Chang Axian to dinner, but Chang Axian always rejected his invitation. However, he was extremely clingy, and now, he would try to invite Chang Axian on a date again. The day when the representatives from St. Medic Institute is coming near, and as members of the medical college ourselves, we have to do justice to our identity. I want to invite you to dinner tonight so that we can discuss the details and problems we might face upon their arrival. What are your thoughts, Director Chang?" Gao Hai had miscounted how many times had Chang Axian rejected him. He was worried Chang Axian would decline his invitation again. Chang Axian pondered Gao Hai's suggestion. As she was about to say no to his invitation, Gao Hai cut her short and added, "I can discuss this matter with Director Chang over dinner because Director Chang is very busy during the daytime. The management of the medical college is looking forward to this exchange study. As a member of the medical college, I hope that Director Chang could coordinate with my work and put a little more effort in glorifying the medical college." Gao Hai was already over 50 years old, and he had developed his own set of skills while climbing all the way up to be the vice-chancellor of the medical college. Within a few sentences, he'd covered the fact that he was trying to pick up Chang Axian with the idea of winning honor for the medical college, leaving Chang Axian no excuses to reject him. Has Chancellor Gao booked the restaurant? Chang Axian agreed at last. Stunned, Gao Hai yelled, yes, of course, yes. Let's go now, Director Chang. Great. Chang Axian walked in the front while Gao Hai trailed behind her. While savoring Chang Axian's smoking, sexy figure and her voluptuous butt, he fantasized about pushing her down on a bed and worked hard on top of her. Gao Hai led Chang Axian to his Volkswagen CC, and Chang Axian sat in the back. Chang Axian remained in silence throughout the journey. She peered through the window to the outside with her glassy eyes locked in her own thoughts. We've arrived, Director Chang. Gao Hai's voice snapped Chang Axian out of her thoughts, and she did not know that they had arrived at the Mario's bar. This is the restaurant that you booked, Chancellor Gao. Chang Axian's brows locked slightly as she looked warily at Gao Hai. Gao Hai screwed his head and offered a fatuous smile, hee hee. I thought you would love this kind of ambience, Director Chang. Why don't we have a seat inside? I've booked a private room, and it's pretty quiet. We'll have some food while we discuss matters. Mario's bar was the largest chain of bars in Jindu. It was also the holy ground for youngsters to get laid. Even though she had not personally come to Mario's bar before, she knew what kind of place was this. And now Gao Hai's intention was completely laid bare to Chang Axian. He had booked a private room, and it was obvious that he was not there for the work but up to something bad. Seeing that Chang Axian was soon to pull her out, Gao Hai hastily went forward and pushed her inside. Let's go in, Director Chang. It's filled with people, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Chang Axian felt that with so many people inside Mario's bar, Gao Hai would not dare do anything to her. Moreover, Chang Axian was in a constant bad mood recently due to Qin Feng and Hua Yan. Her heart tingled with pent-up frustration. Looking at the Mario's bar, Chang Axian felt that she wanted to release her feelings and that she might feel better afterward. Fine then. Chancellor Gao, please lead the way. Chang Axian stepped aside and avoided Gao Hai. She went into Mario's bar with Gao Hai. Gao Hai was delighted to jump since it was out of his expectation that Chang Axian would agree to enter Mario's bar. With a smug expression, he led Chang Axian into the bar. As they entered the bar, a waitress in exposing attire came forward and welcomed them. She led them through the noisy crowd until they arrived at the private rooms in the innermost of the compound. They went into private room number 303. Mr. Gao, here is your room. May I prepare the food and drinks now, or later? Yes, now. Gao Hai yelled excitedly. Accepting the order, the waitress then retreated to do her duty and left Gao Hai and Chang Axian in the private room. It was a tiny private room, but it was enough for 2 people. The room had a low lighting, and it was only decorated with a row couch, a small coffee table, and a karaoke system. It looked like a KTV room. Gao Hai's mind went wild, and his heart raced when he saw the T-shaped couch. His brain played a scene where Chang Axian was drunk, and he did her on the couch. Gao Hai sat beside Chang Axian and began to curry favor with her. Since we're not in the working compound, let's drop our courteousness. I'll call you Axian, and you just call me Big Brother Hai. Chang Axian stayed vigilant and maintained a space worth a person with Gao Hai. She did not reply to him. Gao Hai blabbered on and on, praising Chang Axian as a capable woman with the features of a heavenly maiden. His gaze was glued to Chang Axian's legs, and his heart pumped faster and faster at the sight. Mario's bar was the largest chain store bar in Jindu. It was also the holy ground for the youngster to get laid. Even though she had not personally came to Mario's bar before, but she knew what kind of place was this. And now Gao Hai's intention had completely laid bare in front of Chang Xin. He had booked a private room and it came to light that he was not here for the work, but up to something bad. Let's go in, Director Chang. It's filled with people here and there is nothing to be afraid of. Seeing that Chang Xin was soon to pull her out, Gao Hai hastily went forward and pushed her inside. Chang Xin felt with so many people inside Mario's bar, Gao Hai would not dare to do anything to her. Moreover, Chang Xin was in constant bad mood recently due to Qin Feng and Hua Yan. Her heart was tingling with pent-up frustration. Looking at the Mario's bar, Chang Xin felt want to release herself and that she might feel better afterward. Fine then. Chancellor Gao, please lead the way. Chang Xin stepped aside and avoided Gao Hai. She went into Mario's bar with Gao Hai. Chapter 455, You're the Best, Ms. Wu Shuang. Bin Bin. Qin Feng waited in his office looking forward to Yan Wushuang's arrival. As he expected, Yan Wushuang arrived at his office soon after. She invited Qin Feng to have their lesson at Mario's bar. Yan Wushuang stopped her Audi Q7 outside of Mario's bar. After both of them alighted from the car, Qin Feng tilted his head and peered at Mario's bar, which was filled with debauchery activities. He lamented, I haven't been to this kind of place for a long time. To think that I was once known as the Prince of Bars when I was younger. What are you looking at, Professor Qin Feng? Yan Wushuang wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's arm and offered him a warm smile. In martial artist town, Yan Wushuang always held an indifferent expression, standing at a position far above the masses. It was out of Qin Feng's imagination that her attitude towards him would change so drastically once she became his transfer student. Is she trying to seduce me? Nothing. Qin Feng screwed his head and smiled, masquerading as a scholarly mentor and beneficial friend. Qin Feng felt as a capable person and somebody with prestige. Yan Wushuang favored a cultured and intelligent man more, while a hedonistic young master was somebody she would loathe and despise the most. Since Qin Feng decided to ride her coattails, he had to show his most perfect side to Yan Wushuang. You should be used to coming to this kind of place, right? Professor Qin Feng. Yan Wushuang deliberately pressed her body against his arm and rubbed. Yan Wushuang knew who Qin Feng was after she had studied him thoroughly. She berated his fakeness inwardly. I apologize for disappointing you, Ms. Wu Shuang. This is the first time I've ever come to such place. Qin Feng resignedly shook his head and heaved. I understand that in this era of globalization, men and women of our age are impetuous. Bad boys get all the girls while nice guys finish last. In spite of how hard I try to turn myself into a bad guy, I just can't do it. Wu Shuang, I am a near-extinct scholarly man who doesn't drink, smoke, or indulge in debauchery. You must be very disappointed, Qin Feng said with an extremely saddened expression. He had made every one of his expressions as convincing as possible. This was the first time Yan Wushuang experienced Qin Feng's shamelessness. She was so sickened that she almost left. So Professor Qin Feng is so adorable. I thought you were a hedonistic young master the first time I saw you, Yan Wushuang teased Qin Feng. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat, but he regained his composure soon after. To be honest, Ms. Wu Shuang, those hedonistic young masters are a group of maggots that I despise the most. Relying on their powerful background, they always toy with other people without any respect and contribute nothing good to the society. I'm certainly different from them. Yan Wushuang took the initiative to invite Qin Feng on a date because she wanted to test his strength. Qin Feng had mysteriously turned himself from a muggle into a powerful martial artist. No one in the martial world had ever achieved such a feat. Yan Wushuang was curious, hence the date tonight. After she had completed her investigation of Qin Feng, she prepared to apply to the Dragon Door and had the Dragon Door dispatch a special investigation team to study Qin Feng. However, before she could test Qin Feng's strength, she had to first experience his deep and profound skill in acting bass and shamelessness. Hee. You're right, Professor Qin Feng. It would serve them right if thunder struck them. Yan Wuxuang said as she smiled playfully. Qin Feng forced himself not to see Yan Wuxuang's trembling sleeve due to her anger. He continued to speak seriously, Ahem. It would be too severe for them to be punished by thunder. Although they're despicable, they should not be killed. In fact, we should inspire them, guide them, and lead them to the rightful path. We should turn them into thankful people who can contribute to the community. Qin Feng said every one of his sentences slow and steady with a deep voice. He tried to feign the air of a scholar. Yan Wuxuang already knew Qin Feng was a hedonistic young master. Won't he feel tired from this act? Yan Wuxuang asked herself. As they entered the bar, the waitress that welcomed Chang Xian and Gao Hai stepped forward. Handsome and beautiful, have you guys booked a room, or would you guys prefer a random seat? Before Yan Wuxuang could answer the waitress, Qin Feng covered his eyes with his hands, shook his head and said, Oh my sweet lord, the moral degeneration of the world is getting worse day by day. How can a woman like you appear in such revealing clothes in a public place? What if your parents, your aunts, or your uncles see you? What will they think? It's so embarrassing. Go away. Your assistance is not required. Yan Wuxuang and the waitress were stunned, especially the waitress. She looked at Qin Feng like looking at an alien. Psycho. The waitress rolled her eyes at Qin Feng and turned away. Yan Wuxuang's eyes were ablaze. She almost went crazy because of Qin Feng. Yan Wuxuang had already familiarized herself with the compound of the Mario's bar. She went to the private room area without any guidance. She arrived at private room 305 and went in after she hailed the waiter outside the room. Room 305 was a small private room as well, and the facilities were similar to room 303. After sweeping a gaze around the private room, Qin Feng snuggled down on a couch. Yan Wuxuang talked with the waiter for a short while before sending him away to do her bidding. Are you satisfied with the room, Professor Qin Feng? Is it cozy enough? After she shut the door, Yan Wuxuang then unzipped her leather shirt, freeing her jiggly, large breasts from restraint. Underneath her black leather shirt was a white sleeveless garment. Qin Feng commanded himself not to look at Yan Wuxuang's body, but the urge was unbearable. His desire went on a rampage, and he distorted his two large eyes into two fine lines and looked at Yan Wuxuang's body out from the corner of his eyes. Fine. Just the light setting is too dim, and it feels like a ghost mansion, Qin Feng said as he swallowed hard. Professor Qin Feng, what's your opinion of my body? Asked Yan Wuxuang as she walked towards Qin Feng and shoved her breasts towards him. Qin Feng perfunctorily raised his head and took a peek. As he exclaimed inwardly how large Yan Wuxuang boobs were compared to Hua Yan, he held an expressionless face and answered her nonchalantly, not bad. Ms. Wuxuang, please zip up your shirt. You might see a cold later. Qin Feng had to maintain his nerdy personality. He admonished and commanded himself not to blow his disguise even if Yan Wuxuang appeared nude before him. The air conditioner is on, Professor Qin Feng. I don't feel cold in the slightest. Let me help you remove your jacket. Yan Wuxuang sat beside Qin Feng and began to undress him. Qin Feng quickly turned his body aside. As he moved aside, his eyes glowed. He realized Yan Wuxuang had utilized her inner qi and pointed it towards the vital point of his stomach. Qin Feng was stunned by her sudden hostility. What is she doing? Was she trying to harm me? Oh. My stomach hurts, Ms. Shuang. Qin Feng had donned his sacred azure battle armor and neutralized Yan Shuang's attack. Qin Feng was now playing a show for Yan Shuang to find out what was she up to. Raising her brows, Yan Shuang peered at Qin Feng with questions in her mind. She had aimed for his life. The reason behind the relentless attack was that she wanted to force Qin Feng to use his full strength to parry her attack. She never imagined that Qin Feng would not avoid nor fight back. Are you all right? Yan Shuang finally regained her senses. Her eyes held a flicker of anxiety in them. My stomach hurts, and I don't know why. Qin Feng curled up and clawed his stomach with his hands while grimacing in pain. Yan Shuang was not convinced, her mind still filled with doubt. Be that as it may, she still went forward to check his condition. She meticulously scanned his body, she did not find anything wrong with him. Locking her brows, Yan Shuang muttered, "It's strange. How come you're all right?" "Ah. Ms. Shuang hoped that I would have a mishap." Qin Feng stared at Yan Shuang in disbelief. "No, it's not. How could I hope that Professor Qin Feng is not all right? I'm just nervous, so I said the wrong thing. Arg. The pain is killing me. Ms. Shuang, can you help me to rub the pain away?" Qin Feng was in so much pain that the vein on his forehead bulged. Yan Shuang could not see that Qin Feng was actually faking his pain, she thought she had really hurt him. Wheels within wheels, the relationship between Yan Shuang and Qin Feng was complex and sophisticated, and it was hard to explain in 2 or 3 words. All in all, Yan Shuang did not want to kill Qin Feng. Since she hurt Qin Feng, she felt sorry for him. "Are you feeling any better?" Yan Shuang extended her right hand, put it on Qin Feng's stomach, and began to massage him. "Ah. That's right. That is the right point." Qin Feng suddenly grabbed Yan Shuang's hand and moved it toward the side a little bit. The sensation of her small hand being grabbed by a large hand stunned her. She remained zoned out for a brief moment before she found her senses. "Here. Okay then. You can release my hand now." "I can do this on my own," Yan Shuang said calmly. Suddenly, Qin Feng raised his brows and yelped in pain again. "Arg! Pain, it's so painful. It is much more painful than the last time. Quick, move your hand inside, otherwise, it won't do me any good." Yan Shuang's hand was once again caught by Qin Feng. He placed her hand into his shirt so that there was 0 distance between her skin and his. Yan Shuang's hand was tender, smooth and cold. When her hand touched his stomach, he felt so great that he moaned. "Yes, yes. The pain is fading. Ms. Shuang, you're the best." Qin Feng gave Yan Shuang a lot of praise to smother her anger. He grabbed tightly to Yan Shuang's hand and said, "Please, help me. Help me cure my pain, Ms. Shuang. Your massage skills are so good. I bet you learned it from somewhere, right?" Yan Shuang's mind was a mess. This was the first time she had touched a man's stomach. It was a strange feeling to her, and it jumbled her thoughts. Qin Feng wasn't satisfied. As he looked at between his legs, he began to move Yan Shuang's hand downward. My stomach is not in pain anymore. Now it's my legs. Ms. Shuang, you have to help me rub my legs as well." Chapter 456, Shameless Weasel. Chapter 456, Shameless Weasel. Bin Bin. In private room 303 of the Mario's bar, Gao Hai and Chang Xan stayed for half an hour. Chang Xan just had a steak and a few mouthfuls of red wine which caused her cheeks to flush red. Chancellor Gao, now that we have finished our meal, should we get to the main point of tonight? Chang Xan felt a little bit dizzy. She wanted to get her job done quickly and return home to rest. Gao Hai had been purposely delaying Huayan. He smiled lecherously as he ogled Huayan's thighs. Xan, did we not agree that since we're outside of the university I'll call you Xan and you'll call me Big Brother Hai? Let's drop our courteousness. Chancellor Gao, quickly get down to the business. It's just an appellation. It won't change anything, Chang Xan replied indifferently. She knew Gao Hai had been staring at her thighs, and his lecherous gaze sickened her. Ha! Xan, you're such a stubborn girl. You won't yield to anybody once you've decided to do something. Oh well, since we've finished our meal, let's get straight to the matter about receiving the representatives from the St. Medic Institute. Chang Xan straightened her body when she saw Gao Hai had finally returned to the subject of the night, causing Gao Hai to drool at her large boobs. Suddenly, he shoved his hand forward and pushed a glass of red wine in front of Chang Xan. Swoosh! The wine tipped over and spilled all over Chang Xan's blouse. Frightened, Chang Xan quickly rose to her feet as the wine streamed down her blouse to her black pantyhose. The red wine dampened the pantyhose and molded them around on Chang Xan's thighs. Chang Xan locked her well-defined brows uncomfortably. I apologize for my clumsiness. A glisten of craftiness flickered through Gao Hai's eyes as his evil scheme succeeded. Immediately, he pulled out a few paper towels and ran to Chang Xan's side. He extended his hand to wipe the wine off Chang Xan's thigh. Xan, I hope you won't take any offense at my ineptness. It's fine. I'll handle it myself. Chang Xan said coldly. She moved a few steps back to avoid Gao Hai's filthy, grubby claws. She grabbed a bag of tissue paper and went into the restroom. As soon as Chang Xan left, Gao Hai instantly dropped his innocent and kind expression for a wickedly sardonic smile. He tweed his nose to take a few deep sniffs at Chang Xan's fragrance that lingered in the room. Ha! Run all you can, bye. I've had enough of your double-distilled pure and noble conduct. I must release the beast within you tonight on the couch and turn you into a sex-crazed slut. Gao Hai blabbered to himself on and on while keeping an eye on Chang Xan, who was in the restroom as he walked toward her place. He pulled out a packet of powder from his pocket and poured it into Chang Xan's water cup. Ha! You'll become my toy tonight after you drink the water, bye. Gao Hai smiled wickedly as he shook the water cup in his hand to thoroughly mix the powder in water. The water turned clear as crystal. Nobody would be able to notice something was added into the water cup. Click. Chang Xan walked out of the restroom. She had removed her black pantyhose and let her snow-white, straight and long legs free. Water droplets could be seen dripping from her legs as she washed off the wine stains on her thighs with water. Chang Xan's blouse was short, reaching only above her knees. As such, even though Gao Hai was far from her, he could see the fragrance drifting from beneath her blouse. Is everything fine, Xan? I'm too clumsy. Please forgive me. Gao Hai extended a warm smile as he walked toward her. He extended his arm across Chang Xan's waist. Nauseated by Gao Hai's action, Chang Xan moved sideways to avoid Gao Hai as she returned to her seat. Her blatant refusal did not earn any rage from Gao Hai. Holding his smiling face, Gao Hai returned to Chang Xan's side. From time to time, he peeked at Chang Xan's thighs through his thick lenses, anxiously wishing he could throw himself at her thighs and lick them. Chancellor Gao, the hour is late, and I'm tired. Guess we have to leave the matter for next time. I'm going to leave first. How was there any possibility that Chang Xian still wanted to stay here after that incident? The reason behind her agreeing to Gao Hai's suggestion to come to Mario's bar was because she was troubled by the revelation of Hua Yan and Qin Feng's relationship. After they came to the bar, Chang Xian discovered Gao Hai's evil intentions. Hence, she wanted to leave now. Please don't be angry with me, Xian. I didn't do it on purpose. Why do you have to leave now? You hurt me so much. Gao Hai pretended to be sad and remorse for his wrongdoing. You think too much, Chancellor Gao. I'm not angry. I'm just very tired, Chang Xian replied emotionlessly. Then, why do you have to leave so soon? Were we not going to discuss the details and problems we might face upon receiving the representatives? We're just getting started now, and you're already leaving. Let's discuss it next time. It's too late now, and I don't feel like discussing any important business tonight. Chang Xian stood her ground firmly. She was that kind of girl who would not yield or pander to other people once she made a decision. Gao Hai knew her very well, and he knew that he would damage his reputation in Chang Xian's eyes if he continued to press her. Hence, he wiped a warm smile, rose to his feet, get 2 cups of wine in his hand, and said patiently, "Okay. Then, let us leave the matter about the representatives for next time. However, Big Brother Hai has asked for forgiveness from Xian. You must accept my apology and finish the wine, otherwise, my conscience might smite me, and I am certain that I won't sleep tight tonight." I'm sorry, Chancellor Gao, but I really can't hold my liquor. It was totally expected by Gao Hai that Chang Xian would reject his toast. He wasn't affected in the slightest. Instead, he continued to hold his smile while he exchanged the wine glass in his hand with the water cup, then, "Please use the water as a replacement." Since Gao Hai had said it like that, Chang Xian felt she could not reject him anymore. Plus, she was thirsty. Chancellor Gao, please don't take the matter just now to heart. It's just a small accident, and I don't mind it at all. Chang Xian accepted the water up and took a sip. Gao Hai threw his head to the back and guzzled down the amber-colored solution. Then, he looked at Chang Xian with a crooked smile. As he saw Chang Xian had finished the cup of water, his sinister smile broadened. Ha! This Big Brother Hai felt better now. Chang Xian felt Gao Hai had changed. There was a lecherous intent behind his smile, and it sickened Chang Xian. I'm leaving first. Why the hurry, Xian? Even if you're leaving, I should be the gentleman and send you off. Your Big Brother Hai will be worried about you if you go home alone by yourself. Gao Hai outflanked Chang Xian and blocked the only exit with his plump figure. Holding a grin, he ran his gaze between Chang Xian's boobs and her legs. Please behave yourself, Chancellor Gao. Please don't look at me with those kinds of eyes. Chang Xian could not hold her anger anymore and exploded. However, Gao Hai wasn't affected in the slightest. Not only did he not retract his gaze, the lecherous smile on his face grew. Why can't I look at you since you're such a beauty, Xian? Didn't you know that I always peeked at you during school hours, especially when you wear your uniform? It's too sexy. You're just as sexy as the adult ladylike office woman. You've drunk too much, Chancellor Gao. Do you have any idea what you are saying right now? Chang Xian's expression turned chilly. She gripped her purse tightly, and she was prepared to smack Gao Hai with her purse if he suddenly pounced on her. Gao Hai ignored Chang Xian's rage and continued to speak. Your body is too hot. When you're in your blouse, your butt jiggles whenever you move. The sight is so great that my crow bulges the moment I see it. And your large boobs. TSK, it feels like it would explode at any moment. Quick, let your Big Brother Hai see how large your boobs are. Also, I've been fantasizing the viewing under your blouse. What's the color of your underwear today? Let me have a look. Bang! Unable to withstand anymore, Chang Axian was so angry that every hair on her body stood up. She raised her purse and shoved it right at Gao Hai's face. Chang Axian had heard that men were filthy, but she never imagined they would be this corrupted to heart. A man like Gao Hai was no different from a beast. The purse knocked Gao Hai's glasses off his face, and the zipper injured the corner of Gao Hai's eyes. He screamed in pain. Fuck! Don't act so pure in front of me, you bai. I'll show you what I'm made of tonight. Gao Hai's eyes bulged and dripped in blood. His grimacing expression was scary. Frightened, Chang Axian covered her breasts and recoiled. She just moved for 2 steps, and she suddenly went limp. She fell to the floor and could not muster the strength to stand up. Ha! Save your energy, Axian. I've put an aphrodisiac in your water which I purposely asked people to bring back for me from Thailand. Please enjoy the night. I'm very vigorous. Gao Hai had an erection the moment he saw Chang Axian's reddened skin and her feeble outlook. After he put on his glasses which he found on the floor, he walked towards Chang Axian wickedly. Chang Axian was nervous. She wanted to scream for help, but unfortunately, the powder had rendered her powerless. Don't come over here. I'll call the police. Chang Axian mustered up all her strength to warn Gao Hai, but it had little to no effect on him. Call the police. How dare you? I should take a video of us having sex. If you call the police, I'll expose the video on Jindu University's forum. I want to let everybody know how filthy and dirty Professor Chang Axian is behind her pure and noble facade. Shameless. Tears began to form in her eyes. Ha! I'm shameless. In this society, you can't make any progress if you're not shameless enough. Gao Hai had prepared himself since he decided to get on Chang Axian. Hence, he did not waver at any of the warnings or threatening words Chang Axian threw at him. He began to undo his belt. Please stop struggling, Axian. Why don't you enjoy it? I assure you that if you serve me well tonight, I promise you a bright future regardless of if you work in the medical college or the affiliated hospital. Chapter 457, Will You Fire Me? Chapter 457, Will You Fire Me? In Mario's bar's private room 305, Feng was torn as he had encountered the toughest decision he had to make in his entire life. Shuang's hand was extremely soft and delicate. It was particularly tough for Feng to suppress the urge to move her hand into his trousers. He made himself out to be a nerdy scholar to Shuang, so how could he commit such a sleazy act? However, just when Feng was fighting within himself, his large hand grabbed Shuang's hand and shoved it inside his pants. It was too late when Feng realized what had he done. A deadly aura erupted from Shuang, and her eyes filled with flame. Feng felt that any move besides carrying on with his acting and controlling Shuang's hand to the right place was pointless. It's so painful. It seems like I've sprained my leg. Ms. Shuang, hurry up and massage me to alleviate the pain. What are you doing, Feng? What the hell is that thing under my hand? A roar filled with rage clawed Feng's ears and almost shattered his eardrum. In the next second after those words were spoken, a silhouette of leg appeared from the thin air in front of Feng. Shuang had sent her leg at him, fast and ruthless, and she'd killed off every chance for Feng to avoid the attack. He was sent into the air. Pervert, the beast, how can he let me touch his? Shuang chided Feng in a rage after she sent him flying. She looked at her hand in disgust and the urge to chop her hand off consumed her. Suddenly, Yen Wuxuang regained her calmness as her eyes were filled with astonishment. It's so weird. Why didn't he return the blow? He looks normal, but how could that be? Could it be that he lost all his inner qi in the fight at the Amethyst Dragon Palace 3 months ago? Then, should I proceed with his investigation? Yen Wuxuang felt she had made a wrong decision tonight. The intention behind this date was to figure out Qin Feng's strength. She worked all night long, and all she got was molested by Qin Feng and nothing more. Stop there. I'll kill myself if you come over here. In the private room 303, Chang Axian broke out in cold sweat when she saw Gao Hao had undone his belt and pounced on her. Ha! Want to die? You can only die after I fuck you. Gao Hai chided Chang Axian's threats as wasted effort. Halfway through his laughter, a dark figure came at him through the air. In the next second, the dark figure pounced on him and took him away with it. Bang! Yen Wuxuang was a powerful martial artist. If it wasn't for Qin Feng's sacred azure battle armor, he would have died from the kick. The huge momentum had smashed Gao Hai deep into the wall, knocking him unconscious and leaving a huge crater in the wall. Thanks to Gao Hai, Qin Feng had slowed down and landed on a squishy object. What is this? It's so squishy. Qin Feng had landed on top of Chang Axian. Instinctively, he delightfully groped Chang Axian's big breast. Chang Axian was flabbergasted at what was happening around her that she had forgotten Qin Feng was the one who was causing the pain in her boobs. With her own eyes, she saw Qin Feng come to her aid like the Superman. He knocked Gao Hai away and landed on top of her body. Holy Jesus Christ! Why are you here, Chang Axian? Qin Feng broke into a cold sweat when he saw Chang Axian. Immediately, he let go of Chang Axian's boobs and rolled aside. He rose to his feet and casually pat away the dust on his shirt. Then, he turned to Chang Axian. Hey! What a coincidence, Chang Axian. Are you having fun at Mario's bar as well? My friends are waiting for me outside, so I'll excuse myself first. Oh yeah, before I forget, the door to your private room almost injured me, but since we know each other so well, I have decided not to make you pay for my injuries. Qin Feng offered her a warm smile and turned his body to leave. He had a good time groping Chang Axian's large boobs just now and foresaw his unfortunate destiny afterward. Chang Axian would certainly cast him out of her house, and he would have to resume his life as a wanderer. Qin Feng, please don't go. Before he could leave the room, Chang Axian's feeble call for help stopped him. What's wrong, Axian? You seem awful. Qin Feng was troubled by his bad ending for groping Chang Axian's boobs. Only now did he realize that Chang Axian was acting weird. What is she doing? Why doesn't she get up from the floor? Qin Feng, save me. Gao Hai is trying to violate me. Quick, take me home, Chang Axian pleaded for Qin Feng's help like a drowning man grasping at a life raft. Qin Feng quickly picked her up from the floor. He realized her weight was exceptionally heavy, and she was clearly drugged. Which bastard drugged you, Axian? I'll avenge you. Qin Feng locked Chang Axian in his arms and sat on a couch. His expression was chilly. The one who you knock away, Chang Axian said powerlessly. Now, Chang Axian was sitting on Qin Feng's lap. The aphrodisiac had sapped every inch of energy from her. She felt weak, hence she leaned her body against Qin Feng, resulting in their current indecorous position. Chang Axian could not accept it, however, she had no energy to change anything. Little pig, is Chang Axian okay? Qin Feng found Gao Hai lying unconsciously in a corner of the private room. Qin Feng decided to deal with him later and went forward to ask Little Pig about Chang Axian's condition. Master, Chang Axian was inflicted by a potent aphrodisiac. Master has to force the aphrodisiac out from her body, then she'll be fine. After Little Pig had given his explanation, Qin Feng then laid Chang Axian down on the couch. His hand flickered and stuck 8 silver needles in Chang Axian's stomach area. He had obtained the decree of 5 elements, hence forcing toxic or poison out from a person's body was an easy task for him. The silver needles were filled with Qin Feng's inner qi, causing them to automatically tremble. After Qin Feng teased out the knot in Chang Axian's hair and tidied her clothes, he then left her on her own to recuperate. Crack! Then, Qin Feng zoomed to Gao Hai's side. He raised his feet and stomped hard on Gao Hai's arm, shattering it. Oh! The unbearable excruciating pain awakened Gao Hai. The room was filled with Gao Hai's yells of pain once he woke up. Who are you? What the fuck do you want? Gao Hai was shocked when he saw Qin Feng, who was much taller and more muscular than him, standing in front of him with a wicked smile. Nothing. I just want to beat you. Qin Feng sneered. He raised his hand and slapped Gao Hai's face hard, almost slapped Gao Hai's head off. Pfft. Gao Hai spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with a few teeth. Why the fuck have you hit me? Do you know who I am? Are you nuts? Qin Feng slapped him without giving him any reason. Gao Hai was infuriated because he did not know Qin Feng, and he had no idea why Qin Feng had to hit him. Qin Feng was stunned for a while. He replied to Gao Hai with a question of his own, "Oh yeah, who are you? I don't know you either." Gao Hai was so exasperated that he almost vomited blood. He stared furiously at Qin Feng and said, "What's wrong with you? How can you hit me when you don't even know who am I? Look closely. I'm Gao Hai. I know many people from the government to the underworld, just you wait for your demise." As the Vice-Chancellor of the Medical College of Jindu University, Gao Hai did quite well living for himself in Jindu. When he saw that Qin Feng was young and that he did not have the vibe of a rich young master, he looked down on him. Slap! Before Gao Hai's voice died away, another deep, muffled slap echoed, and it sounded fiercer than the previous slap. This time, the slap knocked Gao Hai's glasses away and almost shattered his nasal bone. "So you're Gao Hai. I've been looking for you," Qin Feng said as he offered Gao Hai a wickedly sly smile, giving Gao Hai an impression that he was targeted by a venomous serpent. As he opened his mouth to threaten Qin Feng interrupted him and treated him to a flurry of slaps. Slap! 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 The room was filled with the rhythmic slapping sound. For those who had no idea what was going on in the room, they might have thought that the people in the room were performing some intimate activity. Gao Hai's usually big head and round ears doubled in size until his head was as large as a basketball after Qin Feng slapped him a dozen times, making his features far beyond recognizable. "That's enough, Qin Feng." Chang Axian was delighted seeing Gao Hai get what he deserved. But he was now in his last breath. Chang Axian was worried about Qin Feng if he accidentally killed Gao Hai. Axian, this fella dared to violate you. He is bringing a lantern into the toilet, looking for death. Qin Feng bounced and appeared beside Chang Axian. He gestured with his hand and retracted all 8 silver needles in Chang Axian's stomach area back into his system. "Do you feel any better now?" Qin Feng's cold expression vanished. He tenderly helped Chang Axian to her feet. Chang Axian felt warmed. It was good to be protected by this kind of person. She was infatuated with Qin Feng's gentleness. However, when she thought of how Qin Feng had developed his relationship with Hua Yan to the bedroom, a gush of disappointment welled and filled her heart. "I'm okay. Let's go home now." Chang Axian had already risen to her feet. Qin Feng wrapped his arms around Chang Xian's tiny waist and supported her all the way. We just let him go like that. Don't you think he has yet to receive the punishment he deserves? Chang Xian swept her gaze across the bloodied battered Gao Hai whose face was full of bruises. The corner of her mouth quivered. Is that considered light? Just leave him like that, Qin Feng. He is Gao Hai, the vice-chancellor of the medical college. Chang Xian had retained her chastity, and Gao Hai had received the punishment he deserved. Chang Xian did not want to make a fuss of the thing as she was afraid Gao Hai might find trouble with Qin Feng later on. What did you say? Vice-chancellor of a medical college. Which medical college does he preside over? Qin Feng's expression changed. Which medical college? The Medical College of Jindu University, of course. Chang Xian looked strangely at Qin Feng. In the next second, Chang Xian felt her waist become light. Qin Feng, who had been holding her, had already appeared in front of Gao Hai, grinning from ear to ear, and helped Gao Hai up from the floor. What are you trying to do? Gao Hai looked at Qin Feng like an apparition. His plumpy body trembled in fear. Chancellor Gao, hee. There is nothing to be afraid of. I'm Qin Feng, the lecturer of Jindu University's medical college that everybody has been talking about. I'm quite famous on the campus, and I believe you should have heard my name before. Yes, that's right. I'm the most handsome and talented male lecturer chosen by the students. Qin Feng prattled on about himself, which stunned Gao Hai and Chang Xian. Suddenly, Qin Feng dropped his smiling expression and asked seriously, Chancellor Gao, to be honest, I said so much about myself because I just want to ask you a question. I hit you just now, will you fire me? Chapter 458, Feeling Good at All. Chapter 458, Feeling Good at All. Qin Feng's words literally stunned Chang Xian and Gao Hai. Qin Feng, who was filled with an aura of vigor and militancy and had a fiendish and fierce look, suddenly turned into a docile and soft little sheep. What about you being a scholar? Where is your arrogance and pride? Chang Xian was helpless. She almost turned away and left Qin Feng because she felt embarrassed for having such a friend like Qin Feng. Ha! Qin Feng. You're that Qin Feng. Gao Hai cackled with laughter after he regained his senses. His laughter was worse than crying and caused Qin Feng to get goosebumps all over his body. Yes. I'm Qin Feng. Seems like Chancellor Gao has heard my name before. Qin Feng retained his smile. Gao Hai choked on his laughter. After he coughed for a while to smooth out his breath, his expression turned chilly. He stared at Qin Feng and said resolutely, Forgive you. What a silly thought. Qin Feng, I will surely sack you. Gao Hai never expected that the young man standing before him was Qin Feng. Earlier, after the school had ended, Gao Tianyao had come to him and asked him to fire Qin Feng. Gao Hai rejected Gao Tianyao because he was afraid that he might alarm the higher-ups of the university if he fired Qin Feng at this crucial moment. However, after the night's incident, Gao Hai vowed to relieve Qin Feng from his duty. Raising his brows, Qin Feng asked, Was that real? You really want to fire me? No way to turn it around. Ha! Why not? Were you not acting all the high and mighty just now? That you hit somebody without saying anything first. So you regret your action now? It's too late. Gao Hai was filled with elation when he thought he had hit where Qin Feng hurt. Qin Feng was a lecturer at Jindu University's medical college. Gao Hai could fire him whenever he wanted. So that's it. Can't we talk this over? Qin Feng asked Gao Hai for the very last time. He was afraid of being relieved from his duty because he still had a few quests related to the university in the queue. Talk it over. Yes, of course. Get down on your knees and kowtow 3 times before me. As long as you're sincere enough to move me, I'll reconsider your dismissal, Guise said in a despotic manner. Qin Feng's mouth tilted slightly as he raised his leg. A silhouette of a leg flashed through the air and landed on Guise's groin. Bang! A muffled sound echoed from Guise's groin. Guise seemed to feel that his manhood was crushed. In the next second, a sudden piercing pain swept through every nerve in his body until it reached his heart. It was so much pain that it almost knocked Guise out. Arg! Help me. It's so painful. How can you step on my precious? Arg! Guise kneeled on the floor holding on to his crow. The vein on his forehead bulged, and his eyes almost popped out. Ecchi was stupefied as she exclaimed internally, "What a ruthless person. He has crushed his manhood. Since Chancellor Gao has resolved to destroy my career as a lecturer, I guess crushing your manhood is the perfect way to return the favor. So now you won't be able to harm any woman any longer given that you lack the ability to do so. The sin you committed will return to you at last, and it's the most unbearable. You earned this yourself, Chancellor Gao." Qin Feng had crushed Guise's precious, but he seemed to be not affected at all. "Let's go now, Qin Feng." Ecchi was bathed in a cold sweat of fear after she finally snapped out from her distraction. Will Qin Feng be okay for causing so many injuries to Guise? Leave. Like this? Ecchi, you're too kind. Qin Feng said as if he was just warming up. Ecchi almost fainted when she heard Qin Feng's words. Ecchi's mouth quivered. You have ended his line. Was it not enough? Stop kidding around, Qin Feng. You won't be able to escape if the police come here. Qin Feng had dispelled the aphrodisiac, so she had regained much of her strength. She pulled Qin Feng by his arm and dashed towards the exit. Both of them ran all the way outside of Mario's bar where Ecchi swiftly flagged down a cab. When they were on the way out, Qin Feng purposely took a glance at the private room 305. When he realized that Shuang was no longer in the private room, his mouth quivered as he chided Shuang inwardly. What a cruel lady. She just left like that without caring whether I was dead or alive after kicking me. The cab stopped at the entrance of Jindu University. After the duo alighted from the cab, they got into Ecchi's red Chevrolet. You'll drive, Qin Feng. Ecchi gave the key to Qin Feng. Too many things happened in one night and unraveled whatever sense she had left. She still had not totally calmed down yet. Qin Feng started the car and scorched down the street toward Ecchi's villa. In the midst of their journey, Ecchi suddenly screamed. Qin Feng, pull aside now. Qin Feng was startled by Ecchi's jumpiness. Ah. What's wrong, Ecchi? Pull aside now. I need to go to the toilet so badly. Ecchi had taken off her pantyhose, so her lower part was only covered by a blouse. When she sat in the car, her blouse rode up her thighs and the enticing shadow under her blouse was scintillating. Qin Feng slammed on the brake to put the car to a halt. The inertia almost caused Ecchi to pee in the car. Ecchi thanked the gods for the minor good fortune as they happened to have stopped on a road devoid of any vehicles or people. Qin Feng, I can't hold it anymore. Wait for me in the car, and don't look. As the car coming to a halt, Ecchi quickly rushed down from the car. Qin Feng wade Ecchi unbutton her blouse and squat in the shadows beside the road and millions of alpacas rushed through his heart. What the fuck happened to her? Qin Feng was stunned and rendered speechless by Ecchi's daring move. Master, Ecchi was drugged, and you forced the drug from her body with the decree of 5 elements acupuncture. The acupuncture has boosted her blood circulation, and the drug lingering in her body has to be passed out through excretion. This is a normal reaction. Qin Feng had a good grasp after Little Pig gave him an explanation. It could be that he drove too fast, so Chang Xan could not hold her pee. When he thought about Chang Xan passing water not far from him, a charge of heat went through his groin. Chang Xan was gone for quite a long time. It seemed that she was holding a lot of urine in her bladder throughout the journey. When she returned to the car, her face was flushed. She bowed down her head and refused to talk to Qin Feng. Happy now, Xin. Qin Feng teased Chang Xan. Chang Xan's face was flushed bright red. She roared, happy the heck. I'll cast you out from my house. Qin Feng knew Chang Xan was probably embarrassed now, so he stopped teasing Chang Xan. As he was about to start the engine to resume their journey way home, Chang Xan suddenly grabbed his arm and said, "Wait. What is it? You still want to pee?" Qin Feng asked Chang Xan. Chang Xan's mouth quivered as she almost slapped Qin Feng. Can't this fellow be more gentle with his words? How can he utter such vulgar words in front of a beauty? It's so embarrassing. Chang Xan took a deep breath to calm herself down. She had decided to have a good talk with Qin Feng while she was passing water. Qin Feng, tell me. Do you like yen? Chang Xan's hand was damp with a cold sweat the moment she questioned him. She stared at Qin Feng and waited anxiously for his answer. Qin Feng was slightly stunned as he never expected that Chang Xan would ask him this question. I don't. How is there any possibility that I would fall in love with that crazy woman? Qin Feng did not tell lie. Although he was a philanderer, it was just the basic instinct of every man. Qin Feng felt the women he really loved was actually not that much. Lin Bei Bei, Xiao Ling Xian, Lu Bing Bing, Su Ruo by Qing. Oh well, Qin Feng retracted the words he thought. Qin Feng, why are you lying to me? Chang Xan's expression suddenly turned chilly. Chang Xan became downtrodden the moment she saw Qin Feng and Hua Yan cuddled together naked. She had no idea how to face either Qin Feng or Hua Yan recently and had been avoiding them both. However, Qin Feng had come to her rescue in her most helpless moment, so Chang Xan's heart melted. Hence, she mustered up every ounce of strength to get a clear answer from Qin Feng. Regardless of the outcome, she had to know the deepest and truest answer from within the depths of Qin Feng's heart. I didn't. What I said is true. Qin Feng replied her innocently. Why? Why are you lying to me? Qin Feng, can't you open your heart to talk to me about this matter? Chang Xan's face was white with anger as if she would leave at any moment. But I really have not. If you don't want to tell the truth, Qin Feng, then don't return to the villa anymore. Go whenever you like. Chang Xan interrupted Qin Feng before he could finish his words. Qin Feng felt that he had been wronged. He swiftly corrected himself and said seriously, Xan, since you've seen through it, then I won't argue with you anymore. Yes. I have indeed fallen in love with Hua Yan. I've loved her since the first time I saw her. AI. That's it. Although I don't feel good when those words come from your mouth, I'm pleased that you can be honest to me. Thank you, Qin Feng, Chang Xan said dispiritedly. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth crooked as he lamented, if I become a dishonest and double-faced person someday in the future, it's all society's fault. Have you too, got it on yet? Chang Xan asked another question. Got what on? Qin Feng could not follow Chang Xan's quirky mind. Got it on in bed. What? Bed? No. We have not. It was true that Qin Feng did not engage Hua Yan in bed yet. Although he wanted to, Hua Yan never gave him the chance. Halfway before he could finish his words, Chang Axian shot him a cold glaring gaze, forcing Qin Feng to correct himself. Yes. We've slept together. Just what I thought. You two have slept together, Chang Axian said as if everything was in her palm. Since you've told me the truth, I could only wish you two happiness. Hua Yan is a good girl, so I hope you won't betray her. As soon as those words were spoken, she was sapped of energy, and she felt pain in her heart. Qin Feng still was in the dark as the system beeped him in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for successfully in dissolving the conflict with Chang Axian and making Chang Axian fall in love with host Qin Feng. The system will reward host Qin Feng 5,000 hedonist points. The fuck? Just like that. Chang Axian has fallen in love with me. Qin Feng was too afraid to accept the truth. Tilting her head, Chang Axian looked into the scenic night view through the window as a line of crystal-clear tears streamed down her cheeks. Although she knew Qin Feng for only a short period of time, it had been filled with ups and downs. Chang Axian had never fallen in love with anybody before, so it was easy for her to fall for Qin Feng. The changing of emotion was very subtle and fast so that it left her neither room nor time to prepare herself for a new relationship. When she finally came to her senses and admitted that she loved Qin Feng, it was too late. She was hurt badly. Qin Feng had developed his relationship with another woman. What's more, her rival in love was her bestie, Hua Yan. Chapter 459, Qin Feng has told me everything. Chapter 459, Qin Feng has told me everything. The journey home ended in a total silence. Qin Feng stopped the red Chevrolet outside the villa. Chang Axian alighted from the car and went straight into the villa without saying a word to Qin Feng. You're back, big sister Axian Axian. That bastard Qin Feng is not home yet. He must be fooling with some shady slut somewhere. Hua Yan was weighing TV in the parlor when Chang Axian arrived home. She started whistleblowing about Qin Feng to Chang Axian. Qin Feng entered the villa after Chang Axian and heard just as Hua Yan began slandering him. He stared at Hua Yan, harumphed. Not everybody is as famous and successful as I to have so many engagements every night. Don't be a cheapskate, and don't be jealous of me. Hua Yan and Qin Feng were happy fighters. They would bicker the moment they saw each other. Me, Hua Yan, the goddess of Jindu University, is a cheapskate and jealous of you. Ha! That is the funniest joke I've ever heard. What qualities of yours would be worthy of my jealousy anyway? Don't think that everybody is as horny as you. My suitors can queue up from this villa until the entrance of our university, and I'd still ignore them. Next time, the trains run in China, they'll no longer need to be powered by coal. You are all they need. You can put your talent in blowing your own horn to good use by powering the train. Qin Feng said disdainfully with a pout. Ah! 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 Qin Feng, why do you have to be so mean? Arg! You pissed me off. It was always Hua Yan who lost whenever they had a verbal exchange. Seeing that she could not beat Qin Feng verbally, Hua Yan clung to Chang Axian's arm and purred, you see, big sister Axian Axian. He's so mean. As a man, he never shows any tenderness to the fairer sex, and he never lets me win even once. Big sister Axian Axian, what if we cast him out and have him sleep on the street tonight? My head aches just from looking at him. Chang Axian emotionlessly sat on the couch and seemingly ignored Hua Yan's grumbling. If they were in the previous situation, Chang Axian might have stood by Hua Yan and scolded Qin Feng. However, Chang Axian had just gotten a positive answer from Qin Feng in the car that he was developing a relationship with Hua Yan. It had finally come to light that this was just their way of flirting with each other. Hence, as an outsider, why should she get between the bark and the tree? Yen, I'm exhausted, so I'm heading upstairs to have a shower first. Come to my room later if you have free time. Chang Axian shrugged off Hua Yen and went upstairs, stunning Hua Yen, as it was out of her expectation that her big sister Axian would refuse to help her. She then turned to Qin Feng and realized that he was looking at her with a sly smile. Hua Yen felt offended. Right at this moment, Hua Yen was certain that Qin Feng had to be in a relationship with Chang Axian, otherwise, why would Chang Axian not help her? Feeling that she was plowing a lone furrow, Hua Yen huffed, "Humph. Asshole," and went upstairs. Qin Feng returned to his own room after the two girls went to their rooms. He felt it was time to outline his plan since he had accepted the level 5 mission from the Martial Artist Alliance and had also successfully broken through to stage 4 inner chi. He prepared to return to Acropolis City within 2 days and settle everything that he should have done a long time ago. Hua Yen took a quick shower after she returned to her room. Then, she went into Chang Axian's room in her white sleeping gown. "What is the matter, big sister Axian?" Hua Yen joined Chang Axian in laying on top of Chang Axian's giant red bed. "Just bathed, Yen." Chang Axian beat around the bushes before jumping into the main topic. "Yeah. Big sister Axian, you smell so good. You two just took your bath, right?" Chang Axian nodded. She then locked her gaze on Hua Yen's large breasts. Humongous and white, they were a size that was bound to cause a lot of heartburning. Chang Axian was certain that Qin Feng must be bewildered with them. "Ah. Where are you looking at, big sister Axian?" Hua Yen quickly covered her breasts. Her face flushed red. "Ha! We're both women, it's nothing to be embarrassed about." Chang Axian was a little bit downtrodden, but her gloomy cloud was blown away by Hua Yan's cute and mischievous expression. "Then let me see yours, big sister Axian." Chang Axian was stupefied. Although they were both women, showing their naked bodies to the same sex seemed weird. It was like two men looking at each other's naked bodies. They were either gay, or they were suffering from mental disorder. Yen, let me ask you a question." The reason Chang Axian asked Hua Yen to come to her room was that she wanted to smooth out the relationship between her, Hua Yen, and Qin Feng. "What is it, big sister Axian? Just fire it out." Hua Yen dropped her smile seeing that Chang Axian was getting serious. Yen, are you in a relationship with Qin Feng?" "Ah. I'm in a relationship with Qin Feng." "Who told you that? How is there any chance that I would be with that scruffy brat?" Chang Axian's question came too sudden, and Hua Yen was not prepared for it. She almost fell from the bed out from the shock. Chang Axian's brows locked together tightly as she could not fathom why her bestie had to lie to her. It was reasonable for Qin Feng to lie to her, but why her bestie? Yen, do you still think me as your big sister?" A serious expression graced Chang Axian's face. Hua Yen was confused and somehow stupefied by Chang Axian. She nodded incessantly. "We're besties, big sister Axian. You'll be my big sister forever, of course." "Then why do you refuse to tell me the truth?" Chang Axian sighed. "What truth? Big sister Axian, what exactly are you trying to ask?" asked Hua Yen as she felt she was not on the same channel as Chang Axian. "I'll ask you the question again. Please answer me this time sincerely. Have you slept with Qin Feng?" Chang Axian's question dropped like a bombshell at Hua Yen and caused her to fall off the bed to the floor this time. "Has there been a misunderstanding between us, big sister Axian?" Hua Yen suddenly remembered that night where she hugged Qin Feng while she used her naked body to cure the freezing seal. She quickly explained herself, what you saw that night is not what you think, big sister Ecchi. Nothing happened between Qin Feng and me. Looking at Hua Yan's serious face, Chang Ecchi shook her head and lamented, enlighten me then. What were you two doing with your naked bodies on the bed? Could it be that you two were warming each other up? It is just early of autumn. The air isn't that cold. Chang Ecchi was choked by the words she was going to say. She was actually trying to say that Qin Feng and she was really warming up each other. Hua Yan had fallen silent. Chang Ecchi then added, I never expect you to lie to me, Yan. I'm very disappointed. Actually, Qin Feng has confessed everything to me. Confess everything? What did he say? Hua Yan felt her brain capacity had hit the limit, or her memories had failed her. That he loves you, of course. Chang Ecchi repeated what Qin Feng had said in the car to Hua Yan. He said that he had fallen deeply in love with you at the first sight. Hua Yan's mouth fell open into an O shape. She thought, does he have any sense of shame? How could he tell such a big lie to big sister Ecchi? He even said that you two had slept together before and that you're his woman. Hua Yan's eyes almost popped out in anger, and they were bloodshot. There is nothing to be embarrassed about, Yan. You've reached the age to talk about marriage. Since you've given your body to him, then I wish you a happy future with him. Hua Yan's face went red because of her anger. Chang Ecchi mistook her reddened face for her embarrassment. He really said all of that, big sister Ecchi. Hua Yan forcefully suppressed her anger and shot the question at Chang Ecchi through gritted teeth. However, Chang Ecchi took her lisp as her embarrassment. Yan, we're besties. Don't worry about telling me about your relationship with Qin Feng. I'm good at keeping secrets, and I won't tell anybody about your relationship. Besides, I don't want our relationship to go sour just because of a man. I hope you two can support each other, trust each other, and grow from each other. Above all, we're still bestie. Hua Yan could no longer hear what Chang Ecchi was saying. A bizarre storm of anger was brewing in her soul, and she would soon explode. Big sister Ecchi, I'm tired. I'll return to my room first. Hua Yan gave an excuse and retreated from Chang Ecchi's room. The moment after she shut Chang Ecchi's room door, her hand flickered, and a long blood-red whip appeared in her hand. Then, with a light hop, Hua Yan jumped from the third floor and landed right in front of Qin Feng's room door. Qin Feng was lying half-naked on his bed planning his trip to Acropolis City. In the midst of his planning, a very important task suddenly came to his mind. He still had not concocted the blood qi pill that could be used to save Lin Beibei's life. According to the system requirements, Qin Feng was forbidden to purchase the blood qi pill from either the system or from any shop in the world. He had to concoct the blood qi pill by himself or find somebody to do it for him. Qin Feng owned the decree of 5-element acupuncture and the compendium of 100 materia medica, but he still lacked the skill to concoct a pill. Moreover, amongst the people he knew, neither of them could concoct a pill. Suddenly, the flash of a flawless and pretty silhouette appeared in his mind. Hua Yan. The system had released a quest about Hua Yan, assist Hua Yan in becoming a level 6 pharmaceutical master. This quest had exposed Hua Yan's identity as a pharmaceutical master. The only thing to confirm now was if Hua Yan had the skill and ability to concoct the blood qi pill. Bang! Qin Feng was thinking about Hua Yan, and she appeared in front of his room. It seemed to him that this young lady looked very angry, otherwise, why would she kick his door open? He saw a long blood-red whip in Hua Yan's hand. Her hair was stood on end, and her eyes glowed with fire. Yan, have you come to play SM with me? Come now. Qin Feng teased Hua Yan. Shameless Weasel. How dare you destroy my reputation and tarnish my chastity? Drop dead now. Sushi. You really know a hell of a way to play. Were you talking about body sushi that the Japanese love? Are you going to place sushi or fruits on your breasts, so I can eat them? Hurry up and remove your shirt then. Hiss. Hua Yan was once again taken aback by Qin Feng. She thought she had experienced the most shameless side of Qin Feng, but only now did she understand that what she had experienced was only the tip of an iceberg. Slap. No words could describe her feelings right now. Without saying a word, she flicked her hand. The long blood-red whip awakened from its slumber and roamed wildly through the air. Like a vicious serpent snarling at its prey, it opened its large jaws and thrust its fangs at Qin Feng's head. Chapter 460, Wind Blades. Chapter 460, Wind Blades. Crackle. The long blood-red whip fell with tremendous force on Qin Feng's bed, breaking it into two pieces. If Qin Feng had hesitated for a second, he would have shared the same destiny as his bed. Qin Feng stood by the windowsill bare-armed. His face was clouded with an angry expression and he snapped, "What the fuck are you doing in this late night, you crazy woman? Are you trying to kill me? Shut up. I don't want to hear your voice." Slap. Hua Yan flicked her hand slightly and sent the shadow blood whip into the air again. In the next second, a blood-red whip shadow was slammed downward and formed a dome-like shield around Qin Feng. Crackle. The lash shattered the window. The moment Qin Feng escaped through the shattered window, Hua Yan caught up to him. Da. Da. Qin Feng and Hua Yan landed almost at the same time around 5 meters away from each other. Under the shower of moonlight and the strong blast, Hua Yan's face was as cold as frost, and her long hair danced like mad in the air. Her body seemed to be covered by a layer of frost, and she looked as fierce as a moon deity. What's wrong with you? Did you take the wrong medicine, or did you forget to take your medicine? Why are you trying to pick a fight with me so suddenly? Qin Feng's expression turned chilly. Hua Yan suddenly barged into Qin Feng's room in this late night, flourished her whip, smashed his bed and littered his room with debris. It was naturally tough for anybody to accept such a barbaric action, let alone Qin Feng. I want your life. Hua Yan's face was completely veiled with darkness. The shadow blood whip in her hand howled and traveled at lightning speed towards Qin Feng as she refused to say any more words to Qin Feng. Crackle. A long orange whip fell from the sky carrying dozens of orange whip shadow and repulsed Hua Yan's relentless shadow blood whip. Hua Yan's eyes glowed brilliantly as she stared covetously at the orange-grade spiritual whip in Qin Feng's hand. A strong desire to possess the whip burned her. Seems that my hunch was right on point. You're not an ordinary martial artist after all. Hua Yan retreated 10 or so meters after a backflip. She stood on the ground firmly and stared warily at Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't want to show his true strength to Hua Yan, but Hua Yan's relentless attack and ambush had pushed him over the edge. Qin Feng had no other choice but to show his true side. However, he felt it didn't matter anymore because he remembered that he had already exposed his identity as a martial artist when he scared Feng Ming with the true steel sword and used the needle manipulation technique to save Lin Qin Yuan. Since you understand that I'm not a person you can easily deal with, I suggest you back off now. Otherwise, I'm not going to pull my punches. Qin Feng said seriously. Humph. A mere stage 4 inner chi martial artist. Do you think you're really that strong? While my whip. As a stage 4 demon cultivator, Hua Yan's strength was said to be on par with a stage 6 inner chi martial artist when she unleashed her full power. Hence, she looked down on Qin Feng. With a light hop, Hua Yan soared up into the sky like a swallow. On her back was a poignant waning moon, her cascading dark hair flew with the breeze, and she held a long blood-red whip in her hand. The wind blew open her sleeping gown as well. "She's not wearing underwear," Qin Feng murmured. "What did you say?" Hua Yan had gathered up a lordy vibe, and Qin Feng shattered it in the next second. She was so angry that she almost vomited blood. "I said, why did you jump so high? You've exposed yourself." Qin Feng repeated his words again loudly with a serious expression. Hua Yan's long hair danced madly in the wind as it turned umbre. Gleaming with red brilliance, her eyes turned the color of her shadow blood whip. "If I don't kill you today, Qin Feng, I will eat my hat." Hua Yan was so consumed by her rage that she disregarded the fact that she had exposed the sight beneath her sleeping gown. The deadly cold aura surrounding her skyrocketed. Crackle. Hua Yan was going for her ultimate move. The natural blood-red whip shadow turned into a purple demon essence and charged at Qin Feng. When Qin Feng entered the demon essence's attack zone, the dense demon essence morphed into a barrage of ice razors. The skill was very stylish and dazzling, it stunned Qin Feng. Crack! The ice razors were extremely sharp. They could easily penetrate an ordinary person, however, that wasn't the case for Qin Feng. The ice razors formed from demon essence shattered when they made contact with Qin Feng. What's happening? How is that possible? Hua Yan was stunned by the sight before her. She fell from the sky to the ground. As a demon cultivator, the ice razors had catastrophic power. With the ice razors, she could kill her target both effortlessly and unnoticed. By right, it should have been an impossible task for Qin Feng, a stage 4 inner chi expert, to protect himself from the attack. However, not only did Qin Feng mitigate the ice razors, he did so with little to no effort. Qin Feng smiled like a Cheshire cat. He knew that Hua Yan was billowy lady and had witnessed her ability to convert demon essence into ice when they were fighting Taoist Rakshasa. Hence, he was prepared. The moment Hua Yan released the purple demon essence, he donned his sacred azure battle armor. The battle armor was a blue-grade spiritual equipment. Qin Feng believed that it should be sold as metal scrap if it could not mitigate an attack by a stage 4 demon cultivator. Holding the arc of a sadistic sneer on his mouth, Qin Feng said, "Yen Yen, seems like your ultimate move has failed. Now it's my turn." Before his voice died away, his aura howled, and a massive strong gale followed. The windstorm kissed and disheveled his long hair and the hem of his garment. Bang! 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 The sound of wind cutting through space wafted into Hua Yan's ears. She was stunned, and her expression was frozen into a look of fear. She looked dumbfounded at Qin Feng, condensing and discharging qi. Killing by inner qi. Have you broken through into stage 9 inner qi? You're now halfway into the realm of comprehension. The way of cultivation for a martial artist required loads of effort and was a long journey. In training and circulation of qi was the basic foundation of inner qi cultivation. During this stage, one could exert inner qi in the form of inner power. A person could only release the inner power after they'd physically touched their opponent. However, some of the inner qi cultivators can release their inner qi with the aid of spiritual equipment. For example, the whip shadow of the spirit snake whip and the sword flurries of the true steel sword were the forms of inner qi being discharged. There was no other way for martial artists besides using the spiritual equipment to discharge their inner qi during the cultivation period. They could only attain the ability to condense and discharge qi to kill people after they'd perfectly mastered stage 9 inner qi and broken into the realm of comprehension. A demon cultivator and a heretic were different from martial artists. A demon cultivator and a heretic could refine and discharge demon essence or evil energy during their cultivation period. Hua Yan always thought that Qin Feng was an orthodox martial artist. When she saw that Qin Feng could condense and discharge qi, she felt her life was threatened, and she was scared. Shroom. Before she could regain her senses, a piercing whistle of wind echoed in the air. A cold, deadly aura surged in front of Hua Yan. Her face blanched white in fear as she hastily dodged to one side. A blast of wind zoomed past her flawless face. A wisp of her black hair fell slowly to her feet as the amazement in Hua Yan's eyes intensified. She was certain that Qin Feng did not use any spiritual equipment or hidden weapon. It seemed that Qin Feng really could condense, discharge qi, and morph qi into blades of wind to do his bidding. The revelation stunned her. Fuck. I really have a death wish for fighting with a martial art master who has stepped into the realm of comprehension. The whistle of wind reverberated once again, and the air was seemingly sliced open. Hua Yan bounced and narrowly evaded another ambush of blades. A large deep crevice appeared where she previously stood. Shroom. 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 The whistle of blades of winds poured down like countless soul reapers on Hua Yan from all angles. Hua Yan had no other choice but to jump around to escape the hounding aura of the dead that filled every inch of sky and earth. The relentless blades of wind attack cornered Hua Yan. She yelled anxiously, "Qin Feng, do you really want to kill me?" Qin Feng stopped his attack because even he was amazed by the effectiveness of the wind blade technique. According to the system, users could only release the full power of the wind blade technique once he or she had reached stage 4 inner qi. Qin Feng had executed the wind blade technique before when he was at stage 3 inner qi, but the effect was unfavorable. He could only scare his opponent away without causing any actual damage. However, after Qin Feng had broken through to stage 4 inner qi, he did not need to move a muscle, and he could beat Hua Yan around with the wind blade technique. He was extremely pleased by the effect. "Yan Yan, what happened to you? Why do you want to kill me?" Qin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He shot a question at Hua Yan with a chilly expression. Hua Yan stopped after the whistling of the wind and the hounding aura of the dead slowly dissipated. Her breasts jumped up and down as she was out of breath from running around for a prolonged time. "You shameless rascal, Qin Feng. Were you talking nonsense to big sister Hua Yan behind my back that we've slept before? How can you be like this?" Hua Yan huffed. Qin Feng's mouth quivered as he finally understood the reason behind Hua Yan's berserker moment. "But I'm not the one to be blamed," he thought. That. I'm just joking with Chang Xin. Don't take it seriously." Qin Feng crossed the garden and arrived beside Hua Yan. Instinctively, Hua Yan stepped a few steps back and stared warily at Qin Feng. She was still haunted by the trauma of being pursued by the deadly wind blades. "How can you joke about that kind of thing? Can't you use your brain to think?" Hua Yan yelled again. She felt Qin Feng was too shameless. Qin Feng felt very hard done by Hua Yan and Chang Xin. However, he refused to reveal the truth as he knew Hua Yan would not believe in him. "Oh yeah, I was looking for you as well. Do you know how to concoct a blood qi pill?" Qin Feng changed the topic to refocus Hua Yan's attention. Hua Yan was slow to see up to Qin Feng's quirky mind. She zoned out for a good while before her face was overtaken with astonishment. "What are you saying? What is a blood qi pill?" Hua Yan was nervous. Her identity as a demon cultivator was well hidden as not even her peers who had been with her for 3 years knew she was a demon cultivator. Hua Yan had another secret identity, Pharmaceutical Master, and she kept this identity a secret even more. She was unable to fathom how Qin Feng knew that she was a pharmaceutical master. "Yan Yan, it's our fate for living under the same roof that I know, and I'm in need of a blood qi pill right now." If you really know how to concoct a blood qi pill, please help me. I have all the ingredients ready. If you help me, I'll give you handsome rewards, Qin Feng said coquettishly with a pout. Hua Yan quickly covered her mouth with her hand. She wanted to throw up. Chapter 461, The Pharmaceutical Master Who Made a Pill on a Gas Stove. Chapter 461, The Pharmaceutical Master Who Made a Pill on a Gas Stove. After a good while, Hua Yan looked at Qin Feng again with starry eyes. You really want to make a blood qi pill? Yes. And I want it now. It was rare for Qin Feng to exhibit such serious and stern expression. What do you want to do with the blood qi pill? Asked Hua Yan. Her dark irises rolled around, and her mouth slightly curled into an arc as a devious idea flashed in her mind. Of course, I'll keep it for myself. As a suave, urbane, and sophisticated genius, I am doomed to be envied by others. With a blood qi pill in hand, I can secure my life should I ever be hunted down by my enemies. Qin Feng beat around the bush as he did not believe in Hua Yan yet. Hua Yan refused to believe Qin Feng's nonsense. She remained silent and sank deeper into her thoughts. Hua Yan was still angry with Qin Feng because he went overboard with his joke this time. How could he have said that she slept with him? There was no way that Hua Yan could swallow or accept the kind of horrendous action that tarnished her reputation. Aside from being a stage 4 demon cultivator, Hua Yan was also a level 3 pharmaceutical master. The blood qi pill was a grade 2 pill and could be made by any level 2 pharmaceutical master. As a level 3 pharmaceutical master herself, the answer to his question was obvious. Of course, she could make the pill. When Qin Feng asked her to make him the blood qi pill, a perfect plan to get back at Qin Feng began to form in her mind. Give me 100-year blood lotus. Without this spiritual plant, I can't make the blood qi pill. Hua Yan extended her hand to Qin Feng. The 100-year blood lotus was the main ingredient in the blood qi pill and an extremely rare and hard-to-find spiritual plant. It was tough for Hua Yan to believe that Qin Feng actually owned a 100-year blood lotus. Qin Feng waved his hand and a blood-red lotus magically appeared in his hand. Hua Yan's eyes glowed. She instantly recognized the 100-year blood lotus from the moment it appeared on top of Qin Feng's hand. It's really a 100-year blood lotus. The 100-year blood lotus normally thrived at the peak of a snowy mountain 3,000 meters above sea level. Thanks to the high altitude, the 100-year blood lotus absorbed the maximum amount of the purest spiritual essence from the heavens and the earth. It was an ingredient of superior quality in a pill of immortality. Unfortunately, due to the required harsh environment and the high altitude, the 100-year blood lotus was among the most challenging plants to grow and only a few of them survived to maturity. Hence, a single 100-year blood lotus was worth several cities. Where did you get a 100-year blood lotus? Hua Yan took the 100-year blood lotus from Qin Feng. She sniffed and studied it. It was a present from one of my lovers. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Su Qiuyu, the junior matriarch of the Su family in Sky City, gave him the 100-year blood lotus. It was the family heirloom of the Su family. Su Qiuyu was going to use it to save her grandpa from his coma before Qin Feng visited the Su family, cured Elder Su, defeated the Yin-Yang Elder, and quelled the internal strife of the Su family. After everything had settled down, Su Qiuyu left the 100-year blood lotus in Qin Feng's hand, so Qin Feng had been carrying it around since then. TSK. Say it or leave it. Hua Yan scoffed as she rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was helpless. He realized that none of these women trusted him. Can you make the blood qi pill? Qin Feng asked Hua Yan. The quality and age of your 100-year blood lotus are pretty good. I can probably make 2 sets. One set contains 12 blood chi pills. I can make it now if you're okay with it, Chang Xan replied indifferently. Okay. Hurry up then. Qin Feng doubted Hua Yan's motive when she candidly agreed to make the blood chi pill for him. However, when he thought he could finally save Lin Bei Bei from her coma after Hua Yan made the blood chi pill, he dropped his suspicion. So you agree? Hua Yan asked him again. She gave Qin Feng an odd-looking smile as she peered at him. Yes, yes. I agree, I agree. Let's go now, time is of the essence. Qin Feng impatiently pushed Hua Yan into the villa. Suddenly, Hua Yan laughed, ignoring that Qin Feng was touching her back. Ha! That's great. I'm gonna have 12 blood chi pills too. Hua Yan's words stopped Qin Feng from caressing her mellowly, smooth as jade back. A bad hunch stirred in his heart as he asked, Yan Yan, where would the 12 blood chi pills come from? From you, of course. Didn't you agree to give me a set of 12 blood chi pills if I help you? Hua Yan said while offering Qin Feng an impish smirk. Qin Feng felt he had played into the hands of Hua Yan. He quickly reverted, I didn't. Though they were just level 2 pills, blood chi pills were priced at 500,000 yuan and 3,000 mission points at St. Medic of the martial artist town. What's more, there were only 3 pills in a bottle. Now Hua Yan demanded 12 pills, which equaled 4 bottles of blood chi pills from the St. Medic. What a black-hearted woman. No. That's fine then. Find somebody else to do the task for you. Hua Yan shrugged her shoulders, turned around, and prepared to leave. It was always Qin Feng who pranked and toyed with Hua Yan. He never thought he would one day be hoisted by his own petard. He was angry, but he was at her mercy. If an ordinary person consumed a blood chi pill, he could immediately break through to stage 1 inner chi and step onto the path to becoming a martial artist. When low-leveled cultivators used it, it granted them the possibility of breaking through to stage 4 inner chi. Qin Feng was already a stage 4 inner chi expert, so the blood chi pill would have no effect on him. As such, he ended up agreeing. Hee. I was wrong, Yan Yan. I did mention that I'd give you 1 set. But now, can you please make my portion first? You can keep the remaining ingredients so that you can make your own whenever you want. Does that sound fair to you? Qin Feng said cheerfully. Hua Yan was in 7th heaven as she had successfully stolen 12 blood chi pills from Qin Feng. She felt she would have a good night's sleep tonight. And this was just only the beginning of her revenge. She would not spare him so easily. She was preparing another big present for him when she made the blood chi pill for him. After Qin Feng and Hua Yan reached a temporary consensus, they went to Hua Yan's room. Hua Yan's room was permeated with her unique fragrance which teased Qin Feng's nostrils and troubled his mind. This wasn't the first time Qin Feng had visited Hua Yan's room. He did not get a good look last time, so he looked around her room like a curious baby. Then, something on Hua Yan's bed rammed into his sight, her lace undergarments. Hua Yan was fast to notice what Qin Feng was staring at. A bright red instantly overtook her glistening snow-white skin as she yelled at him, "Aw! Turn around. Give me some time to clean my room. Don't turn back if I don't tell you to, or else, I won't help you make the pill." Qin Feng hesitated to turn around and lamented, "TSK, TSK, TSK. What a huge bra she has, but why are her underwear so small? Will that really cover all of her private parts? Ahem. Ahem. I'll now go make the pills. You stay in my room and keep anybody from disturbing me. I need perfect silence when I'm making the pills. And you, I warn you not to have any illicit thoughts about me while I'm away. If you do, I'll take the 100-year blood lotus for myself." Hua Yan made a quick work cleaning her room. Then, she pretended to be fierce and threatened Qin Feng, which did little good to deter him. He felt her current expression was cute and charming. "Where do you usually make pills, Yan Yan? Can I have a look?" Qin Feng was curious about the process of making a pill. "No way. My workshop is forbidden territory. It's off limits to all unauthorized people." Hua Yan spoke resolutely as if there was no room for compromise on the matter. She then walked to the large wardrobe in the corner of her room and opened it. The fragrance of various herbs wafted into the room. Only then did Qin Feng realize that Hua Yan made a wardrobe of herbs in her room. He thought the wardrobe was used to house her clothing. Hua Yan's hand nimbly danced in between of the bottles of herbs. These herbs worked as supplementary ingredients in making the blood qi pills. They were not particularly rare compared to the 100-year blood lotus. "I'm going in. Stay here and please don't mess up my things. Just stay seated on the floor." After Hua Yan had gathered all the required ingredients, she hopped and disappeared. In the next second, she appeared elegantly in front of the giant wardrobe beside the restroom. With a light pat, she opened the wardrobe. Inside the wardrobe, the back plate began to spin, and a secret room appeared. Holy fuck. What a crazy woman. I wonder if Axian knows that she has made so many secret rooms in her villa into her workshops. Qin Feng sat with his legs crossed and grumbled, but Hua Yan could no longer hear his voice. The space behind the giant wardrobe used to be a restroom. After Hua Yan moved into the house, she refurbished and partitioned the large restroom into 2 smaller rooms and made one of them her workshop for making pills. The secret room was small, around 10 square meters large. The room had no other furniture aside from a 3-legged cauldron on top of a gas stove in the center of the room. Hua Yan sat down in front of the 3-legged cauldron. She raised her hand and tossed half of the 100-year blood lotus into the cauldron. Click. She then ignited the gas stove. The fire roared and howled, burning underneath the 3-legged cauldron. After that, she raised her hand and transmitted a few wisps of purple demon essence into the cauldron. In Hua Yan's room, Qin Feng burned with anxiety as he paced back and forth on the floor. He was curious about the process of making a pill. He was certain that the equipment used in the process had to be very badass given that pharmaceutical masters were such a rare entity in China. He wished to check it out, but Hua Yan's warning halted him. He was afraid that Hua Yan might actually go back on their promise and steal the 100-year blood lotus from him. Swiss. After having a tug-of-war in his mind, Qin Feng finally gave in to his curiosity and bought a talisman of clairvoyance from the system. After he chanted the incantation, everything that was happening inside the secret room was laid bare. Plop. After he saw the situation inside the secret room, Qin Feng slipped and fell to the floor. He turned a deaf ear against the tingling pain in his ass and whined, "This is the so-called the most cherished and mysterious profession in China. How disappointing. She just uses a gas stove to make a pill. Every chef can be a pharmaceutical master." Hua Yan sat cross-legged with waves of purple demon essence shrouding around her body. A dignified expression graced her face. She shut her eyes, keeping herself from the outside world and focused on making the pill. She looked nothing like the way she usually was. Rumble. From time to time, the purple demon essence enshrouding her shot into the gas stove. When it happened, the flame billowed and shot up to the ceiling as if gasoline had been poured on it. Rumble. Rumble. Hua Yan waved her left hand in the air, causing the 3-legged cauldron to spin slowly in the air. Her right hand was busy as well, throwing the ingredients in her hand into the cauldron intermittently. The demon essence was used to control the fire. Her left hand spun the cauldron, and her right hand controlled the order and portion of ingredients. Indeed, it was hard to become a pharmaceutical master judging from how Hua Yan conducted all three actions in harmony and almost seamlessly. Most people could not attain such ability even if they trained hard for their whole life. Bang! A cloud of purple demon essence shot into the flame. Perhaps Hua Yan had lost control of the demon essence. An outburst occurred. Countless sparks of fire flashed in all directions. Some of the fire sparks fell on Hua Yan's body. Making pills was subjected to many risks, and it was normal for Hua Yan. She calmly pat the flame on her head and concentrated the demon essence into her body. Swoosh! The demon essence turned into solid ice and protected her from the sparks flying everywhere in the chamber. Hiss! Feng was taken aback by the scene. His little Feng stiffened. Even though Hua Yan had extinguished the fire, she was too late. Her gown burned, and she was naked. She remained seated on the floor with her eyes closed as she focused on making the pills as if nothing had happened. She sat with her back straight. Her breasts were huge, hanging firmly on her body, and her nipples were pinkish. Her waist was as small as tree branch, however, her butt was voluptuous. With her long and slender legs, she sat cross-legged showing a bit of the sight between her legs. Feng could not help but keep staring at it. Shroom! Suddenly, Hua Yan hopped above the cauldron. Her purple demon essence intensified. She sent the demon essence into the gas stove under the cauldron. Roam! The flame leaped into the sky, dazzling and bright. It seemed to engulf the secret chamber. Hua Yan returned to the ground after she hovered for quite some time above the cauldron. After she returned to the ground, she did not return to her previous posture. Instead, she lay on her stomach. She moved strangely like she was practicing the toad training skill. Her legs were wide opened, and her palms were pressed to the floor. Plop! A warm liquid flowed out from Feng's nostril. It wasn't because Feng was weak-willed. Hua Yan's movements were too enticing. He was facing her voluptuous butt. Shroom! The toad training skill stance only lasted for 10 or so minutes before she jumped above the cauldron again. She kept throwing different kinds of herbs into the cauldron with her right hand while used her left hand to control the spinning speed of the cauldron. Feng heaved a long sigh of relief. Feng kept his eyes opened wide for the previous 10 minutes, staring fixedly at Hua Yan with blood-filled eyes. Half an hour passed and the effect of the talisman of clairvoyance wore off. When the wardrobe and wall in front of Feng turned back to their original state, Feng quickly initiated the system to purchase another talisman of clairvoyance. However, the tormenting feeling of the sight within and the inability to touch Hua Yan halted him. He did not welcome the same feeling again, so he dropped the thought. Time flew, and the dawn came. Feng finally regained his calmness. He cultivated for the rest of the night by circulating inner qi in his body. Feng. As soon as he opened his eyes, Hua Yan's voice behind the wardrobe wafted into his ears. Yes. Are you done with the pills? Feng jumped and arrived at the wardrobe 3 meters away from him. Yes, I'm done. Give me your hand, I'll pass the blood qi pills to you. After that, get out of my room. Feng sensed a subtle of nervousness in Hua Yan's voice. Her voice sparked Feng's memories. He remembered clearly that Hua Yan went into the secret chamber in her sleeping gown. Then, the flame burned her gown and left her naked. When he realized that they were merely separated by a piece of gypsum plasterboard and that Hua Yan was practically naked, the notion stunned him. And when he fantasized about Hua Yan's great figure, he almost could restrain the beast within himself from pouncing on Hua Yan. Yen, let me inside. I wonder how your secret chamber looks like. Feng knew her condition now. He purposely said so to scare her. Just as he thought, Hua Yan was scared. Her voice trembled as she swiftly said, Don't come inside. If you set your foot inside this room, I'll confiscate your blood qi pills. Grinning from ear to ear, Feng was exalted listening to Hua Yan's nervous voice. Hey, how can you be like this, Yen? We're good friends. I just want to see your bow. Feng almost spilled the beans. He thanked the grace of luckiness from God for Hua Yan not cawing what he said. He quickly changed, ahem, your secret chamber. What's the matter with that? Hua Yan was now pressing the plasterboard with her naked back. She said anxiously, I'll let you visit next time. I just finished making your pill, and it's a mess here. It's not good to show you now. Okay, fine. Just as you said. I'll visit your chamber next time. Hua Yan's hanging heart dropped after Feng finished his sentence. However, before she was finally relieved, Feng's voice sounded again, then come out now, Yen. I need to thank you personally for making me the blood qi pills. Feng deliberately said so to trouble Hua Yan. He was angry at Hua Yan for stealing 12 blood qi pills from him. He had to punish her a little. I'm too exhausted to move. I'll rest for a while in the chamber. Please leave me alone. Feng pushed the plasterboard while saying, You're tired. I see. You must be exhausted from making the pills for a whole night. Then please stay put. I'll come into the chamber to carry you out so that you can rest on your bed. Hua Yan felt Feng was pushing the plasterboard. Frightened, she immediately turned around, sandwiching and distorting her large breasts in between her body and the plasterboard. Here are your blood qi pills. Hurry up and go away. Otherwise, I won't make you pills next time. Feng had pushed her over the edge. She opened a small gap from the plasterboard and hurled a jade bottle outside. Feng took the jade bottle. When he opened the bottle, wisps of herb fragrances filled the air and wafted into his nostril. He counted and confirmed there was really 12 red blood qi pills in the bottle. Feng was happy as a lark as he finally obtained the blood qi pill. His excitement was best shown when he felt the urge to storm down to Acropolis City now to massacre the Sima family and save Lin Bei from her coma. Why are you still here? What do you want? Hua Yan moaned. After Feng kept the jade bottle, he offered Hua Yan a sly smile and said, Yen, the blood qi pills you made are great. But I wonder why I smell rich milk incense from the pills. What did you add? A bright red was rose on Hua Yan's face. Her sleeping gown was burned, and she had to use both her hands to stop Feng from barging into the secret chamber, so the only secure place left to put the blood qi pill was her cleavage. Feng had exposed her action, causing Hua Yan to burn with the urge to go out now and kill him. Feng retreated from Hua Yan's room as soon as he finished his sentence. Hua Yan's eyes were filled with fire as a smirk crossed her lips, hee. This is what you get for always messing around with me, Feng. I've added angel grass when I made you the blood qi pills. Although it won't affect the final effect of the blood qi pills, the addition of the aphrodisiac, may you pray to God, Feng. Hua Yan was stark naked. She guffawed brazenly and made her breasts jump up and down continually. Chapter 463, The Su Family is in Trouble. Chapter 463, The Su Family is in Trouble. At the Su family's old mansion in Sky City, Su Qiuyu sat in the main seat in the parlor of the Su family's old mansion in a plain white lace dress. She wore light makeup and her face was expressionless, giving off the vibe of a heavenly maiden. On the other side of the parlor, a man in well-pressed suit stacked his leg on top of the other and comfortably reclined in the chair. He stared at Su Qiuyu with a big smile on his face, trying his very hard to see the gorgeous body Su Qiuyu had under her lace dress. Hee. The gracefulness of Ms. Qiuyu has long reverberated like thunder in my ears. You really have not fallen short of your reputation as the first beauty of Sky City. It's my pleasure to have met you today. The man was Ma Hui, the eldest son of the Ma family of Sky City. The Ma family was one of the largest familial clans of Sky City and renowned for their greatness in the pharmaceutical industry. The reason behind his visit to the Su family was to discuss cooperation between the two families with Su Qiuyu. 3 months prior, Feng came to the Su family. He defeated the Yin-Yang elder and quelled the internal strife of the Su family, which indirectly brought the Su family into prominence as the largest familial clan in Sky City. Before he left the Su family, Feng suggested the expansion of the Su family's pharmaceutical business to Su Qiuyu with the objective to hammer the Liang family of Jindu and prevent the marriage between Liang Yu and Zhao Lingxian. He left the golden sore medicine and whitening powder for Su Qiuyu to sell the two products and defeat the Ditta water and silkworm chrysalis powder that the Liang family of Jindu invented. Su Qiuyu placed great emphasis on the firm after Feng left. However, in the midst of developing the two formulas, she encountered a grave problem that could bring downfall to the Su family. In Feng's formula, there were a few ingredients that were difficult to find. Even if they could buy them, the cost was bitterly high and not worth it to produce en masse. The firm pumped millions of capital in developing the formula, and they could neither retract the funds nor continue the production now. They were deadlocked. In the track of looking for other solutions, Su Qiuyu had been trying her best to reach Feng. However, much to her dismay, Feng had disappeared into thin air. Feng had gone missing. The production line was shut down, and the combination of the events bogged Su Qiuyu down. She was in a terrible fix. She had to juggle her time between looking for Feng and finding a solution to pull her firm out of plight. Numb to such praises, Su Qiuyu said emotionlessly, "Prince Ma, we're both residents of Sky City. Why don't you stop beating around the bush and jump straight to the point?" A gleam of coldness flashed across Ma Hui's eyes. He continued to offer her a beaming smile. "I've received news that the Su family is expanding their business into the pharmaceutical industry. Is that true, Ms. Qiuyu? If that is true, may I know how everything is going now?" The Su family had presided predominantly over the entertainment and real estate industry. They were a newbie in the pharmaceutical industry. Hence, when the Su family made a huge investment in the pharmaceutical industry, it was natural for the Ma family to keep an eye on them. As a family that was based in the pharmaceutical industry, the Ma family was afraid that the Su family might undercut them. "I believe Prince Ma has an understanding of the whole story before approaching me. Why are you asking again?" Su Qiuyu eyed Ma Hui thoughtfully. There was no way of knowing what was on her mind. "Marvelous. Ms. The Ma family wanted to purchase the pharmaceutical firm from the Su family at a rock-bottom price and make the Su family their stepping stone to fortify their prestige. However, their petty, filthy plan did not escape Su Qiuyu's eyes. She was wise and had seen through it. Hence, when Ma Hui showed his true intention, Su Qiuyu turned him out the door. AI. As soon as Ma Hui exited the main gate of the Su family's old mansion, Su Qiuyu heaved a sigh. Feeling weak all over, Su Qiuyu threw herself into the chair. Wearing a poised, tough mask in public, only she herself knew that she was actually on the verge of collapsing. She had raised to the head of household of the Su family for mere 3 months, and she had already wasted 10 millions of fund in her first project. Aside from that, Feng's safety troubled her day and night. Under the haunting of prolonged stress and worry, Su Qiuyu had become thinner, and her physical condition depreciated. "Feng. Where are you now?" I know you're still alive. I know you wouldn't have just died just like that. Su Qiu mumbled to the spacious parlor. She had fallen for Qin Feng when he visited the Su family's old mansion last time. However, due to her pride, she had refused to expose her true feeling to Qin Feng and decided to hide it deep inside her heart. Now that Qin Feng had gone missing, and she began to regret. Why couldn't I have been better to him when he was around? Qiu Yu, did you miss me? I'm just behind you. A roguish voice sounded behind Su Qiu Yu, frightening her so much that she fell to the floor. Qin Feng. Is that you? Su Qiu Yu quickly turned around. There was nothing behind her, let alone mention Qin Feng. Could it be that I've missed him so much that I'm having hallucinations? Su Qiu Yu's heightened spirit dropped into the abyss again. Su Qiu Yu returned to her seat. Pulling an all-nighter and prolonged insomnia had left her exhausted. She could not stand for too long. Qin Feng was hiding behind the chair, smiling mischievously as he was amused by Su Qiu Yu's reaction. He wore a white suit and white leather shoes. His hair was fixed on top of his head, and he had the vibe of Su Wencheng from The Bund. Where have you been, Qin Feng? Will you miss Xia Tian and I like we miss you? All expressions had washed off from Su Qiu Yu's face. She began to mumble to herself. Of course. At night when all is still, I've always thought about you too. I was always thinking how great it would be to have you two warm my bed at the same time, Qin Feng laughed. Remaining locked in her own thoughts, Su Qiu Yu's voice was distant and weak. You want us to warm your bed? Come out now, then. I'll promise you anything as long as you show yourself. Before her voice died away, her body stiffened. She noticed somebody was behind her, and before she could react to it, a pair of strong arms had locked her into his embrace. Then, warm lips began to kiss her ear. Emin. Who is that? Release me now. Su Qiu Yu finally snapped out of it after she moaned for a little while. She started to struggle. She had never been hugged or touched a man since she was born, as she would never allow a man to perform such impolite actions to her. Qiu Yu, you said you'll give me anything I want as long as I show myself. Why are you eating your own word? Qin Feng knew he scared Su Qiu Yu, so he released her. Su Qiu Yu spun around her body, and she was stunned. Her brain had exploded. There was barely anything left. The man in front of her was tall and handsome. He had highly developed, broad shoulders, two wide eyes, and his face was flawless. He was wearing a just right smirk on his face which would not make anybody nauseous but would make you fall for it. Chapter 464, Professor Qin Feng was fired. Chapter 464, Professor Qin Feng was fired. At Jindu University's Medical College at an early hour, all the seats in lecture hall were filled, and the aisles were crowded with people too. The students were anxious, an oppressive silence filled the lecture hall. It had been over 15 minutes since the class started, but Qin Feng had still not shown himself. Somebody had run out of patience. He turned to Lu Jie and asked, Lu Jie, why isn't Professor Qin Feng here yet? Lu Jie looked at that person and harumphed, how would I know? What makes you ask me? I realized recently that you're very close to Professor Qin Feng. Are you two, not gay partners? Lu Jie kicked that person in the ass. He huffed, what the fuck? How is there any possibility that I would settle for a disgusting man like Professor Qin Feng? I've recorded our conversation, Lu Jie. What would you say if I played it to Professor Qin Feng? The person wasn't angered after being kicked. He offered a beaming smile to Lu Jie. Lu Jie was stunned, and he cursed. Damn. Then, he hastily put on a large smile on his chubby face and chirped, Big Brother Chow, I'll treat you to a meal tonight. We're brothers, and as a big brother, you cannot turn against your little brother. Well, I'll see you then. What are you going to treat me tonight? While Lu Jia and Ma Cha were discussing Qin Feng's absence, the rest of the students whispered in each other's ears as well. Did Professor Qin Feng forget that he has a class today? I don't think so. This class is the only platform for him to play his high and mighty game. Without this stage, his life will be purposeless. Yeah, you're right, but why hasn't he come to the class now? Could it be that he has been caught gambling? Nah, it's impossible. Professor Qin Feng isn't that kind of person. Getting detained for soliciting a prostitute sounds more convincing. Any of you have people in the bureau? It's time to put that relationship to good use. If Professor Qin Feng has really been jailed, we should inform the person in the bureau and have them keep Professor Qin Feng for a few more days. Only by that can we free all the female students in medical college from his filthy sex-filled claws. Qin Feng should have thanked God for his absence, otherwise, he might have burned to death from his anger if he heard their discussion. Qin Feng felt he had done enough for his students. He'd sacrificed himself, worked his heart out and spent his youth and love to teach them. How could they not appreciate it? A voice filled with rage sounded as Xiao Lei swaggered his way into the lecture hall. Ahem. Ahem. What's going on here? It's time for class. Why is the lecture hall still as noisy as a market? Do you all wish to be suspended from the final examination and, therefore, not graduate? Xiao Lei had titivated himself today. He was dressed in a brand new, well-ironed black suit and his leather shoes were shiny. He had a sunny smile on his face while standing at the podium. He was in seventh heaven. This was because he'd heard the news. Qin Feng had been fired. Upon seeing Xiao Lei, the students fell silent. Clearing his throat, Xiao Lei then said in a slow and steady tone, "Dear students, I'm here to bring you guys a good news. The university has relieved Professor Qin Feng from his position as the Chinese medicine lecturer due to his misconduct. I have brought a firecracker with me. I plan to set off the firecracker later to celebrate this meaningful moment." Rumble. The students all raised to their feet as they were stunned by Xiao Lei's announcement. What? Professor Qin Feng was fired. Holy fuck. Fatty, you're right. Professor Qin Feng has been detained for whoring. What should I do? Our charming and handsome Professor Qin Feng was fired. Woo. Woo. I don't want to study at this stupid university anymore. I want to quit school. Ha! Did you hear that, young Master Feng? That Qin Feng was fired. It's really a good news. The medical college has finally returned to young Master Feng. A few students were happy and a few were tearing up when they found out that Qin Feng was no longer teaching at Jindu University. Most of the students fidgeted around like a swarm of ants on a hot griddle. However, Feng Ming and his 3 minions were excited as if they were celebrating the new year. Xiao Lei ignored the fact that the lecture hall was in chaos and wore a satisfied smile on his face because he was overjoyed that Qin Feng was fired. The source of the news was solid. He got the news directly from the higher-ups of the university. Gao Hai, the vice-chancellor of the medical college, ordered Qin Feng's dismissal. That weasel was fired. Really? Hua Yan, who was sitting in the first row, was not happy with the news. Feeling part of her was missing, her heart sank. Qiao Shi was sitting beside the window. The sun was sprinkled all over her clean and pure visage. Her brows were locked tightly, and she was seemingly disgruntled with the news as well. Wait a moment, guys. Maybe is this bad breath man lying to us? I'll ask my first uncle regarding the truth of the news. He is the director of the medical college, and he should know. Somebody stood up from the crowd students. After he finished his sentence, he pulled out his phone to make the call. Growing angry, Xiao Lei pointed at the student and growled, "Hey kid, who are you calling bad-breathed man?" Unfortunately for him, the classroom was too noisy, so nobody could hear his voice. Big sister Ecchi, was Qin Feng fired by the school authorities? Hua Yan quickly sent a message to Chang Ecchi. Chang Ecchi replied to her very soon, yes, he was fired. Chang Ecchi's message had only 4 words. Hua Yan read it again and again as a pent-up fire rose within her. Hua Yan hated Qin Feng, and by right, she should have been the happiest person when she heard that Qin Feng had been fired by the school authorities. However, when it really came to it, Hua Yan was not happy at all. As a rationalist, she dealt with things one at a time. Even though Qin Feng was a dissolute, sordid, lustful person, who had not only a few but hundreds of millions of shortcomings, there was no doubt that he was a great teacher. A teacher who dared to make a new path and not be fettered by accepted theories. She indeed enjoyed and was looking forward to Qin Feng's Chinese medicine class. She felt that Qin Feng had shattered and overthrown the traditional and inflexible teaching method of Chinese medicine by combining practical and theory in his way of teaching. He was the kind of lecturer that needed by the students of the Medical College of Jindu University. So, how could they fire him? Why had they sacked him? Hua Yan was angry, so did Chang Ecchi. She was edgy the moment she knew that Qin Feng was fired. This was because Chang Ecchi knew the reason behind Qin Feng's dismissal. It was because of her. Slap. Chang Ecchi's expression turned serious as she walked out of her office. She went straight up to the 3rd floor to the office of Vice-Chancellor Gao Hai. Bang! Chang Ecchi barged into his office without knocking on the door. Gao Hai was sitting on a couch. Several layers of gauze were wrapped around his head. Standing in front of him was Gao Tianyao, and it seemed to Chang Ecchi that they were discussing something secret. Both of them shut their mouths the moment Chang Ecchi came into the office. Humph. What do you think you're doing, Director Chang? Don't you know that knocking on a door and asking for permission before entering a person's office is the basics of manners? Chang Ecchi's appearance had sparked in him the bad memories of Qin Feng. When he thought about Qin Feng, the night of him being badly beaten by Qin Feng came into his mind. He was furious. Gao Hai's negative attitude did not affect Chang Ecchi. She walked across the office to stand in front of him. Chancellor Gao, I've something to discuss with you. Gao Hai knew Chang Ecchi was there to question him. He signaled to Gao Tianyao, and Gao Tianyao nodded. Seems like Chancellor Gao has something more important to attend to. I'll excuse myself. When you have time, I'll come again to discuss with you a few cases regarding modern medicine. After Gao Tianyao finished his sentence, he exited the office, leaving only Gao Hai and Chang Ecchi in the office. Both of them exchanged intense glares, and the atmosphere was tense. Director Chang, what made you rush to my office at this hour? Gao Hai looked coldly at Chang Ecchi as if he wasn't the person who attempted to drug and violate her that night. What made me come here? Don't you feel silly for asking that question? Chang Ecchi disliked hypocrites like Gao Hai. She wanted to slap him. Humph. Is this the attitude you have when you want help from others? I guess we have nothing more to discuss. You may leave now. Qin Feng had brutally beaten Gao Hai that night, and his wounds had just recovered, hence he did not dare to make an exaggerated expression. He did not welcome the painful sensation. Chang Ecchi took a deep breath and tried very hard to suppress her anger. Gao Hai was right. Chang Ecchi was here to intercede for Qin Feng, so she had to soften her attitude. Otherwise, she would not be able to turn things around. Chancellor Gao, spell your wishes. What do you want? Chang Ecchi had to soften her tone. What was that, Director Chang? That brat is so powerful, it would be dumb to offend him. He will hit you regardless of who you are. Gao Hai's words were sarcastic. It was normal for people to realize that, let alone Chang Axian. Chancellor Gao, I've lowered myself to talk with you about this matter. What do you want? Chang Axian knew that Qin Feng was fired, but she did not know the reason for his dismissal. However, it was not tough for Chang Axian to understand that it was Gao Hai's vengeance. Gao Hai looked over at the door and the window. After he ascertained that he was clear from any danger, his expression changed. He offered Chang Axian a sly grin as he peered at her graceful body. I shall get straight to the point, then. It was because of you. If you want me to bring him back, you know what to do. Looking at Gao Hai's lustful gaze, Chang Axian knew what was going on in his mind. Her expression turned chilly. I can promise you anything but my body. I won't sell my chastity to you. Chang Axian remained resolute. There was nothing to be done to change her mind. Gao Hai's expression turned vile. He sat cross-legged and said, then, this out of the question. I still have a lot of work to finish. Please help yourself out. Chancellor Gao, on what basis did you fire Qin Feng? Chang Axian was tenacious. She was ready to risk everything. If you fired Qin Feng without reasonable grounds, I can refer this matter to the university authorities and tell them that you've abused your power. Bullshit. Gao Hai slapped the table and shot up. His wound opened, and the pain sent him back to his chair again. Ouch, ouch. It's so painful. Humph. Do you think you can scare me like that? Let me tell you something, I've got photos of you two. As lecturers of a university, you two hugged each other on the street without the slightest scruples. Now, I just sacked Qin Feng. If you continue to cause me trouble, I'll fire you too. Gao Hai was crafty. He was well prepared against all possibilities after he fired Qin Feng. Originally, he planned to violate Chang Axian that night. Now he had photos of Qin Feng hugging Chang Axian, hence brought the charges against Qin Feng. As such, Gao Hai would not be afraid even if Chang Axian brought the matter to the university authorities. After all, Chang Axian lacked evidence, while he had solid evidence in his hand. Besides, his position was higher than Qin Feng and Chang Axian, so he was certain that the university authorities would stand by his side. Shameless. You're too shameless. Ha! Am I? Why don't I think so? Director Chang, I guess you better go back and think through the proposal I gave you. However, you better be quick. Or else, it'll be hard even for me to bring that kid back. Gao Hai smiled wickedly. Chang Axian's body trembled in anger, but she had no other way to deal with Gao Hai. After sending a few glares at Gao Hai, she stormed out from his office. Chapter 465, Breaking Through with the Help of Blood Chi Pill. Chapter 465, Breaking Through with the Help of Blood Chi Pill. In the Su family's old mansion in Sky City, Su Qiu was zoned out in her white lace dress for at least a minute on the ground, staring fixedly at the man that had appeared in front of her sparkling eyes. After a good while, she threw herself into the man's arms. Qin Feng. Is that you? Feeling immersed in her own world, she was not able to differentiate between reality and dream. Staring at Su Qiu's thin figure and pallid countenance, Qin Feng's heart ached faintly. He knew that Su Qiu must have gone through hell during his absence. Qiu, how is the Su family doing lately? Ma Hui was already gone when Qin Feng arrived. If Qin Feng had heard those threatening words from Ma Hui, he would have never allowed Ma Hui to walk out the door. Qin Feng locked Su Qiu tightly in his arms. The cuddle felt real, making Su Qiu ascertain that Qin Feng was really there. Not only had he survived, but he had become stronger. Yeah, everything was fine, Su Qiuyu whimpered. Her eyes were watery. As the #1 noble lady of Sky City, Su Qiuyu towered above the rest at the height of intellect, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. Nobody had ever seen her tears nor her vulnerable side. If the men of Sky City were given a chance to see her soft side, they would explode. Was Elder Su and little sister Xia Tian fine? Qin Feng continued to ask. Yes. They are both fine, and they missed you a lot. It was, of course, a delight for them to meet again after such a long separation. Even a tough woman like Su Qiuyu would shed tears. Qin Feng's heart was filled with warmth as he realized his women had to have been worried sick about him. Otherwise, how could stone-hearted women like Lu Bingbing and Su Qiuyu become so vulnerable and weak? How have you been, Qin Feng? Where did you go? What happened? Her calmness slowly returned to her. She began to ask about Qin Feng's condition. Shaking his head, Qin Feng refrained from telling Su Qiuyu the whole story. It wasn't because he did not believe in her, he just did not want her to worry about him. Qiuyu, your body is in poor condition. This is the blood qi pill, take it. Qin Feng waved his hand, and a red pill appeared. The surrounding area was permeated with the fragrance of herbs the moment the blood qi pill appeared. Su Qiuyu's eyes glowed intensely as she peered straight at the blood qi pill. Blood qi pill. This is a level 2 pill, and I heard that it can help a normal person break through to stage 1 inner qi and become a martial artist. Is that true? The Su family in Sky City was an aristocratic family, and all the male descendants were required to practice martial arts starting from a young age. Although Su Qiuyu and Su Xia Tian were women, they were adored by Elder Su Haonan. As such, he gave them the opportunity to practice martial arts as well. Born with extreme intellect and tenacity, Su Qiuyu had stepped herself into becoming a stage 3 inner qi expert. On the other hand, due to her laxity and playful habits, Su Xia Tian had yet to reach the boundary of becoming a martial artist and was only an ordinary person. It was no doubt that the blood qi pill was extremely precious. It was tough even for them, the Su family, to get one in their hands. Su Qiuyu's heart melted when Qin Feng gave her one without any hesitation to recover. Qin Feng. Is this really for me? Su Qiuyu had been bogged down by the Su family's business, so she had been ignoring her cultivation. She had already been a stage 3 inner qi expert by the time she met Qin Feng at Coiling Snake Mountain. During that time, she offered to join Qin Feng's fight against Williams and Wei Xiaolei. Qin Feng rejected her help. Hence, she had no chance to show her strength. Now, Su Qiuyu was still a stage 3 inner qi expert and similar to other martial artists, she longed for great strength. Stage 4 inner qi was a turning point, and whoever successfully broke into stage 4 inner qi would attain strength beyond their imagination. As a martial artist herself, how was there any possibility that she did not wish to be stronger? Of course it is for you. Hurry up and eat it. I'll be at your side to guide you. You might be able to break through stage 4 inner qi. Qin Feng gave Su Qiuyu a serious look, giving her an impression that he wasn't telling a joke. Still, Su Qiuyu could not accept it as her thoughts were derailed. The pill in Qin Feng's hand was a blood qi pill, an essential tool that hundreds of thousands of descendants of aristocratic families and mortals from the secular world would vie for. Some of them were willing to fight to their deaths, while some of them would spend their whole fortune just to get a single blood qi pill. However, Qin Feng gave it to her just like that, as if the blood qi pill was as cheap as a pack of spicy gluten sticks. Then, I'll take it. Su Qiuyu cautiously studied Qin Feng. She began to suspect that she was in a dream. She was feared that once she ate the blood qi pill, she would snap out her dream. Looking at Su Qiuyu's lovable face, Qin Feng could not help but pull her into his arms again. He caressed her smooth as jade back and said, "Take it. A precious item deserves a good person. I won't feel hurt if you're the one who takes it." Qin Feng's words worked like a lightning and struck hard at the softest part of Su Qiuyu's heart. It was so heartfelt. Furthermore, when she thought about her grandpa had given half of the Su family's property to Qin Feng and her little sister loved him which made him her family, she did away with formalities and graciously accepted his kindness. Su Qiuyu moved her hand and a wisp of fragrance wafted around them and teased Qin Feng's nose. Then, the blood qi pill that was in Qin Feng's hand fell into Su Qiuyu's. Su Qiuyu looked at Qin Feng again. When she saw Qin Feng nod without hesitation, she put the blood qi pill into her mouth. The blood qi pill melted in her mouth without chewing and a rich and dense herb aroma spread through Su Qiuyu's mouth. She felt as though a gush of warm air had entered her body and sped up her blood circulation. Almost in an instant, her body reddened, and she felt hot and restless. The blood qi pill contains a huge amount of spiritual essence from the heaven and the earth. Quick, Qiuyu, absorb and refine that spiritual essence in your body, otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Qin Feng realized something had happened to her, so he reminded her. Su Qiuyu immediately sat cross-legged and began to circulate inner qi around her body to absorb the dense spiritual essence released by the blood qi pill. The blood qi pill was made from the 100-year blood lotus that Su Qiuyu had given to Qin Feng. Even Hua Yan praised the high quality of that 100-year blood lotus. Furthermore, the blood qi pills were made by a stage 3 pharmaceutical master, so the 12 blood qi pills were high quality. When they were swallowed, the effect would be faster, greater, and more intense. Bang! Wisps of spiritual essence escaped Su Qiuyu's body, and explosions could be heard from time to time. Furrowing her brows, Su Qiuyu focused to absorb and refine the spiritual essence. Bang! 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 The explosion intensified, and the spiritual essence around Hua Yan's body grew denser. Her body floated and started spinning. She was gradually gaining speed, spinning faster and faster, and in the end, she formed a dozen after images of herself. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion, more intense than those previous, occurred. It even trembled the whole parlor. Su Qiuyu fell from the sky as she felt something exploded in her body. Her body had become lighter, and she felt fresh. Su Qiuyu landed in Qin Feng's arm. Her cherry lips gaped a little and she moaned, Are you okay, Qiuyu?" Qin Feng was worried. As a girl who had never fallen in love before, Su Qiuyu could not pull herself away from Qin Feng's excessive protectiveness. She said, "I'm fine." Qin Feng studied Su Qiuyu's complexion and realized that her face had turned rosy. He felt her aura again. Her aura has become denser and purer. He then placed a sunny smile on his face. "Congratulations, Qiuyu, you've successfully broken through to stage 4 inner qi." Only now did Su Qiuyu understand that the explosions in her body were because she had broken through. She was as happy as a lark as she looked coquettishly at Qin Feng. "Thank you, Qin Feng. Without your blood qi pill, I wouldn't have been able to break through this soon." No vocabulary in this world could describe her current feeling. Jumping from stage 3 inner qi to stage 4 inner qi in a single night had robbed her of speech. Suddenly, before her excitement died away, her smile froze. She felt something strange going on in her body. A violent, restless airstream coursed through her body and caused her to feel aroused. Su Qiuyu moaned again. The strange feeling numbed her, giving her the impression that she had been electrocuted. Never had she experienced such reaction before, so Su Qiuyu was highly vulnerable to the sensation. Furthermore, the sensation came pouring down at her like fierce floods and savage beasts and breached through every line of her defense. Qin Feng, Su Qiuyu fell into Qin Feng's arms. She looked innocently at Qin Feng. What is happening, Qiuyu? Qin Feng could not withstand Su Qiuyu's puppy eyes. I want. Su Qiuyu's voice was alluring. She wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck and thrust her lips at Qin Feng's lips. She stunned Qin Feng. In Qin Feng's perspective, Su Qiuyu was always a gentle, elegant, and collected woman. Even if they had not seen each other for a long time, Qin Feng refused to believe that Su Qiuyu would suddenly turn so aggressive. However, he had to believe what seemed to be unbelievable. Su Qiuyu had started to tear open his shirt. This is not good, Qiuyu. I mean, we're in a parlor, why don't we continue the rest in a room? Su Qiuyu ignored Qin Feng, leaning her body against Qin Feng's body and wriggled like a snake. Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Su Qiuyu purred into Qin Feng's ear, calling his name again and again with her alluring voice. As a young man full of hot blood, Qin Feng found it hard to resist such temptation. Besides, he had not engaged with any woman in intimate activities in the past 3 months. Hence, he could not hold himself anymore and pounced on Su Qiuyu. Although Su Qiuyu was aggressive, this was her first time. Hence, she did not have many skills to please Qin Feng. Only under Qin Feng's guidance would they soar up into the 7th heaven. After an hour, Qin Feng stopped his movements with Su Qiuyu lying powerlessly in his arms. When they were cuddling, a delicate silhouette appeared from the gate and jumped into the parlor. Chapter 466, Hua Yan's Vengeance. Chapter 466, Hua Yan's Vengeance. Su Xiatian was bored to death recently. Nobody in Sky City would play with her because she was simply too mischievous, and her title as the first she-demon of Sky City drove them away. It was such good fortune for her to find Qin Feng, a person who was even more sadistic than she was, to be her playmate. However, before they could get more time together, Qin Feng went missing. Tearing her heart apart, his sudden disappearance almost sent her on a frenzied massacre. What is Big Sister doing in the parlor? Hey, she's not alone. Su Xiatian spotted something suspicious in the parlor. As such, she hastened her way into the parlor. Su Xiatian's eyes bulged the moment she shoved the door open. Her tongue stuck out, and her face flushed red looking at the wild and free footage in front of her. Her heart raced so fast that it almost jumped out from her mouth. Big Sister, what are you doing? Su Xiatian's sudden appearance surprised Su Qiuyu. She immediately jumped up from Qin Feng's arms. When she realized that she was in her birthday suit, she sat down again. However, she overexerted herself, and she landed on a very sensitive spot causing her to moan. Arg! Su Qiuyu yearned to hide in a hole the moment she uttered such an embarrassing sound. She had returned to her senses since the effect of the angel grass had worn off. She couldn't believe that she had just had sex with Qin Feng. Little Sister Xiatian, remember me? Qin Feng's sardonic laugh echoed. Su Xiatian was stunned. She quickly ran to Qin Feng and yelled happily, "Aw! Big brother Qin Feng, when did you arrive?" Su Xiatian had not seen Qin Feng for the past 3 months, and she thought about him on her way home. Hence, when Qin Feng magically appeared in front of her, she was thrilled. She impatiently closed the gap between them and suddenly came to a stop. She could not see clearly because she was standing far away. However, as she went nearer, she realized that Qin Feng and her big sister were shamelessly cuddling together without any clothes on. What? What are you two doing here at this time? Su Xiatian grumbled as she wasn't happy. Her grandpa had told her that Qin Feng would be hers. How could her big sister do such a shameless deed now? Do you want to join us, little sister Xiatian? Qin Feng's smile broadened. Qin Feng's voice brought Su Qiu's thoughts back on track. She pinched Qin Feng's waist and shooed her little sister away. Xiatian, return to your room first. We'll look for you later. Pouting her, Su Xiatian rushed out from the parlor to her own room disheartened. Su Qiu knew her little sister well, and Su Xiatian's reaction sent a pang of guilt to Su Qiu's heart. It was totally out of her understanding that she could have done such a shameless thing with Qin Feng. Harking back to the footage that happened not long ago, Su Qiu felt something fishy. Her body began acting weird after she consumed the blood qi pill. The feeling was vigorous. It felt like she was drugged. That was nice, Qiu. Initially, I thought you didn't like me. I never knew you actually loved me more than your little sister does. A light shone upon Su Qiu as she suddenly understood everything. Driven by her rage, she pushed Qin Feng away and questioned him. It's you. This is your doing, isn't? How could you do something like that to me, Qin Feng? Qin Feng was stunned by her barrage of questions. With his own question in his mind, he retorted, What are you saying? What did I do to you? I've done nothing. It's you who pounced on me first, and I couldn't even shrug you away. As a qualified hedonistic young master and a master of love, Qin Feng had known that all women changed their feeling and expressions faster than flipping a book since he was young. Be that as it may, he was shocked and caught off guard by Su Qiu. He could not fathom her changes at all. Who was the one who refused to stop and clung tightly to him? How could she toss him aside like a used old rag after she'd sampled him? The more Su Qiu thought, the more certain she became that Qin Feng had added an aphrodisiac into the blood qi pill. When she realized Qin Feng used such petty trick to get her body, Su Qiu's heart ached. And Qin Feng's denial had made it worse. Why can't you just admit what you did? Can you swear to God that you did not add anything to the blood qi pill? Su Qiu's expression turned chilly as she glared furiously at Qin Feng. I can assure you that there was nothing wrong with my blood qi pill. If there was a problem, how could you have broken through to stage 4? Qin Feng was annoyed, and he felt offended. Although the blood qi pill had no effect on him, it was, however, a valuable grade 2 pill. By selling it on the black market, or at St. Medic, he could have easily made a mint or earned tons of mission points. Nevertheless, he did not do so and selflessly gave the pill to Su Qiu. Hence, when Su Qiu questioned his sincerity, he wasn't happy with it, and his blood boiled. Su Qiu's eyes rolled in their sockets as she started to think. She was a woman with exceptional intelligence and a great secret keeper. It was out of the question that there was something wrong with Qin Feng's blood qi pills. Anyway, she had viewed Qin Feng as her future husband, and since Qin Feng refused to admit it, she would not pursue the topic further for the goodness of their relationship. Turn around. I want to get dressed, Su Qiu rolled her eyes, huffing. Qin Feng did not know that it was Hua Yan's doing after all. He gave Su Qiu a roguish smile and extended his arms to touch her boobs. He said, Don't be in such a hurry, Qiu. Let me enjoy your boobs for a few more seconds. Fuck off. Turn around now. Su Qiu slapped Qin Feng's hand away and chided him, returned to her usual lordy manner. Qin Feng was disappointed. He even suspected that Su Qiu might be suffering from transient global amnesia. I said, turn around. I'll gouge your eyes out if you refuse to do as what I say. Su Qiu pinched Qin Feng's waist again. It was very painful. Qin Feng quickly turned around and remained quiet and obedient like a little sheep. Very soon, a scuffing noise drifted into Qin Feng's ears as Su Qiuyu put on her clothing, turning him on. However, before he made any further moves, Su Qiuyu's fidgety demeanor came to mind. He could not do anything except get himself dressed as well. Both of them finished dressing almost at the same time. Su Qiuyu had regained her solemn yet elegant demeanor. Initially, she wanted to treat Qin Feng better since she had officially become his woman. She dropped the thought when she remembered Qin Feng got her body through means of fraud and drugging her with an aphrodisiac. Hence, Su Qiuyu decided to lightly punish him, or else, she would not be able to contain him in the future. If there is nothing else, I'll go look for little sister Xia Tian. Qin Feng had just tasted Su Qiuyu, and now, he was thinking about Su Xia Tian. Su Qiuyu was pissed off. Come over here. I've something important to discuss with you. We'll go find my little sister together after we finish our discussion. Both of them then went to Su Qiuyu's room. The moment Qin Feng opened the door, Su Qiuyu's fragrance stormed into his nostrils. After which, Su Qiuyu sat on her bed while Qin Feng sat next to the window. Su Qiuyu had a serious expression. What happened, Qiuyu? Qin Feng knew something severe had happened, otherwise, Su Qiuyu would not be so serious. It's about the medical corporation. Su Qiuyu opened her mouth and spoke demurely and elegantly. The medical corporation. The one that I asked you to establish. Su Qiuyu nodded before explaining further. I've set up a factory and established a production line to mass-produce the golden sore medicine and whitening powder with the formula you gave me. Everything was smooth until a problem popped up. During the later stages, I found that some of the raw materials needed for your formula are not only hard to find but are sold at sky-high prices. Furthermore, the stock is limited, hence, we can't produce the two items in bulk. Also, the huge investment cost that will result in a ridiculously high retail price. We can't develop and expand into the market like this. Qin Feng raised his brows as he did not consider these problems at all. He just interpreted the formulation of the elementary-grade golden sore medicine and gave it to Su Qiuyu. He never thought it would cause her problems. Since he owned the compendium of 100 materia medica now, he had a vast knowledge of the herbs and plants on earth. Hence, when he reinterpreted the formula, he found that some ingredients were spiritual plants and almost impossible for mortals from the secular world to attain. How much have you invested? Qin Feng asked. 10 million. I've wasted it all. Su Qiuyu sighed. To be honest, 10 million was only a tip of an iceberg for a huge familial clan like the Su family. It was only because Su Qiuyu had never experienced losses since she began to preside over the Su family's business. She could not forgive herself for losing 10 million in merely 3 months. It's much less than I expected. How about this, I make some alterations and change the 3 spiritual plants into normal herbs. We can mass-produce, then. Won't the effect be different? Su Qiuyu asked out of her worry. The effect will definitely be affected, but it's more than sufficient to defeat the 2 leading products of the Liang family. Qin Feng was confident in the Hedonist sovereign system. He believed that the effect would be stones ahead from the products produced by an ordinary familial clan like the Liang family. That sounds good. I'm relieved, Su Qiuyu nodded, but her brows still remained frowned. Qin Feng pulled her into his arms and asked her with a soft tone, anything else? Just fire it out. I'll do my best to help you. Su Qiuyu's body trembled, but she did not break free from Qin Feng's warm embrace. She drowned in the feeling of somebody having her back. After she hesitated for a short moment, she slowly opened her mouth. There is a familial clan in Sky City known as the Ma family. They make their fortune in the pharmaceutical industry and are the forefront and the largest familial clan of Sky City. Not long ago, the Ma family sent somebody to talk to me. They want to purchase our medical corporation, and if I refuse to sell to them, the Ma family will do everything they can to cast us out from the industry. Su Qiu briefed Qin Feng on the whole story from the moment Ma Hui first arrived at the Su family's old mansion until he left. Qin Feng was infuriated, especially about the threatening words Ma Hui left before leaving the house. He rose to his feet and stormed toward the door. What are you talking about, Xia Tian? Who asked you to leave the house? If I remember correctly, you said that you want to stay with me until the end of our time, right? Big sister has a proposal for you, why don't we just share Qin Feng? This was the plan Su Qiu had in her mind that she never told anybody before. This was because her grandpa had affianced Xia Tian to Qin Feng, and as her elder sister, how could she steal the man her sister loved? New quest released from the Hedonist sovereign system, crushed the Ma family of Sky City and purchased the medical corporation of the Ma family. Time limit, 3 months. The system will reward 5,000 hedonist points and a book of arcane skill of martial art if the quest is accomplished. If the quest is failed, 10,000 hedonist points will be deducted. The system notification beeped in Qin Feng's mind, shocking him. The purpose of his journey go around the Yun province was not merely limited to destroying the Sima family of Acropolis City. He also aimed to finish all the unfinished quests. Since the quest about the Su family was completed, this could only mean one thing: Su Qiu had fallen in love with him. Qin Feng laughed inwardly as Su Qiu's facade of calm and cold had totally laid bare in front of him. Master, you have 26,500 hedonist points now, and you can pay back 20,000 hedonist points that you owe the system. Little Pig notified Qin Feng. Only then did Qin Feng remember that he had borrowed from the system. He was obligated to clear the interest and principal of the loan in 1 month's time, otherwise, the system would randomly pick a spiritual equipment in his possession as repayment. Since he had the ability to clear the debt now, it was natural for him to do so. Pay now. Qin Feng commanded, and the system beeped. Ding. Processing now. The total amount borrowed by host Qin Feng, 20,000 hedonist points. The current interest rate is 1,000th. 12 days have passed, and 240 hedonist points worth of interest has been generated. Total payable amount, 20,240 hedonist points. Congratulations host Qin Feng for clearing the loan. Host Qin Feng now has 6,260 hedonist points. Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief after he cleared the debt. Then, he looked over to the newly released quest and began to study it. The quest requested him to destroy the Ma family and purchase the medical company of the Ma family. TSK, TSK, TSK. This hedonist system really knows me well. This quest suits me the best. The Ma family had offended Su Qiu, so even without the quest, Qin Feng would go look for them anyway. Besides, not only the quest award him with 5,000 hedonist points, it would also give him a book of arcane skill of martial arts. Qin Feng was quite looking forwards to the arcane skill of martial arts. Do we have a customer in our house? I was taking a nap, but Xia Tian's laughter has awakened me. Who came to visit us today? As Su Qiu and Su Xia Tian were chatting, the voice of Elder Su drifted from outside into Su Qiu's room. With a pair of bleary eyes, Su Haonan stumbled sleepily into Su Qiu's room. When he was inside the room, he was stunned, and his expression froze. He looked straight at Qin Feng, who was teasing with Su Xia Tian at the bedside. You're Qin Feng. Su Haonan shook his head as he thought he was dreaming. Ha! Yes, he is Big Brother Qin Feng. Su Xiatian was thrilled by her grandpa's drowsy look. Qin Feng, it's really you. Are you okay? Where have you been recently? I heard that the Qin family of Acropolis City has fallen. Who did that? Tell me. We, the Su family of Sky City, will do our best to support you. Su Haonan rubbed his eyes to make sure that he wasn't in a dream. After he confirmed that the Qin Feng in front of him was real, he quickly went forward and greeted him. This wise old man already treated Qin Feng like his own grandson. Qin Feng was moved. He replied, I'm fine, Elder Su. Don't worry about me. You just need to keep yourself healthy. We youngsters will settle the problem ourselves. Qin Feng helped Su Haonan to sit down. Quick, Chiu Yu. Order the Qian to prepare a meal for us. It has been a long time since we four sat down and had a meal together. Elder Su ordered Su Chiu Yu. Su Chiu Yu quickly went away to do his bidding with her face flushed red. Soon enough, a scrumptious meal had been prepared. Qin Feng, Su Chiu Yu, Su Xiatian, and Elder Su made their way to the dining hall and sat around the large dining table. As they were moving their forks and spoons, Su Haonan suddenly looked at Su Chiu Yu with his eyes glowing in excitement. Chiu Yu, have you broken through? Su Haonan was only a stage 1 inner qi practitioner, but he noticed the huge changes in Su Chiu Yu's aura. Don't you need to keep it for yourself? It's just a blood qi pill, Elder. I would have forgotten if you didn't remind me. I have another 11 pills left. Come. Each of you take one. By consuming the blood qi pill, it will assist a martial artist in breaking through and elongate an ordinary person's lifespan. Qin Feng waved his hand like performing magic, and 2 red pills appeared on his palm. Su Chiu Yu was shocked. It was the least of her expectation that Qin Feng still had some blood qi pills in his possession, but she did not know he had 11 more. He just simply took 2 pills out for her grandpa and Xia Tian as if he was giving them flu medicine. After a long silence, Elder Su finally found his voice. He asked, are these real or fake? Qin Feng's mouth quivered. He answered, Elder, of course, it's real. How could I cheat you with a fake one? You can ask Chiu Yu if you don't trust me. She has took one just now. Of course, Su Chiu Yu knew the blood qi pills in Qin Feng's palm were real. Before she opened her mouth, a thought suddenly flashed in her mind. His blood qi pills seemed iffy. She believed that he added an aphrodisiac into his ingredient. Hence, she hastily said to her grandpa, Grandpa, Qin Feng is just joking with you. Those blood qi pills are fake. What the hell are you talking, Chiu Yu? These are real. Genuine and authentic blood qi pill that I made with my heart and sweat. How can you say they are fake? Qin Feng was startled by Su Chiu Yu's remarks, and he almost fell from his chair. Su Chiu Yu stared at Qin Feng and huffed, those are not real blood qi pills. Do you think I don't know that the 2 pills on your palms are chocolate? While she was talking, she kept her eyes on Qin Feng to signal him that she knew the secret ingredients in his blood qi pill. However, Qin Feng failed to understand her signal. He retorted with a serious expression, what? Chocolates? Chiu Yu, are you kidding me? Su Chiu Yu almost vomited blood when Qin Feng insisted on giving the blood qi pills to her family. She could understand why Qin Feng had insisted on giving the blood qi pill to her sister, but why her grandpa? Suddenly, a thought came into her mind as she shockingly thought inwardly. Don't tell me Qin Feng has some strange habit that we all have no knowledge of. Su Chiu Yu had goosebumps all over her body as the revelation was too horrible. She was disgusted when she remembered that she had just had sex with Qin Feng not long ago. They are fake. Don't try to argue with me anymore. Hurry up and put them back, or else I'll be angry. Su Qiu refused to allow Qin Feng to feed her sister and her grandpa his blood qi pills. She put on a facade of anger and stared at Qin Feng. Since Su Qiu insisted, Qin Feng could not do anything but place the blood qi pills back into the system. Su Xiatian was only focused on wolfing down the scrumptious meals in front of her, so she did not know what her family was discussing. Su Haonan shook his head and sighed. Qin Feng, why would you lie to me? AI. You have disappointed me. Qin Feng's mouth quivered vigorously. He felt that he had been terribly wronged, but he just swallowed it down. Chapter 468, Creating Trouble for My Enemies is What I Love to Do. Chapter 468, Creating Trouble for My Enemies is What I Love to Do. Location, the Ma family's luxury villa, Sky City. Ma Hui rammed into the parlor with great rage. There was a middle-aged man on a couch in the middle of the parlor sipping coffee from the cup in his hand. Hui what happened? You look angry. Have you done the job your grandpa assigned you? The man was Ma De Tun, father of Ma Hui. She chased me out, Dad. God damn it, what about making a show of authority? Ma Hui sat opposite Ma De Tun. He poured himself a glass of vodka and guzzled it down in one shot. Hey kid, do you have any idea how expensive that liquor is? It's a limited edition, and I specifically brought it back from overseas to celebrate your grandpa's 70th birthday. How can you drink it like drinking water? Ma De Tun chided his son while giving him a fierce glare. The vodka was extremely rare, so even he was reluctant to drink it unless the situation called for it. Dad, did you hear what I said? I was chased out by that bai. Ma Hui grumbled. What did she say? Growing angry, Ma Hui huffed, that bai is intelligent, no doubt. She saw through my intention without me saying much. She said she would never sell the medical corporation to us and would expand it no matter how much it cost her. Is she out of her mind? Why won't she just let it go? It serves her right for experiencing such huge losses. This was the first time Ma Hui went to negotiate on behalf of the Ma family. He wanted to make the best out of the trip and prove himself worthy to his family elders. It was never part of his plan that Su Qiu would give him the cold shoulder, much less slam the door on his offer. Ma De Tun's face remained impassive as such result was within his expectations. He took a sip of the coffee and said slowly, let her be. It'll only be beneficial to us if the Su family throws more money into developing the medical corporation. Why is that, Dad? I don't understand. Ma Hui looked at his father with a puzzled expression. Think about it. Who owns the pharmaceutical industry in Sky City now? That's a rhetorical question, Dad. Of course, it has to be our Ma family. Ma Hui pounded on the table and rose to his feet. Startled by his son, Ma De Tun almost choked on his coffee. He harumphed, stop being so dramatic. Your grandpa and your uncles and aunties are not here, so nobody is going to enjoy your show. Ma Hui realized he had indeed exaggerated. He scratched his head in embarrassment and laughed, hee, isn't the Ma family choosing the junior patriarch? Apparently, I'm too adapted to the masquerade that I've to put up at every family meeting. I'm sorry, Dad. Ma De Tun rolled his eyes and pulled their conversation back on track. Yes, you're right. Our Ma family is the avant-garde of the pharmaceutical industry, and with us getting in their way, do you think the Su family will still able to get themselves a share of the pie? No matter how much the Su family spends on expanding their medical corporation, we'll turn it into a bootless errand. In the end, once they have exhausted their funds, they will have no other alternative left but to sell the medical corporation to us. Isn't that a win-win situation? Ha! You're right, Dad. I never thought about that. Ma Hui felt exalted after he got himself clear of the untwisting relationship. Now, he wished that Su Qiu would pour more money into her medical corporation. The more the better. Dad, I've gotten off on the wrong foot today and failed the task Grandpa assigned to me. Will he be disappointed? Ma Hui asked worriedly. Rest assured. I'll tell him that you tricked Su Qiu into throwing more money to expand the medical corporation using reverse psychology. It's your stage now, son, make sure you give it your best shot. Sure. I'll not fail you, Dad. Ma De-tun and Ma Hui went to the Ma family's ancient mansion in a car. A few core members of the family arrived the moment they entered the parlor of the main building. Both of them found themselves a seat and waited patiently for the arrival of the rest family members. After everybody else arrived and no others were being left behind, the elder of the Ma family, clad in a black robe, walked steadily into the parlor under the protection of his bodyguards. Good day to you, elder. Rising to their feet, everybody greeted Ma Long as soon as he entered the parlor. Ma Long gestured his hand to spare the formalities. Then, he walked to the end of the parlor and sat in the main seat. Ahem. Ahem. The purpose of this emergency meeting is to collect thoughts from everybody here about how to take down the medical corporation of the Su family. Ma Long cleared his throat before continuing. Initially, we planned to purchase their medical corporation for a rock-bottom price. Hence earlier in the day, I sent Ma Hui over to the Su family's old mansion to negotiate with them. However, despite losing money, the Su family insisted and rejected our proposal. The negotiation was unsuccessful. We've to think of another plan. Any thoughts? Feel free to speak. Elder Ma's words gave rise to a lively discussion among the family members. All of them whispered to each other. At this time, Ma De-tun played his eyes at Ma Hui. Taking his cue, Ma Hui smiled and said, Grandpa, I have a plan. Do you want to hear it? Go on, Ma Long told Ma Hui to continue speaking by gesturing his hand. Ma Hui's eyes glowed as he knew the chance for him to prove himself to the family elders had come. He reorganized his thought and spoke slowly and calmly. The Su family has absolute dominance over Sky City. Neither large nor small familial clans in the Sky City have the nerve or could make a dent in their supreme position. However, that is not the case for the Ma family. We have thrived in the pharmaceutical industry for years, and if we said we are the second, nobody in Sky City has the guts to say they are the first. Ma Hui praised the power of the Ma family to butter up the elders before bringing the topic up. Since the Su family rejected our proposal and insisted on expanding their influence into the pharmaceutical industry, I say we should unite together and hammer their development to dust. After we've dragged them down, we'll purchase their medical corporation at an all-time low price. Then, all the expenditures the Su family have injected into the medical corporation will be ours. Ma Hui's suggestion was not half bad. At least, most of the family members nodded in agreement. However, Ma Long, who was sitting at the main seat, fell silent for a short moment before giving his thought. This is a good idea, but there is a point that I don't agree with. If we openly and blatantly interfere with their medical corporation's development, we might get ourselves into trouble if the Su family strikes back. Elder Ma was right, and this was the very reason that held back the Ma family. Although the Su family was new to the pharmaceutical industry, they reigned supreme in other industries. With their huge network and influences, the Ma family members were afraid that they might not even get a loan approval from the bank if the Su family decided to bash them. Of course, I've taken this issue into account, Grandpa. Ma Hui whipped a confident smile on his face and said, Can I have permission to invite a few of my friends to join us in our family meeting? Everybody was stunned as they did not know what kind of friends had Ma Hui invited over. It stood to reason to call this meeting a family meeting. Inviting some outsiders to a family meeting was simply unacceptable and it was considered a taboo. Elder Ma hesitated for a moment before allowing Ma Hui to invite his friends to enter. Let them in. Then, four handsome young men clad in fancy clothing entered the parlor, shocking the Ma family members. Location: the Su family's old mansion. Qin Feng was having a great time reunion with Su Qiuyu, Su Xiatian, and Elder Su. After he filled his stomach, he turned to Su Xiatian and said, "Xiatian, have you finished your meal? Let's go out and have some fun." Su Xiatian's ear flicked when she heard Qin Feng was taking her out for some fun. Immediately, she threw away the chopsticks in her hand, pulled on Qin Feng's arm, she dragged him toward the gate. "Oh yes. Finally, somebody is willing to take me out to have some fun." Qin Feng and Su Xiatian were soon gone. Su Qiuyu and Su Haonan exchanged glances in the air, and both of them smiled. They helplessly shook their heads as they realized sometimes Qin Feng and Xiatian behaved like two children. Su Xiatian brought Qin Feng to her pink BMW Z4 that was parked outside the Su family's old mansion. After they both got into the car, Su Xiatian asked, "Big brother Qin Feng, where are we heading to now?" Qin Feng pat Su Xiatian's head and asked, "Do you know the way to the Ma family's ancient mansion?" Bewildered by Qin Feng's question, Su Xiatian's eyes flickered as she said, "Yeah, I know where it is, but why are we heading there?" "There is nothing for us to play with her." Su Xiatian knew her elder sister had been bullied by the Ma family's member. She sulked when Qin Feng mentioned the Ma family. "We can create our own fun. How about we throw a party at the Ma family's mansion?" Su Xiatian's vitality returned when she heard Qin Feng was going to bring her to make trouble for the Ma family. She stepped on the throttle, and the BMW stormed forward. "Yahoo! I love to create trouble for other people. Big brother Qin Feng, do you need any assistance? I'll call all my people to support you." "Never mind, we two are more than sufficient." Actually, Qin Feng alone was more than enough. He brought Su Xiatian just to let her wall the show. He had broken through to stage 4 inner chi, and he'd become even stronger. There wasn't almost anybody in the few cities of the Yun province who could put up a fair fight against him. "You're right. With me as your sidekick, big brother Qin Feng, you just have sit on the sidelines and watch me fight. I alone am more than enough to destroy those bastards." Su Xiatian was great at blowing her own trumpet as well, which surprised Qin Feng. Su Xiatian was keyed up as they drove across the road. Her excitement was best shown by how she drove the car faster and faster while humming a fast-paced melody. Meanwhile, Qin Feng looked dazedly at the view through the car window as the footage of him spending time with his loved ones surged into his brain. This was the first time he had stepped into the Yun province after the great battle at the Amethyst Dragon Palace 3 months ago. He missed his women a lot: Xiaoling Xian, Lin Bei Bei, Bai Qing, Li Yuqin, Lu Wenjing, and her cute younger sister. He wondered how they were doing lately. Ding! A new side quest of the Yun province disturbance has been assigned. Make a forceful, frightening, and stunning return to the Yun province and stun all your enemies. Time period: 1 month. The system will reward host Qin Feng 10,000 hedonist points, a piece of blood demon armor, and a compendium of Call of Million Beasts skillbook. If the quest is failed, 20,000 hedonist points will be deducted, and the sacred azure battle armor will be revoked. The system notified him while he was thinking about his women. Slightly stunned, if he recalled correctly, the system had released 2 quests after the system had rebooted. One was the Yun province disturbance, while the other was the martial artist disturbance. The system suddenly added a new side quest to the Yun province disturbance, which intrigued Qin Feng. He quickly initiated the hedonist sovereign system to check it out. Yun province disturbance main quest: unify the 4 cities in Yun province. Time period: 1 year. If host Qin Feng successfully clears the quest, the system will reward host Qin Feng 30,000 hedonist points, and host Qin Feng will gain a chance to activate one of the mystery interfaces in the hedonist system. If the quest is failed, 60,000 hedonist points will be deducted, and host Qin Feng will not be allowed to set foot in the Yun province for the rest of his life. First side quest of Yun province disturbance: destroy the Sima family of Acropolis City. The system will reward host Qin Feng 20,000 hedonist points and a random blue-grade spiritual equipment if the quest is cleared. If the quest is failed, 40,000 hedonist points will be deducted. Second side quest of Yun province disturbance: revive the Qin family of Acropolis City and raise the Qin family to the first family of Yun province. The system will reward host Qin Feng 20,000 hedonist points and a random Earth-grade skill book if the quest is cleared. If the quest is failed, 40,000 hedonist points will be deducted. Third side quest of Yun province disturbance: investigate and identify the alliance of the Li family in Yunhai City and the Verdant sect. The system will reward host Qin Feng 20,000 hedonist points and random high-grade pills of immortality if the quest is cleared. If the quest is failed, 40,000 hedonist points will be deducted. Fourth side quest of Yun province disturbance: make a forceful, frightening, and stunning return to the Yun province and stun all your enemies. Time period: 1 month. The system will reward host Qin Feng 10,000 hedonist points, a piece of blood demon armor, and a compendium of Call of Million Beasts skill book. If the quest is failed, 20,000 hedonist points will be deducted, and the Sacred Azure battle armor will be revoked. Chapter 469, Tripartite Alliance. Chapter 469, Tripartite Alliance. The chain quest Yun province disturbance had a total of 5 quests, 1 main quest and 4 side quests. After skimming through every quest, Qin Feng found out that one of the side quests happened to correspond with his purpose returning to the Yun province by requiring him to destroy the Sima family of Acropolis City. Make a scene of my return. Ha, this will be interesting, said Qin Feng as he flashed a smirk. Originally, he wanted to make his debut with the identity of Green Wolf. It seemed to him that it was totally unnecessary now. 3 months ago, Qin Feng was forced to escape the Yun province after several familial clans of the Yun province worked in unison to beat him down. Sometime later after his escape, the unguarded Qin family of Acropolis City had fallen as well. Now, Qin Feng had returned. He wanted to make his return a huge one, and he wanted to strike fear into his enemies so they cowered in despair for turning against him and the Qin family of Acropolis City. The parlor of the Ma family's ancient home was a total mess. The arrival of the 4 young men was shocking enough to give rise to another lively and animated discussion in the parlor. The 4 talents of Sky City. Why are they doing here? Wow, they are the 4 talents of Sky City. Seems like that the father and son have done their homework to vie for the seat of the junior patriarch. They even got those 4 people on their side. In light of the present situation, Ma Hui seems to be the most promising option for next in line. The 4 young men were the 4 talents of Sky City, and each of them represented one family. Their arrival could mean a lot of things. The Ma family members couldn't confirm whether they were there to aid them or for some other purpose. Hui I don't understand. Can you explain this to me? Elder Ma was stirred up. Even though the Su family held a frightening amount of power, with the 4 talents and their 4 large familial clans on their side meant that they might actually stand a chance against the Su family. Grandpa, meet my friends, the 4 talents of Sky City. Like us, they too yearn for the Su family's downfall. I suggest we let them join us in our discussion to develop a plan to destroy the Su family. For eyes see more than 2, together, I'm sure we can find a way to pull the Su family down from their throne. Ma Hui answered with a confident grin. The rest of the family members became restless after Ma Hui explained what the 4 talents had come for. Initially, the Ma family members were hesitant to blatantly challenge the Su family. However, the arrival of the 4 talents calmed the Ma family members' anxiety, invigorated their spirits and made the family members so full of confidence that they felt they could challenge the unchallengeable. "Well, have a seat then." For talents, Ma Long offered them each a seat after he'd pull himself together. In Chinese tradition, those of higher positions normally sat closer to the head of household. Now, the 4 talents were sitting closer to Ma Long than the rest of the Ma family members. "I am Jiang Man Hong, hello Elder Ma. I am Zhao Yuxing, hello Elder Ma. I am Li Yang, hello Elder Ma. I am Wen Su, hello Elder Ma." The 4 talents greeted Elder Ma one after another. Feeling respected, Ma Long waved his hand and replied, "Spare me the formalities. I'm eager to know what the 4 talents have brought for us today." Ma Long was straightforward. He did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Due to his scholar status, Zhao Yusheng was the spokesperson of the group. Hence, he rose to his feet with a sunny smile and said, "Elder Ma, it stands to reason that we're here today. We 4 talents want to form an alliance with the Ma family to bring the Su family down. However, in this case, we won't be fighting the Su family at the forefront. Instead, we'll support you from behind." Zhao Yuxing expressed their purpose and objective. The reason they wanted to form an alliance with the Ma family to challenge the Su family was because of a person, Qin Feng. When Qin Feng came to Sky City to quell the internal strife of the Su family 4 months ago, he'd attended the 4 talents fan meetings with Su Xiatian. "Humph. Now or never chance. Can't you see how many large familial clans have fallen in the past 3 months? Do you want the Ma family to follow in their footsteps as well?" Ma Tao refused to back down. Opportunity always coexists with challenges. If we want to grasp the opportunity, we must first face some challenges. We have to change, or else, we'll be discarded by time and annexed by other families, said Ma Tun. "I never said that the Ma family had to exclude itself from the rest of the world. I'm just saying that we need to think twice before making any decisions. Besides, I guess everybody heard the obvious flaw in the 4 talents proposal, right? They will only support us from behind, and will be the ones who will do all the hard work by fighting on the front lines against the Su family. What if the Su family fights back? We'll be the first to feel their wrath. The 4 familial clans can quit at any time." Ma Tao and Ma Tun each had their own point of views, and neither of them was willing to make a concession. To be honest, the Ma family members were more inclined to Ma Tao's point of view as they, like Ma Tao said, did not see any sincerity in the 4 talents. "Tao Heir, are you saying that we should withdraw ourselves from the fight?" asked Elder Ma. A mysterious smile flashed across Ma Tao's face as he said, "Of course not. I'm saying that we should find a more dependable backer to support us in destroying the Su family. I found that the 4 large familial clans of Sky City are still quite lacking." Ma Tao's words sent a shock to everybody in the parlor. The power of the 4 large familial clans was something a person should no trifle with. How could Ma Tao insult them and said they were weak? Humph. What a glib talker. Find me a family that is more powerful than the 4 large familial clans if you could. Ma Tun said as he shot a contemptuous gaze at Ma Tao. "Don't get so edgy, second brother. I'm a person of words. I won't say something that I'm not confident," Ma Tao said confidently. "Tao Heir, who is your backer? Where are they come from?" asked Ma Long as his expression changed. "Dad, they are very mysterious. They are one of the large doors of the martial world, and they said that they are willing to offer help to us, and of course, they will fight with us side by side. Unlike those cowards, who would only hide behind us, it was obvious that Ma Tao had found a powerful backer, otherwise, who would give him the nerve to insult Ma De Tun and the people from the 4 large familial clans of Sky City? The Ma family members began to discuss among themselves again. All of them were guessing who Ma Tao's backer could be as they felt the story had become even more interesting. That being said, here's my counter-proposal. I suggest we form a tripartite alliance so that we'll have higher odds of success. Ma Long said after he thought for a brief moment. It was due to his sagacity had the Ma family thrived for so many years. Ma Tao had found a mysterious door as his back, and Ma De Tun had found the 4 large familial clans of Sky City as his back. Ma Long did not want to offend either force, hence, he suggested that they form a tripartite alliance. With 3 forces joining together to crusade against the Su family, the Su family's fate was practically sealed. Elder Ma is right. We agree with this suggestion. The Ma family members all rose to their feet and agreed to Ma Long's suggestion. This was because Ma Long's decision seemed to be the most perfect. Ma Long smiled and waved his hand to silence the crowd. Then, he looked amicably at the 4 talents. What do you guys think, 4 talents? Does my suggestion sound good to you all? The objective of the 4 talents was to destroy the Su family. Since they were joined by yet another fearsome force, it was natural for them to accept the proposal. We accept the proposal, Elder Ma. Well, I'm glad we could come to a consensus. This time, we must destroy the Su family. After all the parties in the parlor had found common ground, all of them smiled contentedly as if the Su family's fate had been decided. Suddenly, a diabolical laughter echoed outside the gate. Ha! See, lively as always. Xia Tian, I believe we'll be having a lot of fun tonight. Chapter 470. The strongest class is beginning to take shape. Chapter 470. The strongest class is beginning to take shape. Location, Medical College of Jindu University. It had been 2 days since Feng was fired. In the past 2 days, the lessons for Chinese medicine were cancelled and replaced by Xiao Lei's Western medicine practical sessions. Without Feng, the students behaved like a bunch of drug addicts without their drugs. All of them became dispirited and discouraged. They bowed their heads in sorrow and slumped their shoulders in disappointment. On the podium, Xiao Lei gave his lecture enthusiastically. In contrast, the students lay listlessly on the table and paid no attention to him at all. Do you think it's true that Professor Feng was fired? It has been 2 days. Why is he still not back? There was static in the air, and all of them discussed Feng. I think it's true. The university forum was completely flooded with the matter. Also, the university authorities made the dismissal of Professor Feng public. Fuck them. How can they sack my big brother? Are they looking for death? Lu Jia became more and more aggressive, and more shameless after he became Feng's minion. He pounded on the iron table and left a large crater in it. It sounded like an explosion or an earthquake, and it startled everyone. Xiao Lei, who was standing at the podium, went weak in the knees and fell to the ground. Who pounded on the table? Stand up now. Don't you want to graduate? Xiao Lei was embarrassed. Growing angry, he shot up and glared at the students. Lu Jia released all his inner qi and pounded on the iron table again. His strength was so strong that the iron table reached its limit and collapsed. It's me. What do you want, huh? Why should I care about graduation since Professor Feng is no longer teaching here? I don't want to continue my studies anymore, I quit. For 2 days, there was a ball of fire depressed in Lu Jia's heart. He was angry, he was resentful, and he could not contain his anger anymore. He exploded. As a descendant of an aristocratic family, what mattered the most was talent in cultivating martial arts and how far could he go as a martial artist. Study and literature prowess wasn't something they emphasized. Hence, Lu Jia had no total qualms about giving up on his study. Humph. I'm quitting too. I was only here to learn Chinese medicine from Professor Qin Feng. Since he is gone, it's purposeless for me to stay here. Ma Chao rose to his feet and tipped the table in front of him with a kick. He looked menacing and fierce, startling Xiao Lei so much that he glued his back at the wall. I don't want to study anymore. I want to quit university now. Without Professor Qin Feng, we won't continue our lesson. More and more students stood up. After a minute, all 200 or so students had risen to their feet except Fang Ming and his 3 minions because they were pretty delighted with Qin Feng's expulsion. Hey, sit down. I said sit down. Can't you people understand human language? Fine, very well. You think you're smart. I'll report you all to the university authorities. Just you people wait here. Xiao Lei was so shocked by the student's aura that he couldn't help sweat. He crawled his way to the door and went away dejected. Xiao Lei's threat did little good for the students. They completely defied his intimidating remark. Lu Jia, can you reach Professor Qin Feng by phone? Ask him where is he now? Why did he leave us without giving us a message? Was he planning to take a French leave after flirting with all our fellow female friends? I've called him, but the line is always out of service. Lu Jia said helplessly. Could it be that Professor Qin Feng doesn't have the face see us after he was fired by the university authorities? I remember that we added Professor Qin Feng to our medical college WeChat group, didn't we? Why don't we tag him there and force him to show himself, a student suggested. Following that suggestion, the 200 or so students quickly dug into their pocket and pulled out their cell phones to tag Qin Feng in the WeChat group. Some of them even spammed his inbox to reach him. However, much to their distress, all their efforts were in vain. Qin Feng did not show himself in the end. Professor Qin Feng refused to answer our calls. Is he ignoring us on purpose? Michao's brows furrowed deeply. Quick, somebody sends a money packet to the group, Lu Jia suddenly shouted. Taking his cue, his peers began to throw money packets into the group. Within 5 seconds, they had given out hundreds of money packets. What the fuck, Lu Jia? These money packets are for baiting Professor Qin Feng. How can you take them all? Not you too, Ma Chao. Oh, my goodness, even Goddess Hua Yan and Goddess Qiao Shi are taking the money packets. Even beautiful Yan Wu Shuang also. Hundreds of money packets were soon gone within seconds. When they checked the record, they realized that Qin Feng hadn't taken even a single one, which pretty much answered their long-held question. Finding out that Qin Feng had disappeared acted the same way the wind intensifies the wildfires that run across the green plain. It amplified the pent-up fire in the students' heart and made them go into a frenzy. What a bunch of assholes. I'm going to ask for help from my dad. He is one of the deans of the medical college. I want him to bring Professor Qin Feng back to our university. Ma Chao went outside to make the call. I'm making a call to my dad and ask him to bring my fellow brethren to camp out at our university. In the worst-case scenario, I'll lead my fellow brethren to fight the school. Lu Jia went out in a rage. Humph. Do you people think we've been left high and dry? Ha, naive. My uncle is the team leader of Jindu University's power department. Once I make the call to him, he will cut off all the electrical supply to the university. At that time, I want to see how those lecturers wore romance actions movie in their offices. Xiao Mei, who teased Qin Feng during his first class by asking him to wah her boobs, huffed as she made a call to her uncle. My dad is in charge of the boiler room. I'll ask him to shut down all the boilers and let the cold kill those bastards, the student who Feng asked him to wash his face yelled out of his fury. I have some friends working in the newspaper. If the university authorities refuse to bring Professor Feng back, I'll ask them to send reporters to make this matter public. I don't know anybody who could be any help to us, but my uncle is the university's security team leader. If worst comes to the worst, I'll have him to lead his security team and detain all the university authorities. You people are too kind. I have a much better plan. I'll look for the hoodlums and have them tail after the university authorities' children. They will wait for their children to finish school, and rob them of their pocket money. One after another, the students called everyone they knew regardless of their serviceability and credibility. There was only one goal in their minds: bring Professor Feng back. The time they knew and followed Feng was not long, not even a month, but it was more than enough for Feng to make them understand the phrase, "A day as a teacher, father for life." All of the students treated Feng like their elder, their family. Before Feng came to the medical college, all 200 students in the medical college were lax in discipline and self-centered. They would only mind their own business and paid no mind to whatever was happening around them. They would turn a blind eye even when they saw their comrades being bullied, and it was considered good for them not to involve themselves into bullying that person, let alone save them. However, Feng changed all this. Not only did he teach them about Chinese medicine, he also taught them the importance of team spirit. Feng wanted to build the strongest class from this class, and now, it was beginning to take form. In the face of adversity, they did not scatter but worked together to find a solution. Chapter 471, Goodbye, 4 Talents. Chapter 471, Goodbye, 4 Talents. Big brother Feng, that dumbass is Ma Hui. He is the one who bullied big sister Chiu Yu. Su Xia Tian stared at Ma Hui, huffing and brandishing her little fists. After hearing this, Feng's expression suddenly turned chilly. He waved his hand, and a white ray shot out. A wound suddenly appeared on Ma Hui's face and caused him to yell in pain, "Arg! What is that? Why is my face bleeding? Who the fuck hit me? Stand the fuck up now." "I'm standing right here," Feng chided Ma Hui for his idiocy. "Are you blind? So it's you, you little brat. How dare you act like a thug in the Ma family's territory? You'll pay for that." Ma Hui lifted his fist and charged at Feng. Even though he wasn't a martial artist, due to his years of training, his physique was stronger than most people. As such, he looked down on Feng's feeble and lanky figure. Shroom! Feng casually waved his hand, and another white ray flashed through the air. Slash! The fine sound of the wind blade cutting through human skin sounded out. While Ma Hui was sprinting, a large laceration suddenly appeared across his knee. Due to the law of inertia, his upper torso continued to thrust forward and toppled over after a few seconds while his right leg was severed and separated from the rest of his body. Bang! Ma Hui fell on his face. When he looked at his calf that was left on the floor, his eyes bulged, filling with disbelief, and he had forgotten to scream. "What happened to you, Huier? Stand up." Ma Tun's eyes almost fell from the sockets when he saw his dear son had lost one of his legs. Feng was amused. He laughed. "I've cut his leg off, and you still ask him to stand up? Are you making fun of him? Who are you? Why do you have to oppose us?" Ma Tun's face was veiled with anger as he glared menacingly at Feng. He had the urge to kill Feng, but Feng's strange technique held him back. He was scared as he still had no idea how Feng cut his son's leg off. Not only Ma Tun was scared, the rest of the Ma family members were bathing in cold sweats and silence had reigned over the parlor. "Who are you, then?" Qin Feng shot his own question instead. "I'm the father of Ma Hui, Ma De Tun. Since you have the nerve to attack the Ma family, don't you ever think we'll spare you easily?" cried Ma De Tun as his face turned grotesque with a villainous expression. "Ma De Tun. Twerk. Is your hip cakey? Let me see. Nah. Your butt is much smaller than Xia Tian's. Or are you very good at twerking? Show me some dancing moves, then. If I'm pleased, I might let you off." As Qin Feng said, he kept kneading Su Xia Tian's butt. Su Xia Tian's face flushed red as a weird sensation surged in her body. However, she did not stop Qin Feng. Good. Xia Tian loves twerking the most. Su Xia Tian cast away her shyness when she heard somebody was going to dance with her. She was so thrilled that her hands danced and her feet tripped. On the other hand, Ma De Tun wasn't happy. He was infuriated. Indeed, his name was a homophone, but no one had dared to make fun of his name before. Qin Feng was the first person to do it. "You fucker. I must kill you today." In any case, Ma De Tun was a stage 3 inner chi expert and there was no way he could swallow this abusive remark, so he disregarded Qin Feng's strange technique and pounced on Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes were laughing as he waved his hands. Shroom. A streak of white ray slashed through Ma De Tun's butt. Before Ma De Tun reached his target, he suddenly felt a cold breeze whistling through his butt. After he came to a stop, he realized that there was a large hole in the back of his pant, and his butt was exposed in the air. "Show me some twerking moves. If you've got the talent, I can send you to Thailand for a transsexual operation." Qin Feng chuckled. Growing angry, Ma De Tun's eyes went bloodshot. However, it was impossible for him to fight Qin Feng with his butt exposed. Besides, there were so many people in the parlor looking at him. He could not afford such disgrace, so he glued his butt on the floor and refused to move an inch. Nobody had anticipated this kind of development. Even the cunning and sly elder Ma was so stunned that he could not utter a single syllable. "Brat, I don't know who are you or where you are from, nor do I care, but I warn you that better not involve yourself in the Su family's affairs. Now, even the 4 talents of Sky City have joined us to destroy the Su family. You'll end up in a bad position if you go against us." Ma Hui, whose leg had been severed, said. He was trying to use the name of 4 talent to dwarf Qin Feng's aura. Hearing his words, Qin Feng quickly darted his glance across the crowd and found the 4 talents hiding and mingling themselves nice and well in the crowd. Qin Feng did not notice them before Ma Hui told him they were there. "Hey! So you 4 are here too. I should have noticed it earlier. Sorry for my lack of courtesy. You guys don't mind, right?" Qin Feng offered the 4 talents a fake smile. The 4 talents remained silent because they were avoiding Qin Feng. They were given a big fright when they saw Qin Feng because they thought he was dead. How could he suddenly come back to life now? The 4 people had been trying to avoid Qin Feng, but Ma Hui disclosed their presence, causing them to want to kill him. Ma Hui was relentless. He would not give up any chance to wear down Qin Feng's confidence. "Ha! Now, are you scared? It's too late. I'm gonna pay you back by cutting off all your limbs." Shroom. A flash of white light flickered, and in the next second, Ma Hui saw his left leg severed from his knee right before his eyes. That streak of white light was extremely strange, and it moved as fast as lightning. Ma Hui's calf was severed but no blood came out of the laceration. It was delayed for around 4 or 5 seconds before the blood started to spurt out like a fountain, followed by Ma Hui grief-wrought cries that could tug hearers' hearts. Fast. It was too fast. Strange. Everybody almost wet their pants out of fear. Everybody in the parlor was looking at Feng when he executed the wind blades technique, but neither of them could see clearly what he had done. Was I talking to you? What a masochistic man, Feng rolled his eyes. Then, he turned to the Four Talents. Could it be that the Four Talents has forgotten who am I after we've not seen each other for the past 4 months? Do you mind if I play the recording now? To remind you guys who I am. His smile sent a chill down the Four Talent spines as they felt they were locked down by a serpent. 4 of them thought Feng was long dead. They never expected him to be still bouncing around and lively. Ha! Isn't this big brother Feng? We're not expecting you to come to Sky City out of the blue. Please excuse us for not going out to meet you, big brother Feng. Jiang Man Hong was the first one to came to his senses. He quickly pulled on a smile and greeted Feng. Long time no see, big brother Feng. You seem to be getting more stunning day by day, Xiao Yuxing followed. Prince Jiang, Prince Xiao, I remember we made a reservation at Shuang. Today is the best day. Why don't we invite big brother Feng and beautiful Xia Tian for supper? Li Yang and Wen Su finally found themselves. Oh right. Look how silly am I for forgetting such important matter. Please forgive me for my poor memory, big brother Feng. Time is of the essence, let's depart now, then. Jiang Man Hong wore a smile on his face looking at Feng. This sudden change of events stunned the Ma family members, causing their jaws to fall on the floor and unable to recover. Didn't the Four Talents say that they would do anything they could to support the Ma family in fighting the Su family from behind? How could they change their minds so fast? Indeed, descendants from the aristocratic families couldn't be trusted. Even the Four Talents was afraid of him and treated him with deference. The Ma family members had no choice but to wonder the young man was. Thank you for the invitation, but I'll pass. I've something more important to do. Feng did not expose their disguise. It was impossible to know how many forces were waiting for their chance to make the Su family their stepping stone to rise to another level. Feng could not always stay by the Su family's side and protect them. He had to leave the job to the Four Talents so that they could be a good help to Su Qiu when the time called for it. However, the Four Talents needed some spanking from time to time, and Feng loved doing this kind of thing very much. AI. That's bad. Anyway, if big brother Feng has a more important task to do, we'll leave it for next time. I guess it's about time for us to take our leave. Remember to look for us some other time, big brother Feng. Jiang Man Hong said diffidently. He was afraid that Feng would refuse to let them go. You guys are leaving. That blows. Is it because of me that you guys want to leave so soon? We're having a good show here tonight. Why don't you guys join me and enjoy the show instead? Feng offered them a smile while putting pressure on them. As expected, the Four Talents broke into cold sweat. When they remembered Feng's strange skill, they could not help but felt scared. What do you mean, big brother Feng? How is there any possibility that big brother Feng would bother us? We're just really very hungry now, so we're going to supper. Please forgive us, big brother Feng, Jiang Man Hong hastily explained. Oh, so you guys are really going to supper. It's such a shame that you 4 will not witness the destruction of the Ma family. Fine then, get lost now. Remember to behave yourself, otherwise you might end up like him. Feng's expression suddenly turned cold and glare at the 4. Goodbye, big brother Feng. The Four Talents made haste and left the Ma family like they were running for their lives. The Ma family members were shocked and the Four Talents left. They never expected that the young man before them could scare away the Four Talents of Sky City with just a few words. Hey, Geezer, you're the current head of household of the Ma family, am I right? Qin Feng turned his attention to the restless Ma Long. Qin Feng called his name, making him feel like he was on his way to the execution ground. His body trembled in fear and he did not know where to put his hands to ease his anxiety. Dad! Don't worry, have you forgotten what I said earlier? Ma Tao said before Elder Ma could say anything. He had made a pact with a door faction from the martial world. Hence, he didn't flinch when Qin Feng used his wind blade technique. Ma Tao's words sparked Elder Ma's memories. He remembered Ma Tao had found a door faction from the martial world to support them. As such, Ma Long pushed down his fear and looked down at Qin Feng in a lofty stance. Chapter 472, I Want to Purchase the Ma Family's Corporation. Chapter 472, I Want to Purchase the Ma Family's Corporation. Ahem. Ahem. Kid, there has never been any bad blood between us. However, you came to our place tonight, created some trouble for us, and gravely injured Ma Hui. What do you think we should do to you now? Ma Long said after he cleared his throat, staring viciously at Qin Feng. What do you want? Qin Feng asked casually. We are living in a society governed by the rule of laws. In this case, you leave me no other choice but to settle this through the legal procedures. I'll hand you over to the police, and you'll get the punishment you deserve, Ma Long said resolutely. Bullshit. I'll demolish all of you if any of you dare to lay a single finger on my big brother Qin Feng. Su Xiatian was against the suggestion. She clung tightly to Qin Feng's arms and huffed angrily at Ma Long. Qin Feng then proceeded to calm her down by patting her head. Then, he looked at Ma Long. I don't like your proposal. Well, seems like you left me no choice. I've to carve out an escape with your blood, I suppose. Qin Feng made the daring remark as if killing a person was like killing an ant to him. He raised his hand in the air, and the people in the parlor quickly formed a submissive stance. Ah! Don't kill me. Big brother, please spare my life. Due to their previous experience with Qin Feng's strange skill, all of them instinctively took a defensive stance the moment Qin Feng raised his hand into the air. Dumbfounded by their actions, Qin Feng then asked them, why do you guys kneel on the floor? I just want to scrub my back. He then turned over to Su Xiatian. Xiatian, can you help me please? Hearing this, everybody was relieved. They were almost scared to death by Qin Feng's actions. At the same time, Qin Feng guided Su Xiatian to scrub his back. After a brief moment, Su Xiatian punched Qin Feng's back twice and huffed, weren't you asking me to screw your back? Why am I screwing your butt now instead? You're too shameless, big brother Qin Feng. The Ma family members were left speechless when Qin Feng left them hanging and proceeded to flirt with Su Xiatian. And now, somebody was missing from the parlor. It was Ma Tao. He had slipped away and gone out to ask for some help from the martial art faction, hoping they would send somebody to deal with Qin Feng. Of course, Qin Feng knew Ma Tao had disappeared from the parlor. He just pretended that he did not know. Tao Er has gone to get some help. I must stall him until Tao Er get back, Ma Long thought. As such, he offered Qin Feng a nice and affable expression and said, hee hee. We have not had any bad blood between us, young lad. We can look for an alternative solution if you're not pleased with the one I proposed. I'm here to get justice for the Su family. Say it, what's your thought? The reason Qin Feng made a scene of himself was to squelch the Ma family members. He had achieved his objective now, as the Ma family members looked at him like looking at a death god. Hence, he began to negotiate with Ma Long. Tentatively, Ma Long asked, is young master interested in taking over a medical corporation? Yes, of course, I'm interested. Name your price. Qin Feng readily responded to Ma Long's suggestion. Ma Long never expected that Qin Feng would so promptly accept his bargain. This was because Su Qiuyu had cast Ma Hui out from the Su family mansion this morning when he went to propose the same bargain to her. This Qin Feng said that he came to the Ma family's ancient mansion this late night was to get justice for the Su family, but he accepted my bargain without the slightest scruples. Either he was nuts, or he was just simply had nothing else to do with his life. Young master, are you sure you have the power to make such a decision for the Su family? Ma Long reconfirmed again with Qin Feng. Tisk, cut the crap, you bloody geezer. What Big Brother Qin Feng has said is what the Su family would say. Don't ever try to doubt Big Brother Qin Feng's identity. Su Xiatian's eyes bulged in accusation as she glared at Ma Long. It was not known how many times Su Xiatian called Ma Long a bloody geezer, asked him to shut up, and said that what he said was crap. It ticked Ma Long off a lot, and he was at the critical point of his anger. Let's sign the contract now, then. Qin Feng seemed to be more impatient than Ma Long, huffing with anger. Su Xiatian stared viciously at Qin Feng from the sideline as if she would pounce on him at any time. Let's sign the contract now. Hey you, go and prepare 2 million yuan in cash now. Ma Long thought it would be better if they could sign the contract now to nip any arising problems in the bud. Geezer, why did you ask your man to prepare the money? Qin Feng held a puzzled face. Ha! You don't want cash. Oh, I get what you mean. You want direct bank transfer or a check? Choose either one, Ma Long said while offering a grin to Qin Feng. Why do you want to transfer money to me? I should pay you the money since I'm the one who is buying your Ma Family Medical Corporation. Qin Feng played every expression to perfection. Even he himself was amazed at how great his acting skills were. Gasp! Once again, the Ma family members were dumbfounded. The speed of the event's change was too fast for them to grasp a hold of the current situation. Since when had it become that Qin Feng was buying the Ma Family Medical Corporation? The Ma family members felt they had to calm down first and run the whole story through their head again. Did you misunderstand something, Brother Qin Feng? We were talking about buying the Su family's medical corporation. We agreed to the deal. You can't pull out now. Ma Long had a sinister foreboding that Qin Feng was cheating them all that time. Did I? I never said that I'd sell the Su family's medical corporation. I've been talking about buying the Ma family's medical corporation all this time. By the way, the Su family has spent nearly 1 billion yuan developing the medical corporation. Didn't you find it silly that I was willing to sell it for 2 million yuan? Ma Long's mouth was disfigured because it had chewed too many times that night. Qin Feng was by far the most shameless person he had ever met in his whole life. If it was a silly act to sell the Su family medical corporation for 2 million yuan since it was worth 1 billion, then it was far beyond silly to sell the medical corporation owned by the Ma family for 2 million yuan since it worth at least 30 billion yuan on the market. Ma Long shouted in his heart since he did not dare to say it out. After all, Qin Feng was too strong for him to oppose. Ha ha ha. That was one hell of a move, Big Brother Qin Feng. Even I was almost cheated by you. Hey geezer, give me your bank account now, so I can transfer 2 million yuan to you now. Then, we'll proceed to sign the contract, and we'll let you off this time. Understanding had finally dawned on Su Xiatian after she heard what Qin Feng had said. She happily clung tightly to Qin Feng's arm as if the one who decided to make a complete break with Qin Feng was not her. Demon. What a pair of demons. Stop dreaming. There is no way I'll sell the Ma Family Medical Corporation, much selling it for 2 million yuan. Ma Long almost had a heart attack. He had no choice now but to put all his hopes on Ma Tao's reinforcements. His anger could only be quenched after Qin Feng and Su Xia Tian were horrendously shredded into thousands of millions of pieces. Now what? So you're not selling it to me. So you're cheating me. When Qin Feng spoke, he subconsciously raised his right hand, startling Ma Long so much that he fell back to his seat. Don't be so afraid of me, Elder Ma. I'm just fixing my hair, as I'll give you another 10 seconds to reconsider our trade again. I always become quite bloodthirsty and want to kill someone after I have fixed my hair. Fear had totally taken over his mind and his legs could not stop trembling. Qin Feng was too horrible, and he was too mysterious, making you unable to grasp who he truly was. Oftentimes, those who were unfathomable were the most fearsome.